All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is July 8th, 2026, and we got another interesting day of July on our hands. I mean, it wasn't too bad. Some people were feeling good about July. I mean, June was pretty ugly, but so far, first 5-6 days of July, the momentum sell-off has continued. It's actually the worst since COVID. It's kind of tied into this great rotation, but now the cherry on top from last night to today, you're actually responding to war news. Trump said that the ceasefire is over. He called the Iranians trash. He said he don't want to negotiate with them, but he did instruct his negotiators to keep negotiating with them. So got a little drama. It moved up oil, brought down stocks, but I mean, nothing to the scope of what we've already been through. And then we are getting ready for the Fed minutes today and inching our way towards arguably one of the most important earnings seasons, and there is already a lot of expectations at hand. So, Chattadonia, we're going to have an exciting day. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a little weird. Again, I mean, it's been a while since we've had reactions like this. Again, China, Korea, they're inversing the great rotation of yesterday. You're going to see it play out in many ways, and we'll even see how Mag 7 or Market Breadth plays out. But yeah, we should have some excitement. But my friends, before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out, all the active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, even the families, for real. God bless every single one of you. Thank you for your commitment to all of our collective freedom. I hope I could help out in any way, whether it's the long term, anything we provide, but I do believe at the very least we should show appreciation. And for the rest of you, I'm not trying to tell you got to support a war. I ain't trying to create no warmongers, nothing like that, but I hope you realize you could never take away the honor from somebody who has chosen to give up everything for their own country and for people that they have never even met. So veterans, the families, your honor does not go unrecognized. God bless every single one of you. I truly hope you get a long term and get the land, baby. But at the very least, thank you for your service, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, Chattadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Chattadonia, happy Wednesday. Go back to bed if you're not awake. So, Chad, we got an exciting day. Let's see where it takes us again. Unfortunately, the algo is heavily tilted to the downside this morning. You got a couple of names outperforming. You even had earnings at a heli, but nobody gives a heli if that's the case. But I'm going to be watching Baba, K-Web. Again, rotation. Baba came out with pre-earnings guidance, and people really liked it. Checkpoint, ACHC, those are the plays we talked about yesterday. We'll see how cyber holds up, and then, again, watch if healthcare catches any sort of rotation. CBOE, again, they get those numbers yesterday. We'll see how that continues. And then Sunrun, we had those plays. We made them free, but yeah, they're moving up again on another round of data center news. Other than that, keep an eye on banks. Keep an eye on the big tech. I think we're getting big tech candles right now to start off. So, Chad, let's have a good day. And remember, that rotation, the Russell, Mag 7, all that is still in play. But, Chad, I got to go to the bathroom, bro. You know that I didn't get to go to the bathroom yesterday, bro. I've been lagging, dude. So I'm going to go take a quick pee. And you guys get ready. And God bless America. Hey, shout out Chattadonia. It's going to be a good day.
Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. ICAP needs Jesus. He wants to fight you mad. I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. They hate AI art.
Go back to bed.
Cause it's not really
Go back to
art.
bed. It's either you're awake right now, ready to go, or you just go back to bed. 3, 2, 1.
Jesus is
Round 1.
Jesus is Lord. ICAP trolls chat 'cause he
Alrighty, so down by 0.5 to start. Again, futures. They were down 1% at the peak, like an hour and a half ago. They're kind of rotating out of chips. Again, Korea's down, but the clear fact is they are rotating. So if you don't notice, China is up. That's what I was telling the locked-in guys this morning. If you haven't noticed, it's not a coincidence that the last couple of days, Korea sells off, enters their bear market, and then all of a sudden, China's starting to go. So we'll see. IGV. Check healthcare too. Watch the rotations. SPY down 0.5. Russell 6.9. Dow is down by 1. Ooh. So yeah, this kind of sucks. I think that's where some of the war headlines kind of get in the way. So watch if big tech runs. They're not down too much. Nvidia, Meta, they're only down by like 0.3 to 0.7. But yeah, dude, the Dow is down a decent amount. I think the war stuff kind of got in the way of the rotations, but staples aren't down too much. Healthcare is down by 1%. Financials are down by 1% as well too. Trump would hate to hit desalinization plants, but may have to. May be a big attack. And again, oil's even up by 4. Oh, where is Google? Yeah, Google's even starting off again. Palantir closed higher, but it's in the pre-market levels. We had fun with that yesterday. IGV's down by 1.4. Chips have gone green. So if anything, watch for the Mag 7 rotation. But like technically, even with Korea down to start off, I mean, chips are your leader. As weird as that sounds. Again, momentum is the lagger. We'll talk a little bit about momentum as well. Yeah, but there's NVIDIA, SMH. Who's the other one? Oh, let me see. No, that one's not gonna go. Oh, was there another? No, there's one biotech approval today, but I don't think it was important. Let's see. Again, chips are fascinating, but yeah, that's already starting off good there. Again, software is your lagger. Some of those ones that ran really big yesterday, they got murked. Again, SanDisk, that is up by 1.8. So yeah, that's hooking everything up. A couple of space stocks fly. I mean, SpaceX is up by 1.6. Datacab, water. Didn't we see that close yesterday? And then Reddit. Sunrun. Again, those ones haven't gone too crazy. Oh, there's another data center, like small cap data center headlines. Trump on Iran, NATO nations to send in minesweepers. We may put blockade back. Ford. Is he talking right now? So again, he's made a lot of these comments, but if you're not understanding too, unfortunately, I still believe that this shit is not that important. I know, but the thing that's causing the reaction is just quite simply, this is the first time Trump has said the ceasefire is over the last month. Again, we've had these little attacks and little drama, but yeah, you know, we've been very tolerant. So that's where this is kind of surprising people. But NATO's talking now, NATO rep, but Trump is not live. Again, courting GLW, XLI is on the high. So industrials are actually, again, Caterpillar. Oh yeah, those are really going good. And then NeoCloud, IREN is up. Nibis. Wolf was down because they got that lawsuit. They're suing Navitas over a patent. Sentinel's holding up good. Micron. Trump says U.S. may reimpose blockade. NEM, Ionic, I don't know. I think some of the quantum's going. Again, Core Weave, it's chips for now. So the real question is the next like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then if these chips actually hold up. But so far, even with a bad Korea day, some people a little bit on edge. I mean, cash open, you took software down, you took the Dow down by 1, but the NASDAQ is actually doing the best right now. So NASDAQ's only down by 0.29, and then again, chips are the leading industry right now. It's only 0.5%. So that's what I'm saying, you know, 30, 45 minutes, maybe top of the hour, just see kind of these small moves. They could either unwind or we're going to really build on them. But yeah, dude, momentum is kind of going up. Even some of these energy plays, NeoCloud and all of that. Remember, momentum, this has been one of the bigger declines since 2020. So yeah, but you got a little bit of a bid on it today. And then again, chips, TSM, these are the same things selling off yesterday. So it's funny because you have a set of names selling off because of the war, right? The staples, Dow is down a little bit more, but some of those names that were selling off yesterday in tech, they're the ones catching the bid as the war reaction settles in a little bit more. But yeah, again, chips starting off great. Those are pretty much the main one. Wait till Mag 7 starts moving, but yeah, that whole little rotate to Mag 7, you're getting more rotating back into chips. So you're doing the opposite. Monday you had a rotation. Tuesday you had a different rotation. Today you are rotating back into whatever you rotated out of the last couple days. So ta-da! That's why it has been so annoying. Apple. Oracle. Again, it's all Mag 7. Those are the ones on the downside, and then to the upside, it's weird. Oracle's up. Like I'm saying, software is down. You have chips going up. But yeah, you have a very strong momentum push this morning. And again, chips, memory, that is the big driver here. Clack. I mean, even Tesla's down. Healthcare. UNH, you are chilling. Where's financials? Yeah, again, even financials finally came down. Remember, XLV, where are the drugs? IBB? IBB wants to climb up. But yeah, so think about it. All these industries, last couple days, they've been super cracked out. But now today, again, you get the little war news. All those other ones sell off. But then the chip bid is actually pretty real. King Jesus is Lord. I cap chose chat because he gets bought. Okay. Kevin Warsh? No, we have Fed minutes. Actually, dude, no, Kevin, he's either this week or next week, but there is supposed to be like a Senate hearing, and Homeboy is going to, yeah, Homeboy's going to be on there. But I don't know, actually, for now. Again, Core Weave, watch if the, Neo Clouds and anybody else in between starts running up there. But again, this is all chips. It's all chip land. Momentum land is the one that is waking up right now. Got a couple of comms. So like I'm saying, though, give it a little bit. Wait till the first program turns on or off, and let's see if this shit holds up or not. So that's what I'm saying. Either chips are going to get a whole nother burst, and they're going to go up to 1%, or they're going to come back to break even, and then we're going to unlock whoever else wants to move. But so far, I mean, intraday, first couple minutes, the index isn't really moving. You got a pretty big reaction. At least the Dow is holding up the 1%. Why does the equal weight look so disgusting? But yeah, equal weight's down by 0.8. SPY's still down by 0.6. Again, we were down 1% at one point in the morning pre-market. He has one of those. I just don't know if the Senate hearing is this week or next week. But yeah, we are going to we are going to hear from him because, like, I don't want to hear from him. In a weird way, everybody, he's been talking about lack of communication, but, we saw him at ECB Sintros. It seems like we're seeing this guy every week, bro. Mm-hmm. Cerberus, Micron, Maloney. We've been notified of any formal withdrawal of U.S. troops. Again, comms going up, I think, is weird. But now NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is into the green. You have NVIDIA, SanDisk, Micron. Again, the chips. Rivian started going up. I mean, see if any of these other guys go. Look at, bro, even Kimberly's down. So like I'm saying, think about all of these rotations that you've seen over the last couple days. You just unwound all of them to a certain degree. But I think it's the war. I hope you guys are noticing that. You are literally watching those war headlines are affecting all the one day in the last like 3 weeks where these rotations got clobbered was on the war headlines. You see what I'm saying? That's the oil, the energy, the supply chain, demand destruction. That changed that got people back to the chips. And again, unfortunately, I just don't. None of these things are liable to last. AKA, we need staying power. You're watching 2 days rotation and then 1 day rotate back. All the while something's damn moving. You know what I'm saying? It's all fun and games till we run out of oil, and then it's hilarious. I mean, big dog, oil is at $70 right now. I think it's time to put to rest this. I wouldn't be overly bearish on that idea. This whole we're gonna run out of oil, everything. You remember the whole like $200 a barrel? Everyone was freaking out. As I would say, I would put that idea to rest. I wouldn't really. Again, what do you think they're doing right now at $70? Think about it. They're refilling it. I think even Goldman talked about this the other day, where they're saying if the one thing that's gonna give a demand tailwind to oil after, again, 2 days ago, we're talking oversupply in the world with exactly with the Saudis selling at a discount. The last time they did that was after we shut down the world economy, but people are starting to, they're talking about how the refilling of the SPR, that's going to give you your demand for oil. That's the only demand for oil right now when you actually really look at it. But yeah, I don't think, again, though, I'm very biased, though, dude. But again, I hope you guys see why I'm biased, because, my view on the war, how early I was to not only respond and then stop responding to it, it's made me a lot of money. It's helped me. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? So I hope you see why I love my bias of fucking punting this war shit all the time and not overreacting. Like I'm telling you, in the beginning, it was interesting, and we had a reaction, and it could have gone many, many ways. But yeah, dude, we're already past the 3-4 months already, and now it's just like it served you better to punt all of this doom and gloom fear related to any of the conflict. Physical oil is skyrocketing. They're manipulating it. No, you guys, that's not true. So again, I remember some of you from the physical oil, but I showed this yesterday actually. The problem right now with oil, because what you were saying was true at a different point, right? So when you were saying those exact comments, Kiara, at the end of March, what you're saying was actually true. AMAT and NVIDIA again, and AXTI, and Dell. Again, same setup so far. Let me throw up chips. Just honestly, I'd put up chips IGV, see if they either go in tandem or if they're just going to keep inversing. But yeah, when you were saying those comments in March, you were correct. Because physical oil was hitting 110, 120, but then gasoline was going down. Physical market was going up. But then now, the ironic part about right now is that you have gasoline prices and the price of oil products, they're now hitting the highest point since this started. However, oil is down 50% from the high. So actually right now, it's the opposite. So what you guys were saying in March about the dislocation, and it was confusing some of the people who are like, why is prices down with oil up? That same exact dislocation is now in your favor. AKA, you have the actual oil down substantially, but now these prices, that this follow-through, feed-through effect that you guys were looking for, that's what you're seeing right now. But yeah, it's just not that's what I'm saying. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. I would, if it turns into something real, sure, but it's going to take a lot to move that needle at this point. But yeah, I'm not concerned with global oil supply. I'm not concerned with the war stuff. And yeah, and it's just not, I take it as it comes, is the best way. And just remember too, even this whole Trump thing, very aggressive, but he's leaving them parachutes. That's why, this morning he called them trash. First time ever saying that the ceasefire is over, but then he instructed everybody to keep negotiating. So it's just, I think, moving things around. But like I said, unless there's a damn nuke or something, I have ran all out of these oil reactions. But like I'm telling you too, though, I hope whether you're bullish, bearish, man, since the beginning of this war, I hope all this data helps you. I hope all this information, like I'm saying, I could be wrong. I've been wrong. I've been right. Same thing goes for a lot of you. But that's why I'm just like, don't get caught up in a bias of what it may be or what the news tells you. But because at the same time, we're watching something truly fascinating. Like I'm telling you, there was a period where oil was dislocated from the market, and now that dislocation flip-flop. NVIDIA, Marvel, A-Lab. All right, chips are going 15 minutes. So first 15 minutes, that rotation of out of everything else back in the chips, that is holding up. NASDAQ is about to go green. You're only at 0.5. Again, TSM, they're all ripping. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Chill. Trump's get back for not winning the World Cup. I mean, I feel like Trump wouldn't care about the World Cup because, like, we're American and we don't like soccer. But nah, he might be a little pissed. Because I'm telling, bro, imagine even just, like, saying something about Fullerin. And then everybody makes this drama about the red card. And then the U.S. comes in and loses in the most Looney Tunes-ass fashion. That's the part that makes me mad. That's why I could understand why homeboy might be, maybe Trump did do this because of FIFA. Because I'm telling you, bro, that was the most Looney Tunes-ass loss I've ever, it was ridiculous. Dude, they were like kicking the floor, swinging and missing. It was just, yeah, I mean, it was just bad day. It's a bad day. Egypt got robbed, dude. It's a bad day, man. Bad day. That's why there was like, you know what? Let's just go back to NVIDIA. Fucking let's bomb Iran. Call it a day. Well, I don't think it's leverage. It's just like we talked about with Iran just yesterday. I was telling you, I mean, there's a lot of factions and offshoots. There's people who want to negotiate and there's people who want to end the negotiate, who don't want to negotiate with America. And that is a fractured leadership. And the way it's, playing out is like this, but the reality is we already let this slide 2 weeks ago. So if you guys, that's what I was saying yesterday. I don't know if you guys remember, right when the headline came out and we had that little reaction, I was telling you we had this, it was a very, it was weird because 2 weeks ago we had the UK MTO incident and then the UN started stopping things, and that's where we freaked out. It's because they attacked, but we didn't do anything. We did not respond back. We did not sanction them. Remember, Scott Bessent started talking about what they'll do economically. So I just think it was one of those things where you couldn't let it go the second time without, because then again, at that point, that would have also said a lot by not saying anything. K-Star on the high again. Cytokinesis, Cyber's down, but it's less than software. So keep that. Again, that was kind of what I was looking at yesterday. So again, Cyber's like its own little pocket, but it is also software. But watch those two, and then again, that's why I'm keeping IGV, SMH up, because it does seem like we are just rotating back into these chips here. Not to mention the Dow down, and some people, reacting to some of this war stuff. Should you sell chips now and buy back at lower prices? So, I mean, if you could really know what's going to be the right answer, you're going to make a lot of money on that. But nobody knows, and here's the reality over the next couple weeks, especially with earnings and whatnot. If you sell now, it's going to either be the best decision of your life if they drop, or you're going to sell now, and then if this bubble continues, you're going to have to chase it at a higher price. So I would choose your frustration now, and again, positioning and balance, not overexposing yourself will be the best way to handle that. But I would choose your frustration. Again, we're in this weird tension. And like I've been talking about the last couple months, a couple of banks have brought it up, but these weird push and pulls with the dollar, assets. I mean, again, like we were just talking about with oil, there's a lot of weird things happening in the market, or anomalies. And that's why it's just like, when it's all said and done, we are smack dab in the middle of this run it hot thing. And we're too far from the finish line and too far from the starting point. That's why I think you're getting a little uneasiness of both opportunity and is this already over and going to come down. But yeah, I would choose your frustration right now. I would make that decision. Which one's more important to you? Making money, making opportunity, or losing money? Trump admin lifts restructuring on GPT. We saw that earlier. NVIDIA, ADTN. 3% on one candle. Very illiquid. It was only one volume burst, but yeah, straight up 4% on that one candle. And then Baba's continuing. Remember, they had guidance and they are benefiting off of the Korea rotation. Oddly enough, I think we're benefiting off of Korea, which is weird because usually we would follow Korea. But again, yeah, Korea did bad yesterday. China did good, but now our chips are up, and then China still holding. Oh, fuck. Bro, did CBOE get a damn analyst update? Oh, chat, we have so much to talk about. So do you guys want me to go over the anomalies, or do you guys want to go over these scammers? Hold on, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see if any of these other mother effers raise guidance on CBOE. I don't think they did. Void G. Do you think Trump is going to the UFC? I think Trump is going to fight in it. I'm pretty sure Trump is training for it. I think he's going to challenge Galabuti. Can I get a pretty picture queued up? Checkpoint down 1-2. Octa down 1-2. Sentinel down 1-1. Oh, where's Qualis? Qualis down 1-4. Is the oil pump a dud? Not, I mean, it's real. Like I'm saying, I mean, there was something new that happened today. This is the first time Trump has said the ceasefire is over. That's new. But then again, it's back. This old concept is just like, yeah, it's still this war stuff. Oil's at 70. What more is there going to happen? But yeah, so it's like, I don't know if I would read. I think there is more important things in the market. So this is what we talked about on the watch list last night. But essentially, This is what people are realizing. Again, if you remember me talking about dollar, bonds, oil, and I'm telling you, I'm like, dude, this is lagging. Gold is operating weird. There's so many things, but quite simply, it's all boiling down to this. If you look at what the market is truly saying right now, go look at all the cross assets, bonds, risk, you name it. The problem is right now the market is pricing in three things all at the same time. The market is pricing in lower inflation, the lowest, you guys know that, right? You guys know currently right now, swaps, bonds, you name it, you are pricing in the lowest inflation in the last 2 years. This is what I'm telling you, bro. This is absolutely fascinating. And believe me, I got receipts too. So you know that, right? Your 1 year inflation swap is the lowest level since 2024. So you want to know what's weird about that? Not only are people expecting inflation to go down the most in the last couple years, but they also are hawkish. Huh? So you have the market pricing in lower inflation, a hawkish Fed, and an extraordinary risk appetite for growth, AI, tech, chips, you name it. It's pricing in all of those all at the same time. And that is why we're getting such a weird market. Because you're trying to price in three different things all at once. So you could do that, but here's the answer. This only works with growth. That's it. The only way you get this weird anomaly of low inflation, high yields is if you grow your ass out of it and that 4% real yield is actually low because you're growing at 8 instead of 4. You see what I'm saying? Again, bonds didn't even budge on a 50% oil. Again, this is from Deutsche Bank. Goldman even put out a report. They're noticing this stuff now too. Again, even then, if we start, the market believes in a hiking cycle, even though conditions don't even, the last 10, 15 years, we've never had any sort of hiking cycle in these types of conditions. So it's just creating all these anomalies, but the answer is growth and pricing in three things at once. And the only way this setup works, only way we don't have a problem is we grow out of it. That's it. This is what I've been saying for 2 years. The big, beautiful bet. If they put all this money, AI, you name it, it has to work. If it works and we grow out of it, none of this shit's a problem. The weird shit with bonds, the dollar valuation, you name it, whether it's inflation, all the way down to expectations of appetite and risk. If we're really growing, it works. No problem. But that's why too, it's like if this bet fails and we can't grow our way out of this oil, dollar, gold situation, it's going to be hideous. But yeah, that's what's happening right now. And that's why I really think it sums up. It sucks because it's not going to give you an immediate answer, but this is what we are going through right now. And now it's just been, we're pretty deep into this movement over the last year or two. And then, now it's like where that growth, we've already invested so much. We've seen a little bit of results, but we need to get to that point and just either growth or bust, dude. Otherwise, the market is definitely aware and the market is pricing and pushing and pulling all of these competing ideas, and these ideas don't flow together. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. It's very unusual. It doesn't make sense that you would expect low inflation in a hawkish Fed. It doesn't make sense that you would have the most favorable environment, higher CPI, and then gold plummeting like a rock. There's, again, that the bond yields are going high and then oil's dropping 50%. These are competing ideas all at the same time. That's why people are saying, they're scratching their head saying, huh? But yeah, the answer is we're pricing in all of this stuff, and how we grow is going to determine the victor and the loser too. Tesla. Baba. Where did the other one go? Quantinium, Broadcom. Chips are still up, dude. IBKR. Now Schwab. Now the brokerages are going up. IBKR, CBOE was already running. I mean, again, remember, we did get trading volume updates the other day. So they may be getting some follow-ups there, too. I might even check. Because I remember last time IBKR They had good numbers, and that one took a rip. Oh, they got their price targets lowered when Jeffries raised it. You don't think it'll be hideous? If it fails, they'll just print money and kick the can down the road? I disagree. That's why, and I've been talking about this for a long time. That's why I'm saying this is all kind of crazy. But no, I disagree. I think we'd turn into China. Just think about what I just showed you with the bonds. You can't print your way out of this if you don't get the growth. So as I'm saying, we did a double print, Biden and now this Trump BBB, and then you're telling me the real yields are near 4, and you can't grow out of that? So this difficult scenario becomes even harder if you throw in another couple $1 trillion. It's gonna do what happened in China, where now even if you try to throw the kitchen sink of stimulus, you become a little bit more immune to it. So that's what I really believe the answer is growth. If we don't have real growth, if we can't grow our way out of this, the bonds, the dollar, there's too much pressure that, again, I mean, there's things that don't make sense that, again, you're gonna have to pay for it. But otherwise, if we could grow our way out of it, this situation isn't bad at all. I mean, like I'm telling you, like the last 20 years, 4% yield seems bad, but we've been growing at a certain growth rate. So if we could really change our trajectory and we grow at a crazy pace, maybe 4% is the new 1%. You know what 6% could be the new 1% if you're growing enough. So, but that's what I'm saying. If you print all this money, if this fails, you get no growth, you print another $1 trillion, the yields are going to go higher. That real yield is going to keep climbing, and now you're going to need even more growth just to get where you should have. And not to mention, at some point, interest. So we are already tacking on a lot of interest. And remember, interest kills your growth. So unless we could find a way to grow really rapidly to make sure the interest doesn't take away our gains, then yeah, it will be difficult. Healthcare, CVS, CNC, AT&T is going up. But yeah, you might get we might get the, what's it called? The healthcare rotation. They're still down by 3/4, but some of them are starting to turn on. Again, China, that rotation is good. Anything chip, Global Foundries to NVIDIA, Marvel, Qualcomm, SanDisk, those are all up. So that's where the first 31 minutes, not bad. Germany. UNH now, like I'm saying, healthcare is starting to wake up. I wouldn't say it's bubbling, but it's waking up. And then those CBOE, the leaps now, even on the bid, your bids should all be higher now from the second double dip. So do whatever you like with those. Because yeah, that's 2 days, 10%, doc. But now all the other ones, I don't have IBKR news. Again, CME, if you get, again, all of these little brokers are on the high. But yeah, if you get any sort of volume update, I like them a lot more. I'd say what I'm saying is beyond CBOE. So if you get any sort of volume update on like a IBKR, I remember last month, that really ripped it. So I would be down. Hold on. Okay, kept it the same. How does pay scale keep up with growth? That's the idea of we should grow out of it. AKA, that's why inflation wouldn't be a problem. So the idea is, how can you have lower inflation, but then price in a hawkish Fed? But then how do you grow your way into that not being a problem? It would essentially be, we have so much growth where wages actually go up. You see what I'm saying? Where it's like we get real growth, and then it actually leads to wages going up. So then that way, the growth is off of demand. The inflation comes through demand, not because of supply or anything else, but real productivity leads to a real boost, the increase in real wages. Again, that's why we keep talking real yields as well too. Why Kimberly is good if debt equity is 394. Would you mind explaining it? I mean, the simple answer is that it wasn't always like that, and they just took on the debt. And that's just what happens when you merge with a company or buy a company as big as you are. But then also, too, like Kimberly, kind of like Pfizer, I think Kimberly's a little cleaner. But their balance sheets as well, too. Like, you got to keep in mind how these balance sheets are reflecting the cash flows and whatnot. So for now, Kimberly, they have the debt on the books for this gigantic buyout, but the actual cash flow hasn't hit yet. So that is going to make their debt to equity and everything, it's going to be a little skewed. But they did take a heavy debt burden. So I think the real debt to equity is much lower, but they definitely took on a heavy debt deal to buy Kenvue. But that's exactly why we got the stock for cheap. That's what gave us 30-40% off, because them leveraging up that debt, I still believe the cash flows cover everything. Company is solid, but that's going to be a year or two of normalization on the balance sheet, and that's why they gave it to us for dirt cheap. But yeah, I hope that answers it, but I wouldn't that's why too, pay attention to some of these factors with the company, all the fundamental, every aspect of it, but be aware of it. But I'm not making my decision on just one thing. Long story short, their debt isn't good, but that's, I'm looking at the whole composite picture of everything related to that company, and that's it. But good observation. And yeah, look more into the Kenvue buyout, though. That shit was massive. Or NATO Rut. When's Trump? I don't know if Trump is going to go on and give him a speech. We haven't done anything, yeah. Literally nothing in the first 30 minutes. I mean, again, we were down. Be careful, though. Like I'm saying, I want to see if they just turn off any of these programs. This little IGV. Look at IGV's basing out. Chip stopped going up. It was a weird one. It was a very weird cash open move. Kind of surprising, but at the same time, just, this rotation could still flip-flop. We're at 0.8, and then, the market was down 1% pre-market. So we got a half a point of range at minimum, I would say. Kroger, Pfizer, HP. Value's starting to wake up. Again, all of these are still red, but Staples might go green. There's Pfizer on the high. Pfizer's waking up. Kroger. Now more Broadcom and chips. Again, overall index not budging. Yeah, Pang had earnings too. They had a nice little guide up. Oh, sorry, bad. Elijah Lilly. Yeah, I think drugs are going up. Those are doing better. Actually, no. Weird. It's XLV, but XLV is still red. China's undervalued, but also just doing bad. I think China is properly valued. It's the best way to put it. China is it's like they're cheap, but they're also doing really bad, and they won't. There was many signs of life for them to come back, but every time there's like a spark, dude, that spark just gets snuffed out so fast. And again, I mean, shout out to communism. That'll do it. but it literally Xi Jinping every single time. But yeah, I would say China is fairly valued. China just brings up the Ben Graham paradox, where it's just like kind of your the names that are valued at low valuations, or they're trading there for a reason. So it's like we want names with good low valuations, but sometimes those are the names not growing, and that's pretty much like China. It's cheap. There's a lot of cheap plays. Again, we're still up on a lot of our China plays, so please don't misinterpret this as go buy the dip on China. But the whole idea is that even though it's low, it's came down a lot, it's not moving up a lot, that's just tracking with their story. Just China has been slowly growing less. Every little chance to rebound, it's very short-lived, and then it falls again. But they have hope in AI. I think they are really well ahead in AI, or I think we don't give them as much credit. But yeah, until that shows up in a new economy where Xi Jinping doesn't stop it, and then you actually get growth, you get a deflation, real estate recovery for their people, then we could then if all of the good things were happening underneath the surface, I would say this price is amazing. But till then, it's just, I think, very fairly priced. You get what you pay for in that sense. Don't buy China, no CCP world will be better. I feel, but you give it to me cheap enough, I'm buying that shit. Hey, man. Hey, man. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. What's better than Xi Jinping? What's better than China? What's better than Alibaba? Ali Bradley. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Prince Ali, Alia Peach, Alia Bradley. Strongest 10 regular yen equal as Peach. He'll come every day. He'll be consistency, say. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know the whole song. Prince Ali, Bradley, Bob, wah. Strong. I'm Bradley Frizzle. Oh my. Have we ever called him Prince Bradley, Ali Bradley, Alia Peachwa? Oh my gosh. Bradley, good morning. Thank you, my friend. Peach Nation. How can you not be hyped? How can you not? How can you not be inspired? I don't get it. Okay, biotechs now. Again, GSK, Intel. We shall tell our kids of the consistency. They will know. They'll know the lore. They'll know the legend. Yeah, make sure your child is versed in Chattadonian history. It's good. They might need it one day. They might need it one day. Xi Jinping. It's a good name. Bradley was a Chinese dictator. He would be Xi Jinping. Again, Dexcom, another biotech. So you got a couple of healthcare biotechs. I think chips are going to come down now, but IGV still at the low. You're trying to get Staples might even go back to green. Dow is still down 1%, but then again, Microsoft and a couple of others are on the Dow. So that could be it. And then SPY down 0.6, equal weight smashed as well. Again, just a down day. You're affected by more of the war stuff, and then that got in the way of what you should have rotated to. And then now you might get the weakness into what caught the rotation. But yeah, overall, kind of uneventful to the downside. I mean, just remember though, the last 48 hours, we started Monday, no headline, you just ripped. Yesterday, we kind of went down, meandered, no real headline. And now today, it actually correlates with something war-wise. But, I mean, it's been a month, 2 weeks at least, since you reacted to any of these. But, yeah, you're right back at open. I mean, we've spent about 30, 45 minutes here to go nowhere. Alia Bradley. Strongest 10 regular yen equal as D. Speaking of the yen, let's check our tilt. Tilt is ugly. Dollar, kind of ugly. Yo, Bitcoin's going up. Bitcoin's down 2.7, but hitting the high. So again, this is part of it. So this was the other part. It's funny because like momentum got a little bit of a bid, but yeah, this is what everyone's been talking about now. So if you guys don't know, in the last 5 days, momentum, the momentum index, there's like a basket of momentum stocks. They have fell over 27% in 5 days. So this should sound familiar because what's pretty much happened this last like 5 days and even 7 days going back to the beginning of the month or end of pretty much from like June, that last day of June till now. The sad part is that this has been the biggest momentum unwind in this short of a time frame since COVID. So when Myrna released that shit in November 2020 and that sparked that rotation, we were just talking about this. That's why we were saying, you know, see how some of the war stuff and all of that could play out. But yeah, literally, that's what's been happening with these momentum stocks. So literally, the volatility of momentum is as high as 2020, but then the SPY volatility just hasn't even budged. And then to give you an idea, this is like the third or fourth worst momentum sell-off in history. Again, if you took all of them, they last about 45 days at the longest, and the biggest decline was 60%. But yeah, we're already at like 27-ish, 30 so far, which is crazy. But that's why. And then I think the confusing part about all of this is that you're not it just depends how you played it. Because like I'm saying, we were playing some momentum ones, but there's like small cap momentum, the energy, but then you go look, we just saw cyber and other names go high. So, but that's a very weird dynamic, and what we've just gone through and that stop and go and the decline, I mean, it has been absolutely historic, and you could throw that on the list of competing, pushing and pulling and dislocations. Met, StubHub, Lyft. So again, oil's coming up, gold and silver. I think everything that's declining is declining. AKA, I don't even think there's any good industry right now on the high ticker. And like I'm saying, I think you're just getting if you start to get the chips to unwind after that little cash open, nothing else supports it. I mean, yeah, you got a couple of value names holding. But let's see. Like they're holding in the sense, but they're like red. Like they're moving up, but they gap down. So it's one of those types of days. Dow Jones, oof, ugly. That's why. 24 in the red, 6 in the green. I think every other day since last week, you haven't had more names down on the Dow like that. But yeah, you only have 6 names green on the Dow. NASDAQ, 64 in the red, 39 in the green. And then SPY, 389 in the red, 114 in the green. And literally anything in the green, half of it is all energy. Has to be. Just to stay awake on the catwalk of life. So CBOE, if you watched yesterday's watch list, as I would say, you're getting to where it was priced in March. So that's what I'm saying. And that was the last guidance update that we saw. You're going to stay out the market. It feels sus. Well, I have bad news for you. It is probably going to feel like this for the next like 3 weeks until we get over all these earnings. That's what I'm saying. That's been the weird. You're going to get there until we find out this summer theme. Again, we talked about it. Sell summer. If it's going to be IWM, Mag 7 rotation, or if we're going to watch, you know, big correlation, either up or down. Today, you kind of, if chips go down, you'll see correlation down. And that could even tie into a sell-off or a rally. But at the end of the day, I get ready. You're going to deal with this a lot. Don't forget, We are still pre-earnings season as well, too. We're like just rolling into it, but yeah, that's why those like competing things I showed you earlier, that's like the tension. There is this weird push and pull tension. That's why momentum is already sold off. Now the momentum is a much cleaner positioning. There's a lot. I mean, but now also too, people are worried. Some people took bigger losses. You're really raising the stakes. You need to watch the Insta video about Wall Street scamming. I know. I'll play it. I'll play it today. I made another one because some people didn't get it. So, I mean, some people are really new and they don't understand what the bar means. So I made an animation. I didn't make it. The AI made it, but thank you, AI. AI is not real. So yeah, maybe it'll simplify it. But oil. Hot dog. Treasury issues Russia-related license 13R. And then Iran mayor says flights have continued. I don't know why oil's rocketing up there. AMT, one of you guys brought that up yesterday. AMT getting 2 quick candles. Kind of very odd. Actually, all of REITs are going up. Where the fuck is TLT? Yeah, I don't know. All of these REITs are they just took a little ramp. Kind of. It looks like a program, but hella random. Target on the high. Wasn't Target in the red? Or am I tripping? No, Target's green. Up by 4. Solid 4. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Feels like an overheated pullback. Well, that's the thing. The market, the indexes, they're not really, I don't think they've pulled back. But then momentum has legitimately made one of the biggest pullbacks in several years. So it's like some areas you do have that's where people are kind of weirded out right now, because Goldman and a lot of people were talking about this momentum chilling out into the summer. But they were talking about that 7 days ago, and what they expected would take like a month or two happened in a week. So now that's just the only problem, is like you could be like, okay, this was overheated, it calmed down, but then when do you ask yourself, is this like a healthy pullback, or is this selling off almost 30%? What is this saying something else? And that I don't have an answer to. I don't think anybody does. That's why I think the next couple days and weeks will reveal it. China. So, SPY, big candle. Zelensky, Trump meeting over Ukraine. But nah, something happened right there. So, like I'm saying, you just had Baba, rip, and then you got a little pop. Hold on. Could be a dud. That's unusual to long term with anyone. It's not unusual to see me by the long term side. Yeah, I don't see anything. Just watch. If you get one more pull, not like on the market, but if you could get one more asset class. But that was just China, SPY, and then oil, and then those little REITs. But I don't have a headline. You had the Zelensky one, but there's nothing of material. MERS in talks with U.S. Huh? About that one might be old. They had Tomahawk missiles, Germany. That discussions about Greenland will alter. Otherwise, I don't see anything. Let me see if I think they ended the NATO thing though earlier. Yeah, Broadcom. Was it Apple? I think they did a deal with Apple. What news feed do I use? All of them. I had to create my own because I got banned from Bloomberg. But then the chat is the chat. You're in the locked in chat. I'd pay attention to some of the guys in here too. They post some pretty wicked headlines. But yeah, I have my own news wire. Trump lifted sanctions on Syria. Met C, big volume a little wick, no movement. And then NVVE up 63. Now Cerberus, another China pop. Yeah, Trump on Syria has become very stable. Release sanctions from the country. Where is this dude, bro? That's the old one. I don't know if this one's the live one.
وضع على السكة الصحيحة من التنمية والاقتصاد.
And as President Trump said, in a year and a half, we made an achievement in bringing the country together, unifying the country and put it back on track.
هذا بفضل الشعب القوي الشعب السوري اللي تكلم عنه فخامة الرئيس ترامب.
Of course, this is due to our strong people, the strong
Yeah,
Syrian
is this
people.
live?
that
I can't tell if it is. I see live Trump quotes on Syria, and then here is Giuliani.
Then the historic
mind you, this guy
decision
was
that
beheading
President Trump
Americans
has
10
taken
years ago.
by lifting the sanctions on Syria.
Don't ever let anybody tell you you can't change. I still don't know how I feel
As well
about
as
that, to
the
be
help
honest with you.
of friendly countries and the loving countries in the region, Turkey and other countries in our neighborhood.
الشعب السوري يشكر جميعا رئيس ترامب.
The entire Syrian people thanks President Trump.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rowdy, you have any questions?
Mr. President, are you going to remove Syria from the state sponsor of terrorism list?
I think I will, yeah.
Maybe.
I think I will.
As long as Giuliani,
Why wouldn't I?
as
He's
long
done a
as he
great job.
promises no more beheadings, I'll do it.
Maybe he would have brought that up in a little while. But that's a good question, yeah. Any problems with that? I think we should. Yeah, I will.
I think it is live.
Do you still want Syria
yeah,
to help
I'm
with
seeing
Hezbollah
that comment
in
just hit the
Lebanon?
They
wire.
could help, we'll find
Well,
out. I
state
think we're
sponsored.
making a lot of
Again,
progress.
China.
Mr.
They
President,
could help.
Mr. President,
Would do a very good job.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been critical of aspects of your relationship in the last couple of days with President Erdogan of Turkey. He said that Erdogan has imperial ambitions on neighboring countries, presumably including Syria.
Well, he hasn't been involved with Syria. If you think, he hasn't been involved with Israel at all. And he's left it alone. I wouldn't say he's a friend, because he's not a friend of, as you know, of Netanyahu, of Bibi. They don't get along, I think. But, for me, he's been great. Look, Turkey's been fantastic and a fantastic ally. They're also a NATO country. And Israel, no president's done as much for Israel as I have. Nobody even close. If you look at, just look at all the things with Jerusalem, all the different things that we've done. The Golan Heights, I did things. Nobody has ever done anything for Israel like me. And we made tremendous progress.
He
And
might say
we're,
something crazy right
we've made a
now.
lot of progress with
Because
Iran,
oil's
too.
taking another stick right
Wiped
now.
out their military, but they
And again,
should have
this
been
is
done
live.
47 years ago.
And if I could, do you think that that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be reelected? There's an election coming in Israel, or would you like to see new
I can
blood?
tell you this, he's been a great wartime president. We worked as a prime minister. So we worked with each other very closely, and we went through a very big thing. We did a big thing together, and in my opinion, he's been a great wartime prime minister. I don't know anything about his politics, I'm not sure.
don't know
I
his
would think he should be popular, because he did a very good job. We had and have a very good relationship. But he was a great wartime prime minister.
President
If you had other prime ministers, you know what? They wouldn't be in Israel right now. You know that? They wouldn't be. It would have been blown to pieces by Iran. If you had a weak prime minister, you wouldn't have. And if you had a different president, I guarantee there wouldn't be an Israel. Israel wouldn't exist today if you didn't have me as president.
President Trump, sir,
you said
new data from the Energy Information Administration revealed that U.S. crude oil production set a new record in the month of April under your leadership.
That's right.
Why is it important to keep hitting numbers like this at this moment in time? Why is it important that you were able to get this done and keep it on this trajectory?
Well, when we decided to do this, it's called the denuclearization of Iran. We have to do it. We have to have. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. And they admit they're never going to have it, but they behave badly, always behave badly. There's something wrong with them. But when we did this, we thought oil would go much higher, and it didn't go very high. And now it's coming way down, and you're going to see oil drop Very
Way
low.
down.
Now maybe we'll do some other things that could lift it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to lift it a lot at all. I think oil is coming down. There's tremendous amounts of oil. Scott, what would you say about that?
Yes, so record production under President Trump in his first term. Now in his second term, the U.S. is an energy superpower. It's why we weathered the conflict better than anyone else. And there, just this weekend, Bloomberg wrote that there is an oil glut out there. And we think that safe, secure American oil maybe even should trade at a premium to the rest of the world.
So we have, if you add it up, you take Saudi Arabia and take Russia, two big oil producers. We do more than twice as much. We do more than, so think of it, Saudi Arabia, Russia put together, we do more oil, and that's not including Venezuela. It's pretty amazing. And this all happened during my term. We started it at first term.
Don't get too jumpy.
Biden blew it because he had no idea what he was doing. But we are producing more oil right now than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined by almost double. Okay, any other
Mr.
questions?
President,
Yes, yes,
you,
Oh, I should go
you
pee.
said that dealing with the Iranians is a waste of time. How do you plan to get the nuclear material and nuclear
Crude
assurances
oil
that you want?
inventories
Well, we've
shot
already
up.
got the nuclear material because it's
2.9
so
million.
far
Estimate is
underground,
draw of
nobody's going to be able to
1.8.
get it except us.
But then
because we have the
Cushing
equipment
crude
that can
inventories
get it.
were
But
negative.
I call it the nuclear test. The nuclear
Gasoline
material
inventories down
is
1.9
so
versus
far
1.3.
down underneath a mountain, and now that's been determined that it would take massive machinery that we have that no other country has.
Mr.
can't
President,
get
so
it.
you have no plans to go in, boots on the ground?
Why would I go in now? I'd go in when they
Yeah,
completely
maybe we'll do
either
some things
eliminated
that could
or whatever
increase oil
happened.
price. That could have been that candle.
Mr.
Like I was saying, I was like,
Yes.
you might say
If you
something
cut out
stupid
trade
right
with
now. Why
Spain,
don't you?
does that mean that you're going to have to renegotiate a trade agreement with the EU?
With who?
With the EU, any past trade agreements you already have?
We're going to see what happens with the EU. You know, they've treated us very badly for years, and they took advantages. Look, we're very close to those countries, right? And to everybody in the EU. The problem is they took advantage of the United States for years. It's like him. They took advantage of Syria. He's bringing it back. And I'm bringing the United States back. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the biggest investment. 19.2 trillion is being invested right now in the United States. 3 trillion was the number, the record. Under Biden and under the past administration, they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have 19.2 trillion in 12 months. Think of that. We have the largest amount of money being invested in a country in history. Pretty amazing. 19.2 trillion with a T. So, and they're building factories all over the country. I think yesterday Toyota announced they're leaving Mexico. And they're coming, I'm not that Mexico's thrilled about it, but they're leaving Mexico and they're coming to the United States to build what will be, I believe, the largest automobile plant either in the world or at least in this country.
Mr.
Mr. President, on oil
Thank
prices
Quick
today.
domestic question. You announced on Truth Social a couple days ago that Walmart was cutting the price for ground beef by 15%. How big of a deal is that for American customers this summer?
So Walmart has agreed to cut their prices very substantially because things are going down. We're getting it down. We inherited very high prices. We inherited the highest prices in the history of our country, or 48 years to be exact, but I don't believe that. I think it's in history. So under Biden, they had tremendous inflation. Under the Democrats, we had tremendous inflation, record-setting inflation. And now inflation is way down. Everything is great. We have the prices are coming down, but we inherited, you know, they talk about they use different words to describe it. They had very high prices. The prices are coming down. And when the oil comes, you know, the oil is coming way down. The oil dropped by 50% in the last month. And when that comes down, it brings everything else down. No, it's affordability. And they came up with the word affordability. You know, like, I take over, I'm there for 1 day, and they say, affordability, affordability. I said, I've been here for one. Remember with the eggs, the first day or 2 days later, I have my first news, and they talked about eggs. They said the eggs have gone up 5 times. I've been in office for 1 day, And I said, well, we'll have to do something. In fact, they told me not to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt at the White House. I should use plastic. I said, we're not doing that. And by the time we came, that was a couple of months later, that happened, and we ordered thousands of eggs. And right now, eggs are way down. The prices are way down, and they're coming down further. So they made up a phony word that they used. They said affordability. They're the ones who caused the affordability prices. I did, but I brought it down, and the oil is coming down very big.
Mr. President, Brent crude is up slightly today on the
A little bit,
announcement
yeah, because
that.
we hit them. Anytime we hit them, it goes up a little bit, $2.
Is that what you mean? Is that what you meant when you said that we might see oil prices lift a little in
A
response
little
to?
bit, yeah, $2, very little. It's down from, let's say, $135 down to $69. It's dropping, and everything else drops. So as oil goes, so goes everything else. But anytime if we hit Iran, oil goes up a little bit. It's all right.
Mr. President, do you think
And
Israel?
we're de-nuking it. We're de-nuking Iran. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. All right, one more question.
Sir, do you think Israel should withdraw troops from southern Lebanon?
Well, I talked to Bibi about that. Yeah, I think they're going to. I think they
Iran
want to. I
press
don't think it's a
TV
question
citing
for me. I think it's a
informed
question they want
sources
to.
says Iran
And
will close
they're
Strait
getting
of
along with
Hormuz in
Lebanon. They're
event of any
signing
fresh
deals with
attacks.
Lebanon. First time ever. Marco, talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, we have an
coming out
agreement
now.
that, and it calls, that's the
I mean,
goal.
again, oil
at the
just
end.
ripped
Obviously,
off of his
Israel's
comments.
concerned
It
about
could
their
be some of
security.
that too.
But the president did a great job bringing those two countries together for the first time.
It's a big thing. First time in many years, right? So we have a deal with Israel and Lebanon. And yeah, they'll leave. And I think it's going to work out very well. But we're here for this because Syria has turned around as fast as I've ever seen. Well, actually, I turned the United States around very fast. I inherited from a man who was not smart, not a smart person. We inherited from a man where
Not a smart
they were
person.
running this country so badly with the open borders. I think there were 25 million people allowed into our country, and that includes 11,888 murderers, most of whom murdered more than one person, okay? We got most of them out.
This
or
could
we
be
have
off of
them in
that
jail.
Iran one.
And we've done a great job. Washington, D.C. now is considered one of the safest cities in the country. If he came to Washington, D.C. a year and a half ago, he'd fear for his life, even though he never feared for his life before, because it was very dangerous. But somehow,
I'm
his territory
telling you,
might have
the
been considered a little
terrorists,
more dangerous.
they couldn't
I
even make it
joke
on these
because, you know, he
streets.
comes from
It's a different
rough
world.
environment.
I'm
Would you
telling
say
you.
that's right, Tom Barrett? Huh? It's sort of funny to think. I don't think he'd be too concerned with Washington a year and a half. But we had a very, very unsafe Washington, D.C., and now it's one of the safest
He
cities in the
may
country.
know Iraq.
We put the military
He's never
in, we
been
brought
to
it-
Iraq, I'm
Washington
telling you.
went from being an
If
unsafe
JB,
to one of the
if Pritzker,
safest cities.
all he has to
and
do is
crime
call.
is down
If he
94%.
called me, they don't
We
want
don't
to
play
call.
games. And we removed over 5,000 career criminals, many of whom came in through the open borders of Joe Biden. We did the same thing with Memphis, Tennessee. We did the same thing with in Louisiana. You have to speak to the governor. Because New Orleans, the crime rate is down 78%,
Hey,
in a little while. And
locked
they
in
had
guys.
The best Mardi
love
Gras
you.
they've ever had. So,
But your
we're doing a
politics.
good job. And
Let,
he's
let
done
me
a
do
great
the
job
political
too.
comments.
And I thank you very much.
I don't want to see
Thank
that
you very
shit
much.
locked
Thank you,
in.
guys.
More than
Thank
welcome
you,
in the other
Russ.
chat.
Thank you. Thank
you.
you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good. I like playing Trump though. Honestly, it helps me weed out some of y'all in the locked in. Remember last time, Homo said, "I want a refund. I want a refund, Josh. Give me even though you told us not, give me. I want a refund locked in." So I've made it very clear, you guys. So please, don't say sorry. Just don't fucking do it, because I don't think. Yeah, that's not what you're here for, dog. If you go to the other chat, you could let everybody know your political opinion. I'm sure you could find someone to argue with, but if it says real time locked in, I would. I want stocks. I want stocks, my friend. I want stocks. You did not pay $50 a month to tell Josh that you don't like Trump. Which is, again, when you say it out loud, that kind of sounds weird, doesn't it? Because you're like, wait, doesn't Josh like Trump? Wait, didn't Josh vote for Trump? Wait, hasn't Josh told us both good and bad about Trump? Wait a minute. Why am I going to pay Josh to tell him that I don't like Trump? That's odd, you know? So, like I'm telling you, just put it in the other chat. I'm sure you'll find other people who will engage in a manner you may be looking for. But I want to engage with info. Like I'm telling you, that one right here, I don't know if you guys were listening. I was like, he's about to say something stupid. he said, maybe we'll do something that makes oil go up. But then again, the Iranians Press TV, they just put out a fresh threat saying that they will close the Hormuz if there's a new attack on Iran. Mm-hmm. Abbott. Someone said Abbott yesterday. Healthcare is trying to pick up. Same thing with IBB's going down, but like Pfizer, I think only the laggers on biotechs. And then energy, the Fed minutes has been priced in. Yes and no. So Fed minutes usually are not important, but for right now, this one is just going to be a little bit more important today. Why? Because Kevin Warsh is new, and then remember what Kevin did on this meeting. This is the minutes from Kevin's first meeting, but remember, homeboy absolutely gutted the statement. So the minutes might be variable. They could be volatile. We don't know. So I would argue the minutes, it's kind of impossible to price in because Kevin Warsh is so new, but there's just more attention on the Fed minutes today than at any other time. So if this was like Powell, remember the last couple minutes, no one really cared. I mean, it's been a while since the Fed minutes. The market has been more sensitive to what happens in the moment. We price things in very quickly and rapidly, so the Fed minutes are delayed. But like I'm telling you, since Kevin Warsh made really big changes last time, he's the new guy. He's the one we're looking for. That's the, this, whatever he says, if there's any sort of clues, we are, people are going to be hyper sensitive towards that today. But it's good info, and that's probably your macro highlight of the week when it's all said and done. So yeah, but it's still not it's not fresh. But what could be fresh is how the fresh Fed chair has interpreted it. Planet Gen B, that's energy. I'm thinking of Gen and 10B. I was like, no way Cyber is going to pop up right now. I think we got maybe towards the end of the day. You got to work through some of this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's all energy names. Like I said, the weird part about today is you have so many names down on the SPY. You only have like 100 names green on the SPY right now. But usually it's all energy, and usually when oil's up like this, you'll have like 200 names, 300 that are up just because you'll get rotation and energy. But right now, you only have energy. So look at the high ticker. Every single one of these is an energy company. Throw in a random Argentinian and a random healthcare company. But yeah, all like Eli, Pfizer, but the rest of them are all energy right now. SPY's only down by 0.69. We were down by 1 early in the morning. Russell down by 1. NASDAQ down 0.4. NASDAQ went green barely or break even at one point. And then Dow's down by 1.3. Dow is hideous. Like I'm saying, the other days, Dow's been going up because you've been getting the rotation. But these headlines this morning kind of, they rendered the rotation a little bit weaker. Again, Eli Lilly, 64 highs. That's going. Chips are holding up. Again, same thing with software to the downside. They're just all kind of keeping that pin. Again, low tickers picking up, almost maxed out. I mean, the latest thing was just Trump. And again, that you're down like 1 or half a point from that last Iranian threat. Again, Nike was moving. I put that up there. You have random names hitting the high and then just swarmed by a bunch of energy names. I know Pfizer, good. Pfizer's just been in that little dollar box, dude. After that bad biotech. Barrick Gold. I mean, gold's getting rocked. New low, 742. We're lower than yesterday, actually, which is kind of crazy. I mean, hence the gap down. But, yeah, we're getting into the low of Thursday. So you even had a little bit of a rally there. Oh yeah, like 741.50, and then if you break that, the 740s, and then some of those other levels. But I mean, you're practically unchanged for the last 5 days with momentum down 30. All of this gives you a bad feeling. Like I'm telling you guys, it's just there's a lot of tension in the market, but the word tension sounds negative. So like the word tension, I don't know what your connotation is to that word, but what this is in my mind is exactly how I feel right now with the market and everything, where it's like watching a video of like a rubber band stretching or like a rope. Like think about tension on a rope, right? That's why I keep telling you, like you have things pulling together. You have a bond's going left, the oil's going right, gold is going north, the dollar is going south. Whatever, you follow with me here. I don't think that was accurate. But like I'm trying to explain is that like the rope is pulling. That's the tension. Yeah, exactly. Tension goes both ways. I don't view tension as like, oh my gosh, I'm scared, I'm terrified. Oh, like tension, we have a problem. Like I have tension with my girlfriend, we're angry at each other. No, it's just like there's pressure. And I think it's very palatable. I think everybody could feel it, see it if you've spent a day or two here in any of the market. But that's why I'm saying it's like all these things being priced in. And yeah, we got to kind of move through it. And I think a lot of people are going to feel that way. So I wouldn't let don't let it turn into a negative bias, but your feelings, you're on the right track. Just I wouldn't confuse it with fear. I would there's just so many competing things right now, and there's a big pieces moving, and a couple of, a couple of stocks impact the SPY, and then the rest are all doing their own thing, and it's painting us a overall picture of what's going on. So yeah, that's why it's either the tension is either going to snap in some direction before the earnings or after. But then we have just a couple of different, again, whether it's the earnings, an external event, the data, who knows? And then on top of that, just meanwhile, if that takes long to get an answer, in the meantime, if you grow your ass out of it, then you're good. But yeah, it's this just not only how we've moved, how quick we move, where we're at in the cycle. All of this stuff is unprecedented. I mean, it's absolutely an insane market. So that's why I'm saying it's some of this is probably the growing pains and just how it's moving. But yeah, I wouldn't let the tension take you out. I would try to understand it, because then, like I even said in March, just look ahead for the next move and look ahead, because if you understand it, you could kind of be prepared whenever it does break in either direction and be good. And I don't know, do you guys remember me telling you that in March and April? I vividly remember reminding people this, because as everybody was getting caught up with what was right in front of them, I was telling you, I was like, dude, just don't forget, look ahead. The market's looking ahead. The market's looking ahead of the Hormuz. The market's looking ahead of oil. It's already looking ahead to summer. Now we're in summer. We're looking ahead to the end of the year. So just that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't understand the tension, but I wouldn't keep your eye on what's right in front of you. I would look ahead. You don't understand why the markets are going up. Well, you might be, you might understand the bearish side, but you may be underestimating the risk appetite and how it's playing out. And I don't know, it's the word compulsion. I think it's I'm looking for a word with C, but it's the consumption, not compulsion. The consumption is insane. And that may be hard to realize, but you probably understand the two other things. Like, you may not see why the markets will go up. You may not understand the risk appetite right now and the consumption. but I'm sure you understand you probably might be worried about inflation, right? Again, of whether it's inflation or a hawkish Fed. See, then this is the problem. We're pricing in three things all at the same time, where some people don't understand why the markets could go up, but I mean, trillions of dollars spent. You have the tax breaks, all the BBB in motion, mix in all these companies, all of the earnings from last quarter. There is a consumption and risk appetite that I can't even wrap my head around. Trillions of dollars, and we've never seen anything like it. That's why the market's going up, mixed in with the other BBB and all of that. So you got to either understand that, but then at the same time, I'm sure you could see why would the Fed raise rates? Well, yeah, because inflation, prices are high. Most people could see that. Again, what do you think is going to happen with inflation? A lot of people have ideas still even rooted on tariffs. You guys know that? You know what? I liked the comment. It was one of my favorite comments on my video yesterday. Because after everything I said, somebody was like, this guy obviously does not know about tariffs. I said, I guess. So yeah, some people still do think about that. Oh no, we're going down. Yeah, developments of 48 hours shows Iran won't back down from Hormuz. Press TV ready to fight for Hormuz. Iran's new strategy. After any strike, it will be fully closed. Iran will strike enemy targets at least twice the number hit. Iran will reopen the strait according to its own agreements as per Islamabad MOU. We are going to do it our way, but following our memorandum of understanding, obviously. But we'll do it our way, following the guideline. But if I will tell you, death and destruction. It is no longer eye for an eye, okay? It's eye for 3 eyes. If you strike my eye, I strike 3 of your eyes. I take all 3 of your eyes. Fuck you, man. What? Press TV? Mm-hmm. Debt to America. What did you say? Debt, not a death. Debt, big difference. You American. Oh. A Vanny? Is it really? No fucking way. I was getting a little mad. I mean, again, I've held this dead shit for like 2 years, but I mean, I still like the company. I like the whole idea. I thought they were going to be a buyout candidate with the hype, but remember after CLRO, I was surprised Vanny wasn't moving because CLRO is Vanny now. That's what I was telling. That's why I wanted to play CLRO 2 days ago, but then I was like, we already have exposure. But yeah, this technically is merging with Vanny. That's why. So either way, we'll take it though. That's the first day Vanny's went up. It's a summer sell-off. Well, like I'm saying, man, I really hope you guys have been watching, you know, those videos. The latest is for all of you. Again, I do think the watch list we've gotten pretty comprehensive for the locked in, but even for any of you guys on the not locked in, I would watch those videos because I'm telling you, man, that those 3 themes, if you truly understand summer sell-off, the rotation, or the correlation, I think you're going to be prepared. Because like I'm telling you, all we got to do is you got to be a little patient. But, you know, as long as we start whichever way we break, I think you'll be very prepared and be able to make a right move while everybody, you see how, again, there's tension. People are going to be prone to scrambling and panicking. And who knows, again, throw in a little war news, throw in God knows what other external. But, yeah, so it's I would get up to speed on those if I were you. Actually, here, I'm going to play this for you. Which one do you guys like more? Which one do you like more? Do you like the videos of me wearing a sock, giving you sock advice? Or does this help you understand it more? Because some people didn't understand the video yesterday. And I did want to encourage them because I'm telling you, one lady commented on it. She's like, I feel dumb. And I'm like, dude, I hope you guys realize Wall Street's a bunch of dumbasses. You guys know that, right? The only difference is they're overly confident. Like, motherfucker, you could have zero talent, and if you just have a bunch of confidence, we could get you started on Wall Street. I don't think you guys realize it. So, believe me, that's why, you know, my ghetto terminology, the way I speak, all the way down to how I execute it with a level of glaring, it's disgusting how simple I do it sometimes. Shout out to the long term. Oh, yeah, Nivda. Come on, big money, big money. Ice on the high. But yeah, what's up with that Nivda pop, bro? I'm grabbing a couple 1-centers just in case. It's a big candle on big volume, but we've seen a lot of these the last couple days, and they just won't follow through. That's why I take these 1-centers. $5, $10. Again, the one I didn't take on Meta hit yesterday. I threw one down. I don't know what that headline is, though. That was good enough on the volume, but not good enough on the percentage trigger. So, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. I really, I wouldn't underestimate how much you could understand. And I know there might be words and terminology, but I'm telling you, bro, it's a lot more intuitive than you think. And it's not so do not be discouraged. But, yeah, let me know. Let me know which one. So if you watch yesterday's video, it's the same exact video. I just changed the visual. But, yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom on this place. So let me know. Take a look at the screen.
Is about to scam a bunch of traders this earnings season. Why? Wall Street is about to scam a bunch of traders this earnings season. Why? Because this is expected to be another blowout set of earnings after an already record quarter, but the problem is that Wall Street has already front-ran these moves. The big earnings don't come out for a few more weeks, but earnings estimates for this quarter have already increased in real time by 3.4%. This may not seem like much, but to give you an idea of why we did so well last earnings, we bought a lot of the good names while the market was lowering earnings estimates in real time by 0.3%. Simply put, last earnings, before the blowout prints all came in, the bar across the whole entire market was low and was being lowered into the earnings. That's what I showed you right before those NVIDIA plays. But now for this quarter, the bar has been raised and is raising as we are coming into the prints. The weird part is that for this quarter, Q2, the 10-year average usually has Wall Street lowering earnings expectations by 2% at this point during the season, rather than raising them by 3%.
I made the NVIDIA free at 600%.
Another anomaly of this earnings season so far is a record amount of tech companies have issued positive guidance ahead of their earnings, and even a couple of industries have had negative pre-announcements. It is well above the 10-year average. The point of all of this is to keep you safe. Don't fall for plays with a very high bar. Go for the plays with a low bar. If a stock has already made a big move ahead of earnings, chances are that was the stock responding to its guidance being raised ahead of its earnings and has already made the move. Plays before and after the report may end up being better than playing the actual report. So I have a lot more of updated data on these earnings. If you guys want me to go over all of them.
So yeah, I don't look though. This is the part that made me understand it. When I rewatched it, bro. Look.
Bar across the whole entire market.
The low bar. That was last quarter. Do you see what I'm saying? This is all I'm talking about. I know it's kind of simple and then it's matched up with the day, but like, are you getting it?
And was being lowered into the earnings. That's what I showed you.
And then,
right
like, look, this is what's happening. You see how last quarter the bar was low, everybody smiling, walking under it. That's exactly what we did last quarter. The bar was fucking low, and we didn't even have to limbo. We walked full. I'm short too, but like we just walked right through it. The bar was low. Now this is this quarter.
Look at
you need a crane. There's a big weight. You see what I'm saying? The bar is very, very high
into the prints.
This quarter.
The weird part is that for this quarter, Q2,
and then what's weird because usually this quarter they're lowering it. So yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Just be mindful, but we could build a lot of plays around this idea. And I do think the waves of this next couple weeks, as these bars on some of the plays that have not had their bars raised or lowered, those are going to be the ones where we're going to get these little pockets. So, yeah, man, I hope it helps. I don't know. I didn't post that one. No, that one, dude, I was showing you guys yesterday. That didn't take any work to make. I made the other video. That one I did, you know, my other AI helps me with it. But once I have that video done, I just put that video into the AI, and it just took like an hour, but not like an hour of work, like an hour of processing time. Like I didn't do anything to make that video. The first video I had to, but the other one, yeah, the one I just showed you, it's just not there. It feels like a dense topic, but it's very simple. And that's the thing, you know, why I really want you guys to understand it, because some of you understand, and you'll understand if you don't now. But dude, Wall Street scams so hard on earnings. This is why people hate earnings. This is why people play earnings and say, I'm never playing earnings ever again. And then it's also just the fact of why we've seen many times good reports, stock goes down. You know what I'm saying? And it's like you get all of these things happening, and a lot of people are unaware of the move ahead of time, and how it's like, why is the stock up ahead of earnings? Because guidance was being raised. Most people are just unaware of that, and they're not understanding the embedded cost on some of these plays, and it's just easy money for Wall Street. But then if you're aware of it, you could get the easy margin, and you could turn that edge into your edge, essentially. So I'm saying, if you could just find these little things to avoid it, you'll be good to go. The strike, on some of the dailies, I just gave the price on that one. But that's why I said, man, locked in, if you're not advanced, it's just, I don't want to answer these questions, let alone, I don't want to waste your time or mine with it. Because most people here who are, they know when I say a 1 cent NVIDIA, they're opening up their chain, and they know exactly what I'm talking about. So especially if it's a daily, I don't want to expose people to like extremely risky ones. And even sometimes I won't post the strike. But if you can't read the context clues and you don't have that experience, this may not be for you. And I'd chill a little bit until you understand that. But I'm not looking to explain that for every single person. Why? Because the thousands of videos on the other channel and over the years. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If you kind of get the vibe with it, you should. There's people who understand exactly what I'm doing. But if you're not at that level yet, the only way I could train you is if you kind of get the experience of time. But yeah, there's just a lot of people. Yeah, the perplexity news was in the morning. I think yesterday actually. But there's the D-Wave in the video was today. Unless that was the pop there. Greenland Prime Minister. We are not for sale. Oh. Yeah, you have to be quick too. That's the reality. Because as well, even if you know what I'm playing, even if, like I'm saying, you have that experience, here, can I just show you guys what it's like on these day trades? Let me just show you a visual example of what all of these plays are like. This explains my whole day trading strategy.
What's up, gang? Today I've got something.
This is what you're doing, trying to trade daily options and snaking the chain how I do it. This is exactly what we are doing. Look at the screen right now. So look, that's me in the front car. Some of you might be in the Lambo, but do you see the problem? You see how I took that gap? That was the 1 cent. If you were right behind me, you might be able to fill through it. Otherwise, you got to take the left and then go around the other one. This is exactly what we're doing. We are swimming through the fucking chain, just like you're doing through traffic. But that's why I'm telling you, if you're a newbie and you're like, oh, I'm going to just follow the fucking beamer, you know what's going to happen? I'm going to hit the window, and then you're going to smash into everybody and cause a 20-car pileup. Ta-da! That's exactly what's happening. So that's why I'm saying, boom, I'm telling you, pocket, boom, 1 cent, 5 cent, don't go past this, and then you're hearing me go. I'm doing this all in seconds, right? And you're on real time. But that's why I'm telling you, if there's room to follow and it's safe, how do you know? I give you the fucking price, 1 cent. Again, that's why when I tell you don't pay more than 20, I'm telling you the fucking window. You got a little box. If you can't fit in at that price, you're going to crash. And then otherwise, you could take the info. If you're following behind, you need to find another gap so that we all don't get fucked up or you don't fuck up. Because like I'm saying, I could make it through that gap, but if you try to follow, but now you're paying 10 times the price, it's going to be a problem. So yeah, that's what I was trying to, this is exactly what's going on when we do any of these short-term, especially a daily. That's exactly what is happening. Too fast, too Persian. Welcome, Strait of Hormuz. What? Novak says Russia bans diesel exports. Uh-oh, hot dog. They were talking about that a couple weeks ago. Just shitty timing. When you weren't good. I am good with analogies, yeah. But like I'm saying, though, I want you to understand this, you guys. That's why I hope the simplicity of an analogy gets you understanding so you get the right behavior. Because like I'm telling you guys, I want you guys to win. But I'm telling you, you're not going to win ignoring what I'm telling you. And that's what I'm saying with some of these short-term plays, though. We see it every day. A lot of people, that's why I'm telling you, man, there's Chads locked in. They've learned how to swim through this. They've watched me. They see the news. They're knowing how to stay safe, whether they're following me or going around and finding the other opportunities, which is possible. But like I'm telling you, you don't want people, like I'm saying, 1 cent, 5 cent. You don't want to squeeze through these opportunities and then the people coming in late. That's why a lot of you are in a delay. Think about what was happening. That's why the delay kind of helps you. So understand this, because too many people are seeing one person swim through a gap, but then 1,000 people are trying to do. It's not going to work. Everyone's going to crash. So like I'm telling you, just you got to learn this, be aware of it, and if that window closes, just hit the brakes, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like you're gonna. That's the other part of it. Like that's why sometimes if I have a play and I hit the wrong button, if I'm not fast enough, if it already went, I just say fuck it, I missed it. Because if I try to squeeze it through, we're gonna total the car. So yeah, man. I hope y'all feel me. You recommend for an Egyptian boy like you to use Schwab or in interactive brokers? Are you in America? If you're in America, use Schwab. I mean, if you need to trade foreign shit, IBKR does have that. They have pretty good access to almost every asset class. But I do think Schwab Fidelity is very, very good. I bought those NVIDIAs for $1 each, 1 cent, and then I made them free at 7 cents or 6 cents. So I got all my money back, and then I have a couple more. But yeah, that's the whole idea. Very small. Again, I went really small on that one. So not too bad. Open JCap short report. Chips ain't budge. Another deposit in the Oracle. I like it. It's so weird, though. Do you know what I've noticed with Oracle? I kind of don't like it. I don't know. You guys tell me. Maybe it's because of the time when we bought it. Like, we were fucking buying it right in the middle of AI fear. We didn't give a shit. But I feel like more people are bullish about Oracle's low right here than they were about the Oracle low a couple months ago in April. Do you get that same vibe? Like, when I was buying Oracle, and people were not down, a lot of the Oracle bulls were not there. But like now on this decline, the amount of people I've been seeing hyping up Oracle, kind of crazy. So I like it regardless. I mean, I'm locked in on this for 10 years. And I've gave you a full 45-minute video giving you a both accurate model, adjusted model, telling you why what we understand about this company and what we like about it. But yeah, it's kind of surprising to me because, like I'm saying, when we were buying it at first, people were like, why would you buy that? The credit default swap, yibbity yabbity boo. But now, same exact situation. Stock just went up $100 and came back down $100. But now a lot more people are bullish on this on Oracle at the same exact price. Is it bad to put another deposit so soon? No, because it hasn't really been too soon. Why? Because I mean, we bought Oracle in March, dude. That was 4 months ago. You remember when everybody was like, "Will you buy something? Can I buy it? Can I buy it?" And I was like, "Dude, I haven't made a play since March." So yeah, it's been a quarter. So if you're telling me, you waited a quarter and a month, and if it is down and you could average, if it's still, as long as you're not. My problem with Oracle is I want to buy more, but I just don't. Again, I bought Microsoft and into it. So I want to make sure I don't get too much growth, even though I like Oracle. So that's just be careful on the sizing. But you've spent a quarter. So if you want to put one deposit after a quarter, I don't think that's too soon. But I do think the problem would be if you bought too much Oracle, right? If now you put that deposit down and now all of your purchases have been growth, you're not taking advantage of any value. Now Oracle is a 20% position, something like that. It's like, yeah, that's going to change how your portfolio and how we played it out. Because remember what happened with Oracle and Kimberly, that was a beautiful pair trade. I didn't intend for it to be a pair trade, but it worked out as a pair trade. That's why I liked it. Because if you guys don't remember what happened, we're down today, 1.7. No. But yeah, this is where I'm saying the sizing. And if you understand this, you'll understand what I'm talking about, and this is what you want, because we did it good. We did it very, very, very good. Praise God, because where is it? Oracle. So Oracle, I put in less than a deposit, right? That's small. But at one point when Oracle was up, I was up like 800 or $1,000 on it, I think, right? So we had $1,000 on a $2,000 position. Wow, that was great. And then you know what happened at the same time? When Oracle was up, Kimberly was down 10%. So we were down like $900 on Kimberly. But guess what? Kimberly was worth $8,000. Kimberly was 4 times the size of Oracle. But Oracle moves practically 4 times as much as Kimberly. Ta-da! But you see what I'm saying? That balance was perfect. That's why when Kimberly sold off, it sucked in the beginning of this year. But then you had Oracle at such a small portion. Again, we had $2,000 made up the loss of $8,000. And you see what I'm saying? And then guess what happened? Oracle comes down. Now I'm down $100 on Oracle. $100. But then we got now $1,200 back from Kimberly. Because now I got to add more Kimberly. We added a little bit more growth, but do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like that side, but now if I put too much Oracle, that could change. That's what I'm worried. I don't want to add too much Oracle, because essentially now if Oracle starts outpacing the value, that's going to change how this played out. But for now, the last 6 months, the way we've been pricing and buying Kimberly Oracle, it's been perfect. Because if Oracle's down, Kimberly is giving us way more money. And then vice versa. If Kimberly drops just a little bit, and even if it's down a manageable time or getting the dividend, Oracle's just going to rip 20, 30, 40, 50%. So, ta-da! But that's where I'm saying I think you have good time when you last bought it. Just make sure it doesn't get too big. If you could do that and find a way to just not go, don't let your averages turn your portfolio into just concentrated in 1 or 2 names, and you'll be fine. Man, all you need is the long term. You have a long-term and trading account with Chase Bank. If you move them to Schwab, what would happen? I don't know through the banks, but it's, you know, again, like the bank brokerages are a little weird, but yeah, you will, you just won't be able to trade for a little bit, but then they just transfer your whole entire portfolio. I do have 2 covered calls on Intel, yes. We did that a couple of days ago. That's, I guess, was it a couple of days ago or was it like a week or 2 ago? But arguably some very, very good timing on that one, I would say. But yeah, Intel, I just did it. I did it literally right before the I didn't hit that high. We hit this high. So yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago. I think like 2 weeks ago, we sold the cover call, maybe 3 weeks ago. But yeah, that secured a lot. We sold it at the high, got a good amount, still have upside. And then, yeah, that helped increase our war chest here ahead of the earnings, or excuse me, ahead of the midterms. U.S. traffic deaths fell to the lowest rate in 12 years in the first 3 months of 2026. IBM in the earnings, the range is too big. I don't know. I think it's going to move depending on analysts. So actually, I could check. That's a good company to check on right now. Where is it? Ah, that's why you guys are fucked. So it might be able to. But yeah, look, IBM explains. If you watched the watch list yesterday, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Even then, if you understand the Instagram video, the one I just played for you, you'll also understand this one a little bit. Because this is from March. This is their March guidance. So, and this is what I was saying. Some people were talking shit yesterday. They're like, all this guy is saying is common sense. And I'm like, listen, brother, do you have access to this data? Because I know most people in the world do not have access to real-time analysts all around the world getting these updates in real time. That's what I'm saying. So I do hope you guys utilize this, and I wouldn't downplay it in the sense of even though I want you to simplify this and make it easy and all of that. I mean, just most people aren't looking at this, let alone even have the ability to. So, but look, this is IBM. So this is what you're saying. So look at from March, they lowered the guide and then it stayed the same, but this is updated today, July 8th. So look, IBM's running up. Why is it running up? They just raised the bottom end. So analysts, they guided it down after March. You got that discount. Now we've gotten it. 3 months of nobody raising the bar, but now the low end of the bar is going higher. So it'll keep running until that stops. But like I'm saying, if that bar gets too high into earnings, that's it. But take a look. As that's been raised, that could explain the reason why it's kind of made this aggressive move here. On SPY going lower, the 1%. NVIDIA came down. The Fed meeting, is that part of the lotto? No, I got that lotto just because, like I said, oil was moving, and I just had the inkling that Trump was going to say something dumb, and he kind of did. And then just with kind of how we've been moving on those other sweet spots as of late. But yeah, it's a lotto. That's why I kept it small. I wouldn't. The minutes might be able to benefit from it, but I'm not. That's just a tailwind. I'm not viewing it as a primary decision maker for that. That's not why I made that play. Those are up like 40-50% though. So if you want to, I should probably put out an alert because those lagged for a little. They hit immediately and then they chilled out. But now that new low. But yeah, make them free or push that shit. Yeah, oil is climbing. It's unfortunate. Like I said, I don't really care about the war stuff. It just sucks. Again, war headlines killed staples. That's what happened. 3 real war headlines, but yeah, that got in the way of some of those rotos. Ulta, AON. They get calls now on what? Like I said, I mean, if you want to play anything with earnings, we're going to go in bursts as we get through it, but if it has a low bar, I like it. If it's a high bar with a low price, that's the other paradox I didn't really talk about in the video, but you got to understand the first part. But this part is pretty intuitive, you know, but that's the other part that I like. So I like the plays with the low bar, but it's essentially, if you could give me a play with a high bar into low price, oh, that's even better. Because now if you're telling me the company is expected to do very well and people are expecting more and more performance, but then the price of this stock is really low, that was like NVIDIA. That's the opportunity. That way you could get a front run and you have even more cushion for the actual like play itself. So yeah, that's the but those are few and far between. There's not too many plays out there right now that have high guidance and low price. But those are the ones I would like as well. Besides, just give me low guidance, low price. Even I mean, it's shit. If it's high price, low guidance, that could also work as well too. Is that the CNC? No. We talked about CNC, but that wasn't it. You're in the neighborhood, but it is not what we said. I'll tell you there's one name out there with high guidance and low price. I'll tell you guys it when it comes down again, because it goes down a lot, but then the last couple days it's been ripping. So at least I'll tell you about it when it comes down. Bro, those dailies, they just hit 100%, then 50%, and then back to break even. That's what I was saying. That's why I was like, I should put out that alert when they went green. Because they were green here too. I thought they would hold a little better, but yeah. ELTX, CRM. I don't know. Let's take a look at CRM. I think CRM's guidance got lowered. Maybe as of late. No, yeah, theirs has been the same. They kind of, but didn't they report? They reported later. But yeah, they're similar. See, their guidance, this one's high guidance, low price. But the range is very, very wide. So again, this was March, then they had earnings, they raised the low end, high end stayed the same, but then yeah, CRM's price. Actually, I don't even think the price though. Where were you in March? You're actually in the same, you're literally in the same range. But yeah, this one, technically higher guidance, lower price, but it is in this similar range of where it was in March. No, KBR was related to the government contracts and how it's holding up, but you might get an earnings tailwind. Yeah, July 30th. An Abivi. AMD is dumping, and Intel. And NVIDIA gave up that little pop. I mean, dude, we haven't even had any Mag 7 effect today. They've been mollywopped, but they're like not even budging intraday. Yeah, you're taking another round of Those little tech rotations. Yeah, so look, chips are negative now. So like I was saying, chips 3.5. Like we said, watch if that gives it up. But now you also have everything selling off, sadly. You have Dow down 1.5, SPY back to 1%, Russell down 1.6, NASDAQ down 1.1. But yeah, you don't have even literally staples are green now. That's it. But yeah, financials. Let me get you a checkup again. Energy and industrials, communications, and then random tech. Random electronics are in the green right now. But it's just energy. Energy, industrials, communications. Dow 5 green, 25 red. NASDAQ 35 green, 65 red. SPY 100 red, 400 in the red, 100 in the green. SPY new low. Dude, they are... All right, well, you're back up to 50% on that one put, but they're fucking hoeing you, dude. So you got 50% back on the bid. It just went negative. So, yeah, these little pops and locks are going to get aggressive. Yeah, yen is getting clapped. Nike got hacked. Zelensky after Trump. We discussed ideas to bring peace closer. No issues with fuel supply for farm work, says Putin. I don't know what this guy's saying, man. It's not, I mean, it's still kind of slow, dude. We did 0.5% in like about 2 hours. So remember, this is where you were pre-market. Like we said, 740 was going to be like a baby level. And then it's like, what? Is it 739? It's 739.50. BD, Putin, no problem for agriculture. I didn't know they're trading oil for farm work. I'll give you guys oil for farm work. Anybody down? The VIX is on the high too, so low ticker is fully maxed out. I mean, we're either gonna start, and again, it's Euro close in 3 minutes, you guys. So yeah, we're either gonna fucking dump the Euro close or you're about to bottom out on the day. So again, you've seen that before. Okay, I made this SPY daily free at 100%. I would do whatever the fuck you want. I did my job. You ripped them, let them go. Not bad. I mean, they didn't go too crazy on them. And then they didn't, like I said, those are really sketchy in the beginning. Because we caught the first move very well, but then they fucking knocked that shit out real quick. That literally, the last 10 minutes gave us all the money, which is crazy. ACH, damn, they're down 4? Habibi. Who's the other one? Ice. Oh, yeah, we get that on Friday. SK Hynix. That's the other part too, dude. There's the supply is getting kind of crazy. I know we keep seeing supply show up and then we're like, it's not that bad, but yeah, I don't like it. I think there's a weird I think the supply build from bonds to equities, even though there's a bunch of money floating around, yeah, just the supply is not stopping. Again, that's part of what Friday is. That's even this week. We have another major multi-billion, $20 billion IPO. Again, you're having $50 billion of bond auctions every 2 weeks on every tenure. Like, dude, there's, again, you're getting a mega cap scaler offering the record bond auction. every other month, every other week. So it's like, yeah, all of these, it's kind of concerning. Like I know we've done well with it and we've avoided, like market's still chugging along, but I don't know. I think the supply is just, that adds to the tension that I've been talking about here, where it's just like the supply is still, it is getting absorbed, but it's increasing a lot. So yeah, that's the other part of this fun summer that we're into. Okay, VIX on the high, SPY's not at the low. Like I'm telling you, either flush or bottom out here for Euro close. You guys know the little VIX trick. I'm interested in Oracle right now. I just explained it. My only problem is I don't want to fuck up my balance with how we've gotten other things. But yeah, I do like Oracle. It's cheaper than where I bought it, I think. I think I'm down 5% on it now. I'm down 7. And then you guys look, I bought something. I didn't tell you though. I forgot. I bought something in the long term, you guys. I bought 4,000 shares of something. I didn't tell you. Zoom on the high. SPY on the low. Again, VIX. The VIX trick is usually if the SPY's not at the low and you see the VIX start to hit highs, you're either going to, it's either because fear is, you're either going to dump more, or if you're not at the low and the VIX hits a high, that's usually a bottom signal. And then it'll bounce. U.S. still deciding on what next round of strikes looks like. U.S. still deciding. Oh, hello. So yeah, I bought 4,000 of something in the long term. Yeah, I bought SWVXX. So yeah, this is just the Schwab money market. That's all. It's not a real stock. They make you have to buy it though. It's a mutual fund. It's so that I get my my 4% on my cash, or my 3.5. Because again, Schwab, they don't pay you. They only pay you 0.1 on cash. So now that I have so much cash, I'm like, you know what? I'll take an extra fucking $50, $100 or something. I'm down. That's like a third of a deposit. Pay me. But yeah, I had to tie it to the money market. Yeah, Fidelity, the cash just sits there. You get paid. But yeah, I put it in the Schwab money market. FTI. Yeah, it's like Bill. It actually pays out a little better and doesn't charge you as much. Because again, it's just through your brokerage. Schwab, it's their money market. And that's why I like Fidelity. Because Fidelity, you don't have to do anything, and then they pay you daily. So like with Fidelity, all this cash sitting here, that 14K, I don't need to put it into anything. But that's generating 3.5% a month just sitting there. So, but on Schwab, they'll only give you 0.1% unless you have to physically put it into a money market on Schwab. So again, my cash hasn't been high. So there was no point for me to do all that. But like I'm saying, give me how much do I get on 4,500? 4,500 times 3.5. I get $157 a year. That's half a deposit, dog. I'll take it. If I don't use that money for a whole year, I get half a deposit. Woo! But yeah. Is it better to do it on the first? Otherwise, you'll have to wait to sell it for the day you bought it on. Yes, you get less yield. It's what's the word? It's not retroactive. It's what's the word? There's the R word that we use it in real estate all the time. Fuck, how am I blanking on? I blanked on 2 words today. Prorated. Yeah, the R is the second. It's prorated. So essentially, yeah, it's better if you start on the first month, but it's compounding on the daily. So just like with Bill, you'll have to hold it till either that X amount or you'll just get less yield if you do it before. Yeah, EU close 4 minutes. I mean, you bounced at the low with the VIX. So like I was saying, VIX was going up while before we were hitting a low. We tapped the low and now we're going up, and now we have the euro close. Yeah, the Fidelity cash management is automatic. It's easy. But with Schwab, their cash management's terrible. You have to physically put it into one of their money markets for them to pay you. Otherwise, you only get 0.1%. So that's the difference. Again, and I'm not going to hold this cash for a year, but we're talking the difference between $150 of yield in a year versus making $6 in a year. And that's what Schwab is doing to all of you. So if you ever wondered how some people make money, at least for Schwab, this is how they get everybody. Because now, for all the people who just have a bunch of cash in their Schwab and it's not making any yield, Schwab is paying them $6, and then Schwab is taking their cash, and then they're depositing it into a money market. Then Schwab is getting the $150. So Schwab is getting $157 a year. They'll pay you $6, and then they keep the $150, essentially. So yeah, but that's why. I mean, the bigger the dollar amounts, the more incentive you have to attach that money to yield, especially if you don't have to do anything. Getting old sucks. Words get harder to find. You just call me old, bro? I thought it was because of my eclectic dialect and my vast choice of dialogue. I just try to use words there for no reason. That's when people try to use big words. Fuck you, Josh. You're getting old. I remember. What's your word? The Bible. That's the only word you need to remember. Amen. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Can he guess when he's gonna taco again? He already did. He said, that's what I said this morning. He does this all the time, but I mean, I'm not a fan of the whole taco thing. Because like I'm saying, I asked somebody earlier today, I'm like, dude, like all the people with we ran out of oil, it's going to 200, we're all going to die. Where has that logic got you? It has not produced good results. Same thing with the whole taco chicken thing. It's like, yeah, obviously that's part of the negotiation, but following that with a negative verbiage or a negative connotation is I don't think it's helping you. Because I'm saying though, this morning I said it. I said Trump already, the taco is embedded in everything he has done already. Even this morning, he's like, they're trash. We're going to attack them. The ceasefire is over. But then he instructs everybody to keep negotiating. Your taco is priced in from the fucking morning. Again, he's giving you the taco. That's what I'm saying, though. I view it as a negotiation. If you view it as kind of a negative connotation, taco, as if it's this business move with no real meaning, I don't think it's going to serve you well. Because like I'm saying, there's been a couple of ideas over the last couple months, and even somebody's asking me about the oil war stuff today. I'm like, dude, look at it, dude. It's not, following certain logics with this is just not. You tell me if it has served you right and has profit. If this way of thinking has profited you and you have been correct, by all means, ignore everything I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, you keep fucking doing you, bro. But yeah, otherwise it's like, if you haven't really figured out what the taco is supposed to give you, and you're viewing it more as like just shade rather than, what is actually going on and how this is going to lead ahead to what to look ahead to, I think it's going to perform very poorly. Because that's what I'm saying. I saw it happen. I saw a lot of people, every single one of these little pockets, just taco, whatever Trump thing. Oh, we ran out of oil. We're never this. And then meanwhile, just like that created 50 different opportunities in the meantime. So, like I'm telling you, I see what you're saying. Like I'm even adding to your taco, and I'm just telling you that taco was in the right off the bat this morning. But I would also encourage you to, like, this bullshit negotiation, the back and forth, the messaging, the action. I would encourage you to not view it in a, don't memify it or gamify it, because then you won't take it seriously, and then you'll actually miss the value. That was like that one video I showed you guys. So here, I might even play it, because I think that explains my point way better. Because that's the problem I have with the taco, is that I don't care about it, but I do think people have memified it, and it has led them to not do good with it. They have not been able to take the seriousness of the, like, it's funny because I'm cracking all these jokes about the war, but I've taken it seriously. You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to seriously look at action consequence, but not, oh, it's just a game, oh, it's just a taco, it's this, it's that. But because then it's like you're just going to stop there. You see what I'm saying? It stops the discovery, it stops the conversation, and then people think they know what it means, but like I'm telling you, when you go and look back, you'll start to notice a pattern with how Trump is, bark loud, don't bite, bark loud, don't bite, and then give him 1 strike, 2 strikes, you react. That's what just happened. It's like there's certain things going on, and although we've ended the war 1,000 times, it's contradicting, they're bullshitting, they're supposed to bullshit us. Like I'm telling you, just don't get lost in the sauce. Where is that video? I need to show you that memify video. The war's already over. Here, I have to give you a track while I find it. Might take me a... Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy, but we still ask why. Did you go to that high? Not once, but a couple times. Don't be shy, please don't lie. Actually, we don't even like you. Why? Howard escaped 9/11. Terrorists got their virgins in heaven, but there's still something I'm not getting. Howard, what the F did you go to that island?
You're an angry elf. That's bad for your health. You're an angry elf. You're not even stealth. You mad cause more oil on the highs. You're mad cause Khomeinei's on this buy. It's propaganda, we call that a lie. Do better in life, you just gotta try. Focus on your wealth, not chat. Angry elf, we don't like it that. We want the money, don't wanna have a spat. Get the angry elves out of the chat.
Great song. Okay, I found it. Dollar? Hot dog. Dollar's on the high. I don't like this one. I tell you many times. The only one bullying us is Trump. Listen, man, I'm trying to, like, one day you're going to realize everybody bullying us, dog. Why you think I say we got to take it? Fuck Wall Street. It's a decision. This ain't no, you know what I'm saying, bro? I'm choosing the direction. So are you. You could, everybody bullying you, dog. That's what I'm saying, bro. Just stop. It's not the, oh, man. I hope they feel me. But no, I need to show you this meme. My shit's not loading. Oh, I said the sent mail. Come on, where is it? You mad because you bought oil on the high. Remember that song? LNG now, natural gas. It's funny because we saw it yesterday, and then today you got more of the negative impact. But yeah, remember, if nat gas starts going crazy, that's been a signal. Airbus booked 887 aircrafts January to June, 822 net orders. See if Boeing reacts. Okay, low ticker. You had the post-Euro. It was like 5-10 minutes and the UVXY thing, but unfortunately, you may have to repeat that again. So just watch. Watch if we go near the low, and then watch what the VIX does. You might get a similar setup, but yeah, we're not out of the box just yet. Yeah, this was the video. Here, finally, it came through. But this is what I was talking about with the whole, like, just... I like understanding, clarity, critical thinking. And just like I'm saying with this, if you're very quick to memify what you like and don't like, it might hurt you. And like I'm saying, I'm not saying this like a boogeyman. You get what I'm telling y'all? I'm not saying like, oh, it's going to hurt you. Look, if you don't do that. I'm saying like legitimately, I need you to actually look back for the last 3 to 6 months. Some of you, maybe even the last 18 months. But especially with the war stuff, you got to ask yourself, has this thinking, has this approach, has it produced results for you? Has that way of thinking gotten you to the correct conclusion and correct outcome? And if it has not, that's why I'm telling you, it would benefit you more than not to be aware of that right here, right now, especially as we got 6 more months of this bullshit and you're getting, you know, the fucking turnstile of oil war Iran headlines. But I'm just saying, it's you're getting these contents, you're getting this information. You could read between the lines and get a decent amount of it, but on both sides, Republican, Democrat, if you're just too quick to meme it, you might get lost in the sauce. So here's a life on sabbatical. I'll let him explain it.
Or memes are funny. You think the White House TikTok is cringe. You think monitoring the situation is being informed. You're wrong. Welcome to the Ozempic economy, and it's colonizing your attention. French philosopher Guy Debord called it the spectacle. Life replaced by representations of life. People monitor the situation because they want to feel like they have a sense of control, that they're participating, but they're not. They're engaging with the spectacle. The US and Iran aren't just fighting a war. They're fighting over Twitter memes, they're fighting over AI-generated content, and engagement bait in general. Institutional governance is being replaced by the spectacle of entertainment content. Because you see, seriousness requires accountability. Accountability demands consequence. Memes require neither. There's an American media theorist named Neil Postman who warns that we are amusing ourselves to death. I love this term because social media really is transforming the serious discourse of society into reality TV. I mean, would you rather talk about serious issues like oil price hikes, inflation, fertilizer shortages? Or would you rather share the banger memes the White House is grinding out? And that's a deliberate strategy, by the way. Because when you can't govern, entertain. The Ozempic economy is going to keep selling you quick fixes. When they've colonized your attention, staying informed is not optimizing your AI agent so you can monitor the situation better, because that's just perpetuating the conversion of your attention to capital. And once again, the optimization might actually look more like subtraction. This concludes my 3.
So yeah, bro. That's why I was even telling you. It's like the info and having info is one thing, but yeah, y'all could have all the news wires in the world, but you may need less if you're not interpreting it. But what he said, consequence and seriousness. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm asking some of you, what was the consequence of some of these, views on how this all played out and on Trump and some of these things? Because if there's no accountability to the consequence of that thinking, then, I mean, I don't think about it. You're very loosely involved in it, and you're making big decisions off of it. But like I'm saying, there has to be some level of seriousness and accountability for some of these theories, info, and how it all played out. That's why I wouldn't shut up about what Wall Street did with tariffs, because I'm telling you, people memed it, people didn't take it seriously. It all became about, we don't like this guy. Again, the Wall Street does the same thing on the back end, and then they distract you with the other stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like, what was the consequence? What was the actual reality? None of that shit ever occurred. And it created a lot of consequences in other areas of the market and people's everyday life. So yeah, exactly, the spectacle. So, and that's why, man, I think as we enter AI, you guys, this isn't, look, I have all the info. I could get you all the info. You guys are going to be able to get info more and more. That's not the problem right now. Having all of the info and having it early is not it's not the same edge anymore. You guys know that, right? That's why I'm saying you better learn to secure it. You better learn what to do with this info, because if you have that, again, if you could subtract, take in vast amounts of info, and now get to the actual seriousness and accountability and know what drives consequences, that's what's going to give you a very big edge when a majority of the world now is pushing in a different direction. And like I'm telling you, I mean, everybody has access to info. It's, again, even from when I started. But like I'm telling you, it's interesting that why do you think we have so many lagging plays? There you go. I rest my case. Why? How come Ford could get into data centers and then a fucking 20,000% play doesn't happen for 48 hours later? Everybody had the info. Think about it. Everybody. All of these delayed things has nothing to do with your news license, nothing to do with your news wire. Fuck all that. You could have it. Doesn't matter. It's how, if you had to be able to think, interpret it, and go ahead and be willing to take certain risks, but it's about saying, oh, what is that info? Wait, what are they doing? Oh, wait, they're getting into a data center? You see what I'm saying? And it didn't spark until someone told you it was that exactly what I said. They're like, oh, it's a data center. That's big. You know, it's exactly what we're seeing kind of more and more of. So, yeah, that's why it just, understanding is what I've been focusing on. I've been saying that a lot there, but I mean, just quite simply, without getting too deep in how this conversation started, just seriousness and accountability and consequence. And that's why I'm saying certain things. I mean, I make a lot of jokes, dude. I crack a lot. I have a lot of fun. There's a lot of things I don't take seriously, but like I'm saying, it's like, why are we here in the market? What are we spending our time on? When it comes down to the real shit, and even the shit we joke about, I hope you don't get lost in the sauce of it all. And like I'm saying, I hope you don't get lost in the sauce of all these war memes, what Trump does, how people describe him, and then before you know it, you're talking about the spectacle, but everyone's just ignoring the fucking consequence and what the reality of what has actually happened. And then, like I'm saying, following that meme logic, the lack of accountability and seriousness, or only viewing this whole 3-month conflict as a weird Trump ego thing and ignoring these little pivot points and checkpoints of what's actually been going on. How has that performed? What was your consequence for doing that? It was negative. But that's why I'm saying you need to be able to have accountability towards that. And if not, I mean, it's going to be, you could have all the info in the world and it's not going to serve you the same way, let alone what the hell are we going to have to go through for the next 6 months? Because this is all still very recent. RXT, that rack space. More staples, but low ticker is still active. I haven't seen the VIX. Yeah, staples are your only one, I think. Again, industrials and energy. You had no Mag 7 love today. That's the other part. Because chips ended up fading, but not that bad. But yeah, if your Mag 7 was up, it'd be a lot better. The part that blows your mind is when they turn the news on and off. It's a trip. Yeah, mine is just history. But that's like, it makes sense though. History is boring, but I even said this with Jesus, because like, I think I'm just getting fucking old, dude. Because I am just as I encounter more people, and as I'm getting older, and then I'm encountering more and more people in this world, and like, I'm a fucking nerd. And I'm like, oh yeah, well this happened fucking 10 years ago, and then in the 70s, and the 40s, and then the you know what I'm saying? And like, more and more of these conversations, I am just encountering more and more people who they're just not simply aware of what has occurred in the past. Like, and I don't think it's their fault, but like I'm saying, it's just, it's way more people than last year, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You're just, because there's more people and there's more younger people, and then they grow up different. So like I was saying with the Bible, like we've already gone through so many generations at this point. It's like, dude, there's people who grow up, they've never heard the damn Moses story. They've never heard of Noah's Ark. Not because just no one showed it to them. Like, there's certain people who grew up even with a Bible. You've lived a certain life, but now there's just people, their parents didn't get raised like that, and now their parents' weren't raised like that. It's like you have just some things of the past, and certain things is just non-existent. Again, they just weren't exposed to it. So that's where I think that's the part that blows my mind. Because, my brother, there is truly nothing new under the sun. That's what trips me out on all of this. Every single part of it, there is some historical link, or it's like, you know, all these things aren't really that new. Again, I would say COVID. COVID was the thing that was like, we ain't seen shit like that for 100 years. But even then, right as that happened, I'm like, yo, you guys remember SARS in 2001? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but even then, there's still a historical example of health scares, market health scares, pandemics, all of that. So it's just like, there's truly, you truly can go back. And that's why I'm like, some of these things, and we're like, whoa. It's like, it's not as new as you think. And that's why I'm saying it's like, you got a little bit more, obviously things are going to be different. Things don't always play out exactly the same, but like, you have more of a sample size than you think, or you could get more evidence, not necessarily facts, but you could get way more evidence from the past. And just quite simply, a lot of people, certain things happen, are just more and more people are just unaware of what has occurred. And that's what ties in, again, at how the news is cycled, disseminated, your algorithms, attention spans, you name it. But it's true, that's the part that trips me out. Because like I'm telling you, tariffs, especially even if we kept it purely economical, there's so many economic fun facts that I've shared with you guys. And that's where little by little people like would attack me for them. But I'm like, dude, that's not even like my opinion. That's just like a fact of economics. And then I'm like, oh, you've never heard this. Oh, I got exposed to it when this was 30, 40 years old, but now it's another 20, 30 years old, and you're now getting exposed to it. So it's like there is just so much that it's already been there. Again, economics, monetary theory, Phillips curve, employment rates, fixed income, what happens to tariffs. All of these have historical examples. All of these, there's nothing you could do that's new. And that's what I was saying. When tariffs came around, it was insane that you legitimately got people with no experience to believe it, but then it didn't help that the people with a bunch of money on TV were also parroting the exact same thing. But it's just like, if you knew an inkling of the past, if you knew a small portion of past economic history, you would have understood tariffs are deflationary. This wouldn't have been a debate. It wouldn't, I'm just, because that's what's happened every single time. And those are great bets. All the time, take the all the time bets. But yeah, that's where it was, I think, one of the more glaring, shocking ones. But even as of now, like I'm telling you, there's people who don't even know what an Ayatollah is. You guys don't, you want to know what the fucked up part is about the Josh Atollah joke? You know that motherfucker's calling me Josh Atollah. I love it. I think it's hilarious, right? We understand it. It's funny. We have our own little culture, our inside joke throughout the war, right? It's funny. But guess what? There's motherfucking kids, they don't even know what the Ayatollah is. They don't even know what it means. There's people who are going to be exposed to Josh Atollah, and they're going to think the Josh Atollah and Ayatollah are similar. That's why I think it's really funny, but at the same time, that's terrifying. I have no idea. Again, when the 70s, that's why, again, I'm breaking out. I'm like, you guys remember Desert Storm? You remember what happened to oil on this? You remember what happened with the Russians? You remember what happened with Crimea? What about Russia, Ukraine? And what happened with oil? And then let's go back even more. What happened with the cargo wars? Did y'all know that fucking Saddam Hussein beat the Iranians? It's like all of these things, but like people have no idea. And it's not their fault. That's why I say I don't think I'm better than anyone. I don't think I'm worse. I don't think it's their fault. It's just like, I think it's priority. People don't give a shit. That's all. That's all it comes down to, is that why the fuck would we have all the info at our fingertips, but like, who gives a fuck? But like straight up, because sometimes I don't give a fuck. So I feel God blessed me with this ability as well too. I'm like, I feel you, because I'm like, dude, it's not, just I don't think people care. But it's just like, it's so crazy that's why things could happen. And if you don't know some of the past or the history, what are you weighing it against? That's why I think people freaked out in March, because they didn't know what to weigh it against. The old people, the young people, they're all weighing it against whatever, but they're ignoring history. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, the more you know about it or the more you care about it, I'm telling you, it's going to open up some doors for you. But it has created this very trippy interpretation complex of what we're talking about, where you could have all the info, but the interpretation and how to comprehend it and make it actionable, that is what people are missing. That is what they're going to miss out more of as we keep moving forward like this, because that's just how it is. They're not, you could have all the info in the world, but you're already watching the test run, bro. You're literally, like I'm telling you, you're watching these laggers, you're watching big obvious things that can be denied instantly with history, and a majority of the population will opt for whatever is being told to them rather than that. So yeah, it's going to keep going on. And no, I am not the Ayatollah. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't even know the background of it. But yeah, I am not. That is a joke, you guys. I am not the Ayatollah. Josh Atollah is a play on words. So, but I think you should commit loyalty to CRGC. You know what? Josh Atollah, very honorable though. I respect your loyalty. and it humbled me. It humbled me with your respect towards Josh Itola. I please allow me pleasure to pay back respect, brother. Okay, Josh Itola, we love the love, but we will strike our enemies with no mercy. Zero mercy. No mercy at all. Okay? So thank you, and no more psychological warfare. Thank you. AWS with WBD. 4 minutes old. What was the WBD headline yesterday? Being Middle Eastern helps you have knowledge about the history there. It does, but as far as this situation, I mean, it just helped me make funnier jokes. Because like I'm telling you, it's not about the Middle East. It's everywhere. So ancient Greeks, ancient Romans. Why do you think I read the damn Bible? Literally, all of it. Why? Philosophy, Aristotle, Socrates. Again, the Nietzsche's, the Trotskys of the world. Like, do you see what I'm saying? There's so much. Again, Bretton Woods, what happened with England and the England monetary system. Where did banking come from? The history of central banking. Again, Operation Twist. There's so many different things that it's like it's not only Middle East is one part of it, and that applies to recently. But like I'm telling you, there is an extensive history so deep of how we got here and how when things occur, there truly is nothing new under the sun. And the more you look back, the more you will see it. Secretary of War will strike Iran tonight if Trump requests it. I don't know, guys. Maybe he'll come out at night or in the morning and be like, oh, I decided not to. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're already aware of this. You have seen this before. Stop. Don't get caught up in the spectacle of it. Trump presser, is he live?
Seventh President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff. And you know, our team out here, well, they've all become stars. Superstars, actually. But we want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO summit. And you look at here in Turkey, and beautiful. I want to thank President. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful, and so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. Got a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see.
Why does it feel like you don't age?
Every one of them spoke
Go
for a
watch
while.
the Josh Scholes video,
and
you'll learn how to find 1000% options.
It's a big,
and then you'll hear me sounding like I didn't go through puberty.
But it's
or go watch my Bitcoin video from 2016, talking about
what we were
Bitcoin
doing
being
in
the
that
next
room,
big
'cause
thing
it
at
was,
$300. I sound like
very smart people.
I sound like I don't even have
and
balls.
they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They were all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated, their radar's gone. Everything's gone, their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the launchers, missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far, not even close, everybody admits it. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also. And
RPD,
an unprecedented
remember that's been going up. I don't know if it dropped today. I think it was down earlier. Yeah, that's a momentum still continuing.
Raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And
we're also
as a country,
the worst
they didn't respect us 2 years ago.
Football team in
NATO
the
laughed
world.
at us. Everybody
Looney
laughed at
Tunes,
us.
I'm telling you,
they don't
Looney
laugh
Tunes.
anymore. There's no more laughing.
They kicked the ground,
This
not
year
even
we
the ball.
invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering.
So again, that little that VIX bottom, it held.
We'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense.
I need to go to the bathroom.
And that's
follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%, and we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in a way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment, the Patriots and the Tomahawks, and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me, it's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and every one of the companies, all of the companies, Raytheon as an example, Boeing. So many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment
Trump,
works,
we wish we could make weapons faster so we could sell them fast.
For everybody, including ourselves.
I don't even, bro. I don't even. You guys think America want to use? I swear, all these wars we start are just trade shows.
Instead of waiting for
a
year or
I think
2
it's just
years,
like a product demonstration, so we could
a
just sell guns.
2-week wait, maybe a 1-week
ask Uncle.
wait.
Powell
That's what
put
I want.
2018.
And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States.
A bilateral hernia?
Largely.
The other day,
and
it's
it's
still in pain.
American
Be
made,
careful, dude.
Made in the USA, as
do
we
not
say.
cough and do not laugh.
Weapons, munitions,
and do not fart.
Supporting thousands of American jobs.
Those are the
This
worst
will
pains I've experienced.
We have
when
the
I had
highest
my
number of
hernia.
jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's
Boeing,
six
a
times
fab,
more
and
than we've
nearing
ever
deal to
had.
order
Think of
10
it, 6 times
787s.
more. And what did that were tariffs?
Boeing order.
Without
I don't know
the tariffs,
how, it's only 10.
I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them. The drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, China is a much higher tariff. It's 100% tariff.
China's
we don't want to
different.
lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them 1.5 to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it to you in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces, and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. but we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, you know, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out and I'm number one on TikTok and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected too, but you know, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago and I was number one, some ridiculous number. I never heard of numbers like that, but number one. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You know, you need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social these are communists that are running.
The radical left.
They don't want God.
They don't want you
They
to
don't want
know I'm
successful
number one on TikTok.
Things happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country.
They wanted to be number one on
I
TikTok,
think they're
but
sort of
I am.
crazy.
I know. I
As
said,
European
wow.
nations rebuild
Wow,
their
we didn't want
militaries, American
TikTok,
equipment
but now
will
I'm number one.
be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or Tomahawk missile or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies. And Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the most sophisticated drones in the world. And we're a real, I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry and base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. And the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times. And it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the
Oh, I was muted that whole fucking time? Damn. Well, Tyler made a cool comment. He said, not proud of it, man enough to say it. I find myself on the wrong end of the Trump talks. Biased opinion when I say he talks. That's a me problem. So yeah, I was saying, bro, you're a lot closer than you think. And I really respect that comment. And that's what I was trying to tell some of y'all, man. I would love to help you guys learn how to make this benefit you. I don't want this to be a gang fight. I think we should all work together. I don't think it should be an ideological, political gang fight every time. But that being said, I'm saying, like, when it comes to this, I don't think you should downplay what the president says, but I'll give you guys a trick. Because if listening to this does not get you a benefit, and, like, if sometimes, because he says aggressive shit, you know, and that could confuse you, this is what I want you to start doing, okay? Are you ready? This is going to help you a lot, but this is where you're going to need the maturity to balance it. Because what I'm going to say is going to sound crazy, and if you view it too, I hate Donald Trump, too immature, it's not going to help you. But if you find the balance on what I'm about to tell you, it's going to help you tremendously. Because I do this with a lot of the haters. I shared this trick with you guys. I shared this with the chat before. You know, I encounter a lot of people, and they say some crazy fucking shit all the time, right? And there's some people who are very motivated. But this is what helps me a lot. You know what I do? I imagine that I am talking to my nephew. AKA, I imagine I'm talking to a 5-year-old. And everything is so much easier to understand. You should do that when you hear Trump. I encourage you to listen to him like you're hearing a child speak. So like I'm saying, I don't mean this in disrespect. I mean this in a way where you're not betting too heavily on what is being said, or you're not getting too much of, because again, I've had conversations with my nephew, a 5-year-old, he said stuff, and I'm like, what? Let's talk about it. And we've talked, and we could actually have an enlightening conversation. And sometimes he'll be like, I'll kick you in the nuts. He said, you're an idiot. He'll say stuff. And then again, he'll be like, you're short. And then you have to you can't let that. I don't know if you've ever encountered the honesty of a child. But yeah, you can't get like, you're going to laugh. You're going to do a lot of things before getting like mad and emotional. Does that mean you're dealing with a child? Like, that's what I'm saying. That's why when some people go, that's why I'm like, are you okay today? Are you feeling okay? That's why I'll be like, oh yeah, you really think I'm this? That's why, just imagine you're talking to a child, bro. That's it. You imagine you're talking to a child. Yeah. My nephews call me short because this fucking 5-year-old is already like 3/4 of my height. It's such bullshit, dude. I'm telling you, bro, God made sure I was here. You guys know that, right? I should have been in the NBA. I should have. My whole ass family is all 6 foot. Their fucking offspring is tall. I think I'm adopted at this point. They told me I was, but then again, I'm like, I don't know. I got one ugly sister. I'm ugly. I'm like, fuck, I don't know. But nah, dog, they all tall as hell, dude. It's fucked up. My nephew is a 5-year-old. He's almost as tall as me. He's fucked up. I'm telling you, he's a big little fucker, dude. That's why I'm like, this is bullshit. But yeah, but then again, that's why I'm saying I'm not beefing with my nephew though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not beefing with this 5-year-old. Me and this 5-year-old, we're tight, bro. Again, he's kicked me in the nuts. He's offended me, but he could only offend me as far as a 5-year-old can offend me. And I encourage you to have that same mentality, especially if it's getting in your way. So, great comment though, bro. I fuck with you, dog. That's we need more people like you. If you could recognize that, you're gonna get to the bag sooner than not, bro. Because that's what I'm saying. That's the
Khomeini killed a lot of people.
You get it. You get it,
over
baby.
the years.
So I hope I
and
can
there
help.
for a long time. Don't forget what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for. They were the bully of the Middle East, so they're a much different country now.
Yeah,
in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point, but all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone, and they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too, because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one because they're scum. That's the way they act, and that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there. We did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war. And they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out.
I forgot to tell you.
But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your borders are, remember? She was a borders up, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months. 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country.
Okay,
but they had,
why didn't we
the worst
fucking put them
murderers.
on the
They had
U.S. men's
we had
national
people
soccer
allowed
team?
in our country.
Fucking waste of
They
an
walked in
opportunity.
To an
You hear
open
what you
border
just said?
policy.
We just got
And,
fucking blown out
all
because
I'm
Tim Ream doesn't
saying
know what a
is that you're
soccer
lucky
ball
we
is.
won this election.
And you
Yeah,
telling
please.
me we had players from Congo?
Go ahead.
We had players from all
Go.
over the world, and
Yes,
we
go.
didn't take one? I thought this was America.
Why don't you say your name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism, and now
Yeah.
you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got
When
free
I told
rent
you guys I wanted to start
for the rest
selling
of your life.
communism,
What they don't say is that
I was
you'll
like,
be
let me just
living in
become a
squalor
Democrat
in
and agree, bro.
12 months.
He's so
You've
right,
got
though.
the
It's the
free house.
easiest
Would
thing to
anybody
sell.
like to have a free house?
You
We'll
guys
take
wanna
it away
try it?
from somebody. We'll give it to you.
Who wants to come to the
You'll
farm
have
this
murders
weekend? I'm
all
going
over
to give
the
away a
place.
bunch of free
Communism's a
money.
disaster. It's been
Everybody,
proven
I'll
to be
pay
for
you.
Thousands of
If
years
you come
under
to the
different
farm
names,
this
but
weekend, I'm
same
going to give you
thing.
$1,000
It's
and free
very
food
important.
and
You
free
know, it's
lodging.
funny.
Who's down?
One of the reasons I do
If
well,
you stay
so
for
well
a
with
week,
Hispanic
we all refuse to
people,
pay our
I
taxes.
set a record.
Who's down?
Republicans. I get great numbers.
Look at that's just
for
my
the
first
election.
pitch.
Helped
I haven't
me
even
get
thought about
elected
it.
in a
I'm
landslide.
halfway in my
The
stretch right now.
Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialists or communists is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice. It's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. I mean, think of it. We have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes getting, I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, you know, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around,
See, look at some of you guys
is
are
in
right.
more danger.
You guys are like,
than it
nah,
was during
I wouldn't
World
go.
War One,
That
World
sounds
War
sus.
II.
I understand.
If you talk about September
everybody's a
11th,
good
if you
person.
talk about Pearl Harbor.
So if you're not a good
that was
person
big
and you don't
danger.
want to help and
I think
you don't
this is-
believe
I
in
think the
spreading
concept of
wealth
us
and
going
prosperity
communist-
to everybody,
'cause one thing that
I
happens when you go
understand why you're
communist,
not
you
a good
never come
person.
back.
You
Never
wouldn't
comes
want to
back.
show up
You
to our
die in
movement.
squalor. You
'Cause
die.
you're bad. Are you a
die
bigot?
a horrible death. You
So
die
you're
in
racist,
squalor.
too.
And it gets very evil.
See,
and
I'm
very
telling
nasty.
you, bro. Easy sell.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Easy sell. Comply with free shit, or I'll fucking shame you till eternity. I'm telling you, bro. And then if you put, go fucking 10x my following and give me a bunch of people who will agree with my liberal talking points, I'll get you communism in 12 months.
Sick people and being led by sick people. What
Or your
change
money
do
back
you
to
think
I
the
got to know.
elites.
So
Well, I got
I've
to
said
know
that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone. Level 2
you
is
hear
gone.
this, guys?
This is level 3.
You hear this
I
capitalist
think they
pig?
are more rational, but
He said
based on their
spreading
actions
the
over
wealth
the last week or
sounds
two,
sus.
they're
You
not,
hear that,
they're
you
not
guys?
doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MOU is over,
This is a
that
big
the
mistake.
ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we
The
on
world
cusp
is taking
of a
you at your
full-scale
word. Even though
return to
doing
normal?
so has
Well,
not
I'll tell you
yielded
what
any
happens
results over the last 6
We're
months.
never going to see Iran have
Except
a
for when
nuclear
you
weapon,
say buy the dip.
because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the strait, and it's going to drop. And I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election, but I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that does beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago, blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force. They're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. And we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. 1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is more important than anything we can talk about is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons. And we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions, too, with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today
You're listening
twice
to Trump
about
like
them
a
possibly
5-year-old, and it
assassinating
makes it
you,
easier.
possibly being successful.
I'm telling you.
Did that concern have
The
something
way
to
better
do
to
with
do
speak
that
about
than
it a lot
fighting with a
because,
bunch of random
you
people
know,
on the internet.
life of a president is very dangerous.
And you're like, fuck you, Josh.
It's 5.2%.
You didn't say anything, but...
You know what a race car driver is? 1/10
what?
of 1%.
All right.
A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number one. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm number one on. I like being number one on TikTok better, but I'm number one on the list for killing.
What the fuck?
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why?
I like number one TikTok.
Say what?
Why aren't you flying?
But
on the
apparently
Air
I
Force
killed
One?
the most.
It's flying to Europe to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people, and we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe.
So
to a
just
couple of
remember the
bases,
5-year-old,
actually, one
you
in
guys.
particular, but it's gonna
Before
go to
you
a couple of
respond,
bases,
I
so-
want you to just
so
think
the
if a
soldiers
5-year-old
can see
said
it, 'cause
that,
it's truly
what would you
magnificent.
say?
Yeah, please. Go ahead. You want to go?
And again, let me ask you this.
Okay, go ahead.
Does that sound like something a 5-year-old would say?
President Harici Media
I'm number one on TikTok.
Mr. President,
I like
it
being number
seems
one on TikTok.
that
I
the war
probably
with
kill more
Iran
people
may
though.
start again. What do you expect from your
I'd be like,
European
okay.
allies?
No, I don't think it's
I'd
gonna
laugh.
start again. I think it's going to go very.
I would
quickly.
crack up laughing if
They
a
hit
5-year-old
couple
said
of
that, and I
ships,
say, okay.
And so we hit them much harder. When they hit,
Where'd
we
you
hit
learn
10
that?
times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do.
Nuh-uh.
We may even,
I'm
somebody
not
asked
one.
before, do you think
I'm
you'll hit
one.
them
I'm
tonight?
two
I said,
number
we
one.
might. Yeah, we might.
3
But
number
when they
one.
hit, we hit. You know, it's what
I'm
they,
every
we
number
use,
one.
We use their language. We
okay.
speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly, and we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait. The boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil.
Spy and Apple.
And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not
Apple
looking.
leading
We're
the
not
way
looking
right
for
now.
long.
Their first
time.
Mag 7,
Okay.
bigger pop.
Go ahead, Red.
You said today that countries...
You're with who?
MS
Trump
Now.
not looking for
MS
long
Now.
term.
That's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them?
I think
MS
that's
Now.
old.
Can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed
Yeah,
by
he
it.
said
Go
a
ahead,
comment
let's
on
go.
Iran
When
not
do
looking
you-
for
when
it
do you
to
hear
be
this
long
question?
term.
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there
But I don't
for
think
the
that's
US
worth
in
that.
its war with Iran.
I
Should
think
those
it's
countries
Apple.
be attacked, will the US be there for
Yeah,
them?
we'll be
I'll
over
tell you
quickly.
what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but you know the Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need their help, but if we would have wanted their help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines, and I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah, green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
What a dumb
Eda
bitch.
Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey.
Doesn't even know the colors
Mr.
she's wearing.
President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and He was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan, and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just tell him, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelical, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane, and it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you, we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful, militarily, it's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind, but my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. He was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, not bad. Again, be over quickly. You are right back to where you started. And I was typing, I don't know, Cloud, are you here right now? Cloud, you sent me an email. I don't know if you're here right now. I could just respond to it because it is kind of a complex situation. I do have a couple of ideas for you, but yeah, I don't know if you're here right now. But other than that, thank you, Press. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, he's been very nice to China as of late. Remember, China, he should, though. Again, China hooked us up last month. Remember, right as we were getting into the peace deal in the meeting, just remember, China could have made all of this fucked up with Iran. Same thing with Russia. So I would honestly argue him being kind of nice to China. I mean, not nice to lower the tariffs, but nice enough to, not disrespect them because they take that really seriously. I think rightfully so, because China and Russia could have made this Iran situation so much more annoying. If you thought the Iran situation and all of this was annoying, just imagine if Russia and China was like publicly helping. What if not like sending weapons on the low, doing this and that, but like if they were like publicly supporting and tying themselves into this conflict, this would have been 10 times more of a nightmare because it just would have been annoying. You would have had more bigger, far-reaching effects. It would have got deep. The news is Trump made a comment. He said, I don't think the war will start again, and says we're not looking for a long term. It's going to be quick. You're here? Nice. So do you mind if I talk about it right now, or do you just want me to email? Because there's one idea that I have for you, but it's not, what's the word? It's not orthodox, and it's not necessarily it's high risk advice. I have a high risk set of advice you could do if all else fails. But yeah, that's why I'd want to make sure I'm talking to you rather than not, because yeah, it's not. It may actually make your situation a lot worse, or it could help speed this up if you're willing to take that risk. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Kodak, Trump privately urges pharma to onshore production. They're not in drugs, but remember Trump's buddy at Kodak started doing shit. That was like in 2020 and he got paid. But yeah, they do something with manufacturing. We've seen it happen a lot. And then shout out to Connie. Trump hasn't made up mind on F-35. Apple started that. The war will be quick. I think that headline started to go up with it. We could speak freely. Okay, good. So none of this is a recommendation. Like I said, risky advice. But pretty much it depends on what state you are in. So like if you're in California, this shit becomes so much easier. But in general, anything related to real estate and disability, if the disability is well documented, federal law supersedes everything. So if there's truly any sort of disability discrimination and your landlord's fucking with you, because of that, you could hold it against them. I don't even fuck with that shit. I'm telling you, it's too much liability. So if he's willing to do that, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, depending on the disability, you could, if you find, and then the next part is habitability. So whatever's causing your utility bill to skyrocket, if you could identify that it's a faulty equipment that affects habitability, unfortunately, you will have to somewhat prove this or be willing to beef with it. But that right there, the idea, and this is now where it gets risky. This is what I'm going to tell you, but I don't know if this is going to work or not. Because pretty much, talk to your attorney that you said that you were already in touch with. You got Netflix headline, curated videos from top media brands are now available at Netflix subscriptions. Are they doing like a TikTok feed? You got a Netflix headline again. NVIDIA, Apple, they're going SPY. Whole entire ticker is on max. Again, latest headline after Trump, NATO, talking about the war won't go on forever. Well, habitability definition is related to like water, heating, cooling, just the basic utilities, essentially. They all have to be in working order. That's federal law. Especially, and that's what I'm saying. If someone's, that's federal law on its own, and then if you have a disability, then that's even worse. If someone's truly violating it, though. But if he's playing by the rules and has not violated anything, unfortunately, you cannot. But this is what I was going to say. Talk to your attorney and ask your attorney what he thinks about this. Because what you should do is try to identify the equipment that is jacking up the price. Something's obviously wrong. Find the equipment, see what it would cost to fix the equipment, and then talk to the landlord, ask what your attorney says, and sadly, you're going to threaten him. And what you're going to do is pretty much let him know, I have identified the faulty equipment. It's necessary, if it's heating, air, something, water, something that's important causing this, and be like, again, I don't have electricity or whatever it may be, you say, I am going to withhold rent to pay for it. And then pretty much what you're essentially threatening is withholding rent, and then let him know, say, okay, then I'm going to fix it myself and you're going to have to evict me. Sadly. That's why I'm saying it's very high risk, because now if you have a disability and he's already willing to play this game, I mean, it sounds like you're a good tenant, though, because you're still paying. So at this point, you might want to just tell him, okay, well, I'm getting ready to fix and withhold rent. And then even after that, you are going to have to evict me, because now it just went from he may not get 3 to 6 months of rent, and then we'll have to do probably just as much work to defend the case as probably fix your problem. So, but like I'm saying, it's a very high risk, because if this guy is playing it to the T and there's nothing you could do about it, and then you say that and you're already on month to month, and this guy's like, okay, you want to withhold? Buy. And then boom, if he knows how to do it in a month and you're out in a month, now you're homeless in a month. So do you see why I'm telling you I really want you to understand what I'm telling you right now? Because you don't want to open that door unless it's like truly last opportunity. That's why I'm saying look into the habitability, look into the equipment, look into your federal disability laws, and then after all of that, you still need to identify the equipment that is causing this error, and then you need to open up the door to threatening of withholding rent, or that now you got to evict me. So, but that's sadly where I think where we're at with it. But like I'm telling you, this goes well, add a little pressure, could work out in your favor. This goes wrong, you're going to be homeless in 1 to 2 months. You see what I'm saying? And then especially if replacing the unit is going to be a difficulty, then that's gonna be a problem. So that's why I'm telling you, I truly hope you understand what I'm saying. That's why like some people want to threaten their landlords right away. I don't think that's a good move. Like I'm saying, just I would play the rules, play the game. Don't try to fight nobody. Don't try to cause unnecessary beef. You got to make sure you're playing to the T, make sure he is as well. And then after that, though, it's like if you really want to run that risk, you gotta, you're gonna have to be willing to understand to absorb the consequence. If it works, you get the problem fixed. If it doesn't, you are going to have to find a new unit. Because even then, even without the threatening or whatever, that is what I would tell you. It's bullshit. If your electricity bill and there's something faulty and it's costing you more than the rent and it's hurting you now, you just move. Even if it's, trust me, you'll find, and if you can't, even if you have bad credit, even if you're like, I can't find another place, I'm telling you, look and find mom and pop landlords like me. That's the thing. That's where a lot of people get me fucked up. They think that I'm like a big company. I have a lot of property. We are large, but it's me. It's my family. It's just who I am, right? It's not like we are not a corporation in that sense. Even though it's under corporations, it's not like I'm a conglomerate. That's why I don't even qualify any of the California expedited licenses. I don't qualify for none of them because I am not Gavin Newsom's friend and I don't make that much money compared to some of these other people really, really pushing billions and billions of dollars on real estate. So, like I'm telling you here, it's find the renters, the landlords like me, because even if your credit's not too high, I mean, if you could find somebody, it's not a corporation, you don't have to do their little weird application process, whatever it may be. They're going to be more willing as long as you meet certain requirements. Or again, you could at least find somebody more willing to. The credit problem's not an issue. I'm telling you, if you got good job, good history, and you have some background to show that, then you'll be good. The habitability, have the HVAC guy come out. And you just ask him if he could deem this inhabitable, or ask it. But yes, heating. So literally, if you have a unit that doesn't give you proper access to literally oxygen and like a comfortable, it's not like it has to be a comfortable temperature, but a livable temperature. You see what I'm saying? Habitability is not comfortability, right? You don't need to, there's no law saying you need a working AC, but you do need like proper ventilation and shit. You see what I'm saying? So if that guy, the expert, if he could do that for you, and if he could kind of confirm that and talk to the lawyer, and that's confirmed, boom, that's it. That's all you got to do. And then what you're going to say, the first course of action that you can do per the law is you could withhold the rent. So if your rent, let's say, is $1,000 a month, but then the unit, it's going to cost $2,000 to fix, and the landlord refuses to fix it, and it's related to habitability, what you could do is you say, I'm not going to pay you for 2 months. Because I spent that $2,000 for 2 months of rent, and I spent it to fix what you legally or had to fix, and you did not do it. So, and he can't get it back from you. So essentially, you take your rent, and instead of paying the landlord, you fix the property. So, and then boom, you still get to live in it, your problem's fixed, and then you go back to paying him, assuming there's no more issues. So that's the general idea of withholding rent. And that's why I'm saying if you start communicating that to him or let him know, worst comes to worst, this is a habitability issue, and either the house is going to get red tagged or he has to evict you, then that could add some other pressure. But I do hope this helps. And like I'm saying, though, both of you have to be playing according to the rules. Like I'm saying, if he's not doing anything wrong, unfortunately, if it truly is habitable, unfortunately, and this is kind of in the middle gray area, then you can't do anything. And that's what I'm saying. You're gonna risk some stuff. It could turn out bad. But then vice versa. If you're doing everything, if a landlord is truly not providing what he is legally entitled, what you are entitled to, then yeah, this is easy money or easy solution. What's up, ICAP? Jocelyn told us he's a conglomerate. It's funny. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. I receive all of my Netanyahu $7,000 checks. I route them through a S corp. It's called ICAP LLC or S corp. So yeah. So technically, I got you. I'm bringing you down with me, bro. All payments sent to ICAP LLC. So thank you, Benjamin. ICAP. Play for SpaceX is time. What if you fix it, then he evicts you? He can't. Because again, even if you fix it and then he tries to evict you, one, you could withhold the rent during the eviction. Now he's going to have to spend money. It's going to take time. And then when you go to court in front of the judge, and he's going to say, why are you evicting him? And you explain that you have a disability. He violated habitability laws. You withhold 2 months of rent to fix it. And then he punished you by evicting you afterwards, that landlord's getting fucked. If he's in California, they'll probably steal his house. Florida, I don't know how it plays out in Florida, to be honest. But that's why I'm on Cali laws. You guys got to realize that. That's why this game, I don't fuck with these. I play it. That's why I say I have to play it to the T. You don't ever play around with these stuff as a landlord in California. It's not worth it. That's why I'm telling you. If I have tenants, I keep them happy. I'm going to spend the same amount if I try to go to court. You're going to spend the same amount time if I go 3-6 months them not paying me because of this. It's easy to let's just keep this rolling, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know how Florida, but if that ever happened in Cali and you went, a judge would rip them. If a landlord tried to do that in California and it truly was the landlord's fault and then he tried to evict you after you did that, oh, he would get fucked. No, AC is a weird issue too, though. That's the problem. Because uninhabitable is literally food or sleep, food, shelter, protection of elements. So that's the thing. Like if you had a hole in your roof, they have to fix that, right? You're not protected from the elements, right? If you can't cook or there's a health problem, contaminates your food. Bloom Energy on the low. I put that up there. Big volume. That's a $10 sell-off, dude. That's about 3.5%. Bloom Energy. And then NB on the high. Hold on, you might have something. Neocore, yeah, this is energy, I think. Hold on, you got one energy down, one up. NB up, BE down. Oh, short report on Bloom. I don't feel like these short reports don't hit. Look at NB instead. So if they're not linked, then ignore it. But look at NB. That one's moving. What is this? This is like rare earths and energy, I think. Look at NB. State, China's rapid opaque nuclear buildup is a great concern of alloy in Nebraska. Scandium, neobium, and titanium. No energy. All materials. So this is all rare earths. ADEA. About Austin, Texas. I mean, I only know the federal laws. That's it. And then as long as you got to think about it. As long as I follow California laws, I'm good in every other state. You see what I'm saying? My standard is California law. So I'm on the strictest standard in America besides New York. Arguably more strict than New York. But yeah, it's like either way, as long as I follow I know federal law with all of the properties, and then as long as I'm operating under my California shit, every other state is not a problem. If anything, it just gets easier in any other state. If anything, I'm like, oh, well, no way, I'm protected in that. No way, I'm assuming I'm not. I assume everything is California, because then if that's the hard bar, everybody else is gonna fall under it, and it's manageable. So, but yeah, I don't know. All I know, but if I were you, I'd be familiar with that was part of the short report. So short BE and then long N, or short BE and then long NB. Mm-hmm. If I can't afford to pay the light bill, would that make the home inhabitable since I wouldn't be able to cook? That's something I would talk with your attorney with, but then it goes back to the equipment. So if you could prove that the equipment is so faulty, now you can't even eat in this place. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the weird part about your situation, is that it seems like you have these things in your favor, but like there's still a gap where you have to identify and prove it, and you have to at least show it and that's why I'm saying get the HVAC guy. You got to go through a couple of steps on here, see what the lawyer says, but yeah, it's not it just all depends. It depends on what is causing this, right? If it really is that the light bill is like $800, that's what he was telling me. That's why I was like, damn. And I see the issue. Pretty much Homeboy's utilities are costing more than the rent. And clearly there's something with both. It's either the utility company. My mind, it's most likely the fucked up equipment. Something's, broken. Because I had that. That was one of my dumb real estate bills the last month. I had one property. I had a $400 water bill, right? And on this property, I think I make $1,500 a month. So 30% of this property was I had to pay their water bill. Do you know why? Do you want to know what happened? The fucking toilet flapper. You know the little flapper in a toilet? I didn't know this. I didn't know those get fucked up. Yeah, dude, the little flapper had a small leak, so for a month, the fucking toilet bowl was just filling up, and that was $400 without anybody. I'm like, are you kidding me? Oh, this is bullshit. Yeah, So little fucking toilet flapper, but so like I'm saying, you have to find the cause. Like that's what I'm telling you. If your heater, whatever it may be, we need to find it, and if that cause is directly linked to habitability, confirm it with the lawyer. Good to go. But like I'm saying, I'm telling you, I have real estate experience. I got, my girl's a lawyer, but above all else, you do need to contact your own lawyer who knows the laws, your location, and your situation. Like I'm telling you, I could tell you what I think and what I'm doing, but unfortunately, this isn't real advice. You have to, you are going to have to follow up with this. And like I'm saying, if I were you, I'd ask your lawyer, but I'm just kind of giving you the principle of how this is going to play out and some of the ideas I would be thinking about here. But yeah. No, bro. Fucking toilet flapper, dude. $10 fix. $10 is stupid. But I didn't know that. I was like, are you kidding me? They didn't know. I was like, what are you guys doing? And then they were like, yeah, we think we have a leak. And then I send some guy out there, and he's like, nah, your toilet bowl's running 24 hours a day. 7 days a week for the last month and a half. We don't count water like you poors. Our water is free. So ICAP's Canadian. But let me ask you this, motherfucker. Have you ever had a fixed mortgage? Yeah, shut the fuck up. Okay, Canada? I don't want to hear it. This guy. He's like, oh, we don't pay for water. You've never had a fixed mortgage in your life. You have in your currency is called the loonie. You guys have a loonie dollar and no fixed rates on where you fucking live, and it changes with whatever Mark Carney feels like. That's amazing. Your neighbor tried to get a restraining order on you? Dug her own grave. Why? See, when you guys say some of this stuff, like, you guys got to realize, like, I'm your homie, and I'm on your side. But, like, kind of, though, I'm, like, not really on your side, because I'm like, why the fuck you got people filing restraining orders on you? What the fuck were you doing, bro? Here, let me put it this way. I've never had anybody file a restraining order on me. I've filed restraining orders on people. But then again, I like to think I've lived a slightly more insane life when it comes to that. But at the same time, I've never had anybody. I've never had anybody hit me with the fucking stay 300 feet away from me. What were you doing? What? How did you get to the point where your female neighbor? Because let me tell you this, I've filed a restraining order before. Do you know how much work it is? You either gotta pay a lawyer, or you gotta go to the damn courthouse. You gotta sit on the little computer. You gotta fill it out, send it in, get a court date, show up. I'm just telling you, bro. Like, that's why I'm like, wait a minute. What did you do? There's something you're not telling me. That's why I'm saying, bro, I'm your homie and all. But at the same time, there is a big portion of this story we are missing if somebody randomly has filed a restraining order against you. Yeah, unrelated, but kind of related. What about, are you allowed near schools by chance? I'm just making sure. No, I'm fucking with you, but yeah, that's crazy, bro. It's because you work on your car and it's loud? That's not what happened. You think that's what happened? You're like, bzz, 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 tick, 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 tick. You think this lady, she just walked out and she was like, that's too loud, I'm going to the courthouse. And then you think she got in her car and then just filed? No. Nope. That's not what happened. I think what you went bzz, 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 and she's like, can you keep it down? And you said, shut up, bitch. Bzz, bzz, bzz. And she's like, well, that's not nice. And you're like, well, it's my house, it's America. Bzz, bzz, bzz. And then you're like, ding, 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 ding. And then you kept doing, and then there was a fight somewhere. No, bro. You playing with me. Playing with me, dog. I know, bro. Apple turned into the leader, which is why I don't like this shit, though. I'm telling you, bro, the last 2 weeks, as we were pointing it out, that was a 20% drop. This is back up. And then even go look at NVIDIA on the daily. Do you realize how much of the market this is stabilizing us with $8 trillion just up and staying? It's actually insane. But yeah, that again, Apple started the first wave. There was her arguing points. No joke. The judge was like, he could do that. All right, man. We'll see. We'll let the judge decide. That's funny, bro. I hope it's good though. Yeah, I don't know. I just try to stay out of the beef. That's funny as fuck. Oh, her husband tried to fight my friend because he started. There you go. Thank you. I knew. Oh, yeah. We almost beat the shit out of her husband. I forgot. Okay, there could have been. Okay, there might have been a little bit of a potential physical altercation. Okay, there maybe was something a little bit more than the noise, but yeah, totally, it was not like a big deal. Yeah, well, be careful though. You know, so like, are you familiar with a spite fence? So there's laws against all of this shit. You know that too. The law is a fascinating thing, because the law happens because motherfuckers happened, right? Every law you have, every stoplight, every stop sign was because of a dumb motherfucker. I mean, AKA somebody made a mistake. But yeah, essentially there's spite fences. So people would build fences to spite their neighbors, but there's laws. So just be careful what you do next. Do not try to spite this lady. Okay? ANET, Microsoft takeover note. Netflix could be a potential buyer? That's crazy. Again, Netflix just had that one headline on other media content. Again, ANET's going up. Trump China. It could be, actually, yeah. Because they even tested a CXMT chip this morning, or they announced it, but that could be it. But I did notice on the move, that move with Trump kind of, you know, the war won't be long. Apple started leading well ahead of it, but that's kind of a good comment. I think you might be closer to that than not, but that one we just don't know, because some people, it would obviously be like, it would be bullish for Apple, bearish for other chip providers, but then it's like, are we going to let them do it? Like, why would we let him put China chips in iPhones? But then again, Apple is talking about only doing it for the China chips in China, or the China phones in China. And then Whirlpool, I had that up earlier, but I think we just fire all of these guys. But yeah, that made a nice move. Again, ANET, I think SAP is still down. No, that came out right now, this Disney Xbox. But I don't know if they would do good. Like, I don't know if, like, why, like, what is Netflix gonna do? What is Disney gonna do with Xbox? I hope not. I actually pray to God Disney does not buy Xbox. Because if that happens, all your guys are left with is PlayStation. If Disney bought Xbox, what do you think is gonna happen? Bro. That's going to be crazy. Disney's like, okay, Xbox, the only way to log in, please identify the 5 correct genders. Choose your character. Woman, woman, women, women. Ethnic women, ethnic women. Women, women. Weak cuck men. Terrible man. Dog, Xbox would go to shit, dude. I would be terrible, bro. Disney, you want to give Kathy Logan, whatever her name, you want to give her a video game system? Oh, hell nah. Netflix, I think, would be decent. They would throw in some woke shit, but Netflix would be down. They'd be like, Stranger Things, the game. Elon buy Xbox? I hope not, too. I bought the Xbox. It's like the home for your AI girlfriend. She can now live in the Xbox. It's like her house. Another way you build relationship with AI girlfriend. Oh, I love it. And now I sold it to SpaceX for $50 billion. Great investment. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I bought Xbox $2 billion, and I sold to SpaceX $20 billion. Shareholder value. Can you do that? Oh yeah, I did it twice. All right, man, this is fucking Elon. Elon's a fascinating guy. We need to go back to where you didn't have to go online to play our games. I loved online gaming, but I feel you. A lot of games, it's like the cloud though. What you're talking about is the cloud. That's actually really funny. Because literally, if you guys ever played video games, and you know how like sometimes if you're not connected to the internet, you can't like load up your shit? That's because it's all on the cloud. So think about SaaS, think about the software stuff the last 5-10 years. That's like, yeah, that's kind of how we got. Think about it. That wave was right in front of you. Shopify down detector. Whirlpool and Nvidia again. Again, those Nvidias haven't moved after that first 500-600. They're actually still up 300%. Woo! But yeah, they're not. It's not doing anything. Iran foreign minister, we don't answer vulgarity with vulgarity, but with action. Aragachi. Okay, Popper. Again, Apple, Nvidia. High ticker's been gassed for a minute now. Is it Philo time? Philo, can't you see? Sometimes the long term hypnotize me. I just love the 10%. This is why you save and hold for 10. Woo! Woo! You spent 20 years building games as a service. You hate where it is, regret being a part of it. So much greed destroyed that. No, dude. That's cool. If you really work in that industry, man, that's the dream, bro. You know that when I was like really young, I wanted to make video games and shit. I was just too dumb. And I can't, like, you know what I'm saying? But the stocks, I somehow figured that shit out. But yeah, it's, I'm telling you, bro. No, I think a lot of what's happened to the video game industry, sadly, it's like a lot of industries, well, you know, the degradation is because of a couple of people in higher positions. You know, there's Gamergate, bro. I'm a big gamer. I was back in the day, but the way things devolve. So I don't know, man. If you do good work and you love what you did, especially the 10-15 years before it, dog, I wouldn't beat yourself up over it. That's not, don't you take the blame for that, man. I think you got, even then, it's a cool industry to work in, but you know, it needs people like you who don't like how it's became and have the ability to, and like who want to change it because they love it. You know what I'm saying, bro? So I hope you don't lose your spirit now, brother. Don't lose it now. They're now free. Good work. They should. They're all good. They're back up to 500% actually. So yeah, they're running. So that same NVIDIA 1 center is at 5 on the bid, 6 on the ask. So yeah, do what you need to on there. All right. Well, I think we do Philo now. Not bad. SPY new high of the day. Imagine that. So again, we sold our puts and then it bounced literally from 5 minutes later. But the rest of those free puts are dead now. And then again, your little NVIDIA play. That one did decent. So yeah, we'll see where the market takes us and what bounces or not. But yeah, you're actually near the high. You work with a game designer, wanted to make fun shit, then the people are saying, but can we get them to pay every time? Well, listen, man, get any top game designers, get me the funnest game idea out there that will make no money, and I'll fund it. That's what I'm saying. We just need people like that, bro. I'm telling you, you need real art and real people who want exactly what you said. A good time, fun, quality, you know what I'm saying? Pride of work in that sense. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's just a matter of, so I'm telling you, the people in the big spots, shareholders, all of that, like, yeah, you just need, you need people who are willing to create with that. And because the sad reality is it does come back to money in a lot of times. But that's why I feel like if, you know, you don't have to prioritize it. But yeah, and sadly, if you're public, any company that's public is going to prioritize that, unfortunately. But get ready, new high, game time.
Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for Philo. Are you ready? Are you ready, Chadadonia? So, I got a good one for you. Oh, but Chad, today you gotta make a decision. I've been saying this. And quite frankly, I hope you don't think these Philos are not random. You know that, right? Oh, man, if you've really been paying attention, it's crazy to me how they all connect so well. And there's a reason why some of these concepts keep returning, brother. And I'm telling you, today, I've been telling you, choice, direct. Oh, man. Oh, I got something for you. And like I'm saying, though, before, just there's a lot of connection to what we talked about. And even what I told you guys yesterday, I even told the guys on the Locked In, I ended the watch list with it because I kept thinking about it. It was what I was telling you guys yesterday, man. What your confidence and who you're working with and what you're attracted to. It's like, bro, you should be next to somebody. And how you evaluate them should be, can you go to war with this person? I'm telling you, bro, it's a great way. It changes your whole view on a lot of things. But here's the thing I also noticed. I was like, I want somebody I could have honor with. I'm like, that's somebody I want to be in the battle with. That's someone, that character is important. But then I even thought about it. I'm like, man, when I look at how even this year played out, it's the same thing. It's like, okay, you want somebody that you would go to battle with, or somebody you would commit a heist with. I know, look at, I'm even saying the reverse. I'm inversing the example. Thank you, Charlie. But what if you did a heist with the person? War is honorable if you're fighting for your country, right? And they're like, oh. But what about if you were doing a heist? And that's what I'm saying. Think about this year, bro. We were on a little heist. We were in the market. Market starts going down. You feel the pressure. You're like, the cops are coming. We gotta run. I'm like, don't move. Just stay low. Just trust me. Think about it. If you were in a heist with someone, who would that person you're with? If you're in war with someone, that person you're with, their character, their quality, their traits. You see what I'm saying? And then think about here when we're taking profits. We're talking like, oh man, I'd rather take this and let's get out. I hear the sirens. There's some people who are like, yeah, let's get out. Let's be safe. Is your partner going to keep you safe? Or are they going to be like, nah, let's get more. Let's get more. Then he don't leave till the cops show up. Think about it. Bro, I think this is crazy. So this concept, bro, I hope you don't forget it. It's like I'm telling you, bro, you guys got to increase your capacity with this. And I'm telling you, bro, you make yourself somebody that's people could be, they'd be like, I'm confident with you in battle. Any sort of battle, any sort of high stakes. That right there is going to start elevating you. And that's what I'm saying. I think some of you, I have definitely been attracted to that in you. I think some of you have it. I think some of you, that's exactly why you and I have vibed very well. You know, push come to shove, you could rely on Josh in a battle. Guess what? I know I could rely on you in a battle. That's what I was saying yesterday. I could give some of you warnings. I know some of you, I don't need to give you the watered down, oh, don't do this, don't do that. You already know. That's someone I want to be in battle with. I don't need to explain to them how to load up the gun, how to do this. Hey, watch my back when I'm looking forward. I'm going to watch yours when you're looking. You see what I'm saying? That's what you want. And I'm telling you, if you could prioritize this, oh, watch all the doors open, brother. Watch all the doors open. Oh, come on. The streak continues. 1,000% on the NVIDIA. 1 cent to 10 cents. Those hit. So yeah, do whatever you want. Actually, I'm going to take a couple more. All right, I took a couple more. Oh yeah, I'm booking some thousands. 1,000%. It was literally like $50 or $100 or something. But I only put $10 down. So not bad. And then I still got some that we could ride for whenever. But yes. But yeah, man, I think this is big. So to many more battles, Chad. And I look forward to you becoming more and more reliable in battle. And I hope I could be more reliable in battle to you. But now, my friends, what we're going to talk about today. Good news and bad news. Actually, the good news is this. I have an answer for you. The bad news is you truly have to make a decision. Like I told you, these are all connected. If you've been listening to what we've been talking about, I hope you are building on this brick by brick, my friend. But you are at a fork in the road. All of you, me, everybody. I mean, you tell me. But I think we have to make a decision. I think the wisest of you, those who want to do more, go even further, whatever it may be, I think a very big decision needs to be made. You're at a fork in the road and you could go left or right. be careful of thinking there's a third option. That's one of the greatest tricks of life. Only two choices, but humans have the ability to invent the third. Right or left. A fork in the road. And this is what I'm talking about. You are either going to increase your sacrifice, or you need to reduce your desire. That's it. The decision that needs to be made today, preferably, sooner rather than later, my friend. Very simple. Are you going to increase your sacrifice, or are you going to reduce your desire? That's it. The trap of life is what I told you. Everybody thinking there's a third option. There's not. The trap is trying to get you to find this third option. So I just told you, you're at a fork in the road. You have two decisions. You are whatever you want. What do you want? You want success in life? This is the formula. Right now. You are either going to increase your sacrifice starting today or reduce your desire, and boom, you're successful. You want to be more ambitious? You want to get more? You better, get ready to increase sacrifice. Okay, you don't want to? Lower your desire? You probably already have everything that makes you successful. Or at least your desire is lowered. It's not going to hurt you because now you have everything. Simple. But, we're humans. You know what the third option people think they could take is? Can you figure it out? So I told you there's two options. You either increase your sacrifice or you reduce your desire. What do you think the third option is that most people trick themselves into thinking exist? Can any of you think? What do you think it is? So I believe you either increase your sacrifice or reduce your desire. What's the third option that everybody invents? And it never works. Ding, 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 ding. The third option that we invent is we're like, well, I'm going to keep my desire high, but then I don't really have to sacrifice anything. Why can't I get more out of life while giving less? Oh, that's the trick of humanity. That's what we all want. That's what I want with my money. You know that, right? That's passive investment. That's the whole point of financial freedom. Give me more with doing less, right? That's the irony. That's why we get into investing for that. But the irony of doing that is going to take you 10, 15 years to build it, right? So it's not as if you really did get more while giving less. You probably got to give way more in the beginning to then get to give less at the end, but still get more. But do you see it? The trick is thinking there's a third option. That's why I'm telling you all of these philos as of late, you guys. I am trying to help you understand this. You got two options, dog. Do not believe the human lie thinking you're going to get this third. Oh, I could have both infinite desire and I don't have to sacrifice anything. I'm going to get all this stuff out of life and I'm going to give it less than what I gave it last year, 5 years ago. What? It doesn't make sense. And the problem is reality is not going to negotiate. You know why I kept telling you guys not to negotiate? Because reality don't negotiate. Huh? Everything comes with a price. And my guy, the world, God, they always collect. Why do you think I like philo in economics? Oh, wait, I thought this was a stock channel. Why are you not talking stocks? Oh, I'm talking stocks. You don't hear it. Wake up. Look around your life. Everything in reality is all about input, output, cost, profit, margin. It's the same exact thing we're doing on the market every day. Are you understanding? That's the irony. I love it. I love it. They know everything about finance, but when it comes to this understanding of life, there is a cost. You got to pay something. There's a cost, a return, a margin. When it comes to real life, everyone's like, huh, no, why would that? It's hilarious. Hilarious. Reality don't negotiate. Reality always collects. Everything in this life comes with a price. Everything has a cost. Everything. Who you hang out with, who you marry, what you eat, what you do with your body, what you do with your time, what you do with your dick, what you do with your hands, and you name it. It all has a cost. You want to tell me we're not talking economics? You're tripping. That's why do you think I have a passion for economics? I love life and history as we've taught, because look, it's all connected. It's the same thing. That's why I'm saying don't fall for the trap of thinking all of this economic stuff. Why are you doing it so strictly on the market, but then ignoring it in your real life? Start deciding the cost. That's why, like I'm telling you. If you understand the cost, everything has a price. Everything's always going to collect. You got to pay something, like I'm telling you. Your two choices are increase your sacrifice or reduce your desire. You don't want to pay that price, you better lower that desire. Oh, you say, I want that, but that price is high. I'm going to have to cut some other expenses. And you sacrifice. Look at that. But think about it. Increase sacrifice or reduce your desire. Can we be real about this? This is uncomfortable. That's the problem. Both options are uncomfortable. Think about it. Make a sacrifice. That's uncomfortable. Save 10%. That was uncomfortable. You sacrificed. Guess what? Reducing your desire then. Okay, you don't want to sacrifice what you have now? My brother, unfortunately, what you're going to get is limited. Okay, then maybe you won't have that then. That's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable to deal with. Lowering my desire? Being anything, taking less than anything I want? That's uncomfortable. Tell a human to settle? It's uncomfortable. Even the people you think have settled, if you think they did that in the beginning without uncomfortable, you're tripping. They were in the beginning. They just got used to it now. Oh, I hope you feel me. Why do you think I keep telling y'all commands, law, commitment, cost, allegiance? Why do you think I keep saying all this? Because I'm that third little option, dude. That third option of both desire and no sacrifice. It keeps everybody in this weird, easy way out mode. That's the problem. That's why you're not going to see real progress if you keep entertaining this third option, you guys. I'm trying to make it clear to you. You deal with that third option, that gray area, it's the devil. Either be right or wrong, be left or right. Go. You see what I'm saying? But you deal with that third option, it's the devil. Because every time you try to not raise sacrifice and keep the desire and go for this, I'm going to get more while giving less, my friend. Oh, you don't realize it. You're giving yourself an easy way out. And that's why you're not going to get real growth if you keep doing that. AKA, I'm going to commit. I'm going to commit. I'm going to raise my sacrifice. Only as long as it's comfortable. I'm not afraid to fail. As long as the failure doesn't cost too much. Do you see this third option? It's so pervasive. That's why people could commit, but then the moment it gets uncomfortable, guess what? Easy way out, third option. They're like, nah, I thought I was supposed to get more of both. Whoa, 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 whoa. You didn't say anything about hitting my comfort. I'm out. Oh, I could take the small failure, but wait. Oh, what do you mean? I got to actually, risk my life? Oh, you mean people actually really might not like me for this Jesus stuff? Oh, I got to really take the money I earned and I got to put it on there? Do you see what I'm saying? It's a real cost. I'll do it if it's your money. Oh, yeah, you can rep Jesus. I ain't got nothing. I'm with you, man. That's cool. I don't want that cost. As long as the failure don't cost too much, you good. But that's why. Why do you think some people, have you ever wondered how they got so excited and motivated, and then the first sign of failure, that's it, they forget it, and they turn around? They were down with failure as long as the failure was cheap. Economics. Again, they were down with commitment as long as there was a slight uncomfortability, but you can't have too much uncomfort. I'm done. So why do I keep saying this? You guys think I'm insane? I know I'm telling you the truth. You want success or not? Y'all want this or not? I believe you all could get it. I've seen it happen thousands of times. It's not no pipe dream, no nothing. It's reality. It's right in front of us. But I'm telling you, this little third option, thinking you're going to get all of this without giving any, come on, dude. That's a lie. And this is what I've been trying to tell y'all. Philo after philo after philo after message, you name it, dog. It's simple. Real growth begins when retreat is no longer your first instinct. Oh. That's why some of you, I respect you so much. Some of you, I know you have grown already. And I know you are going to grow even more. Some of you have grown more than even I have. And that's why others of you, I want to kick you in the shin. I want to take your car, slash the tires, and put it through a car crusher. Because of this. Real growth. What I'm saying is some people have it. Some people, you have gone through this point now in life where in the beginning, your first instinct was quit. Your first instinct was go for the easy option. Your first instinct was give me more. I don't want to do anything. Oh, but you've grown now. You enter a topic, you enter something, your first instinct isn't, oh, wow, I'm uncomfortable. Should I quit? Oh, wow, I might fail and there's a cost of failure. I'm going to quit. No, you don't think like that anymore. God bless you. That's real growth. That's real character. That's why I say it. Some of y'all, I just want to kick you. Because I don't think you're lacking in other abilities. I think you're lacking in this. I think you're smart enough. You got the money. You understand the world. You got the technology. You got all of it, but what's happening? Anytime it comes down to the real decision, the real cost, the moment, the opportunity to turn back, your first instinct is turn back, run away. Done. Failure. I'm out. I can't do this. Not worth it. If that's your first instinct, there's no growth. Very simple. You start growing when that's not your first instinct. Very simple. You may not like it, but listen to what I'm saying. You'll understand I'm trying to help you. For real. I'm not saying you're a failure. I'm saying if you keep letting your first logic, your mind circuit loop, you're letting the first instinct be to turn back at uncomfortability when it's necessary to this journey and destination where it's good, you're not going to avoid it. That's what I'm saying. That's what's holding you back. Nothing else. That right there. It's a mental trap. It's a mental block. So, dude, growth. Get rid of that instinct of turning back. There's no such thing as retreat. Like I told you, I don't know if you've been listening. What do you mean backslide? What am I going to go back to? Well, there you go. Done deal. Very simple. Your character needs to be revealed. Every single one of you. You think Miles is just saying this? You think I just repeat this as like we're in church and we're going to fucking clap and woo! I don't even give you a collection plate. I should get 10% if that's all we're doing. No. Every single one of you, your character will have to be revealed. You think you're going to get out of this? That's what I'm trying to say. All these philos, do you think this is just talk? Do you think this is just, character, good, bad, no, it's all of you. Every single one of us. You are going to have to get your character revealed. And you know how you reveal it? You remove comfort. Every single time in life comfort gets removed, a little piece of that character comes out. And how you handle that, that's going to fully reveal to you your character, your instinct. So, dude, I'm going to give you one video to follow up with. I don't know if I played this one for you already, but I hope you make a choice, dude. A real decision with real loyalty, no going back, no allegiance. I ain't just saying this to get a follower. I ain't saying this for no church. I'm saying this because this is necessary for success in life. And those of you who adopt this are going to take it so far. You're going to build good instincts. You're going to build a good foundation. You're going to glide and fly, my friend. Because think about it. Increase sacrifice or reduce your desire. We're not negotiating with reality. We understand the cost. That's okay. We could pay it even if we don't have it now. That's the beauty of it. Not running to comfort, but running towards character because we understand its relationship with all that. But if you don't understand what I'm saying, I could simplify it one more time for you, and I'm going to play this video. Everything got a cost, dude. Everything got a price. You got to choose which one you're going to pay. Stop looking for a discount on your dreams. I want you all to dream. You all should. And you should use your imagination. And you should believe and understand. You know why? Because I shouldn't be talking to you. I shouldn't have a dime of anything that I have, my friend. You know why? Why the fuck would little Egyptian? It doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? I'm grateful. You know what? Fuck it. I want it. Maybe we can do this. You should all dream and have possibility and think in all this. Dude, I want you to dream as high as possible. Oh, but don't you ever ask for a discount. You get what I'm saying? I want you to dream for what you're going to pay for. And that's what I'm saying. Dream big. If you know it's a big dream, let's go. We're going to pay for it. I don't want a discount. You understand me? I don't want a discount. Stop looking for a discount on your dream. Very simple. Look at what you want. Look at what you're giving and make them match. My brother, you just achieved success. Look at what you want. Look at what you're giving. All you got to do is make it match. But like I'm telling you, man, just don't look for the discount. Oh, build that instinct up. I'm telling you, you're already there. That's the irony of all of it. You're already there. So, Chad, the final thing I'm going to give you is... Did I play this for you already? Did I play you the Miles clip on ideas? Did I play this one? I can't remember. Here, you tell me if this sounds familiar. I think I did.
Every time you pray for money, God will give you an idea. Write it down. God don't give you money, he gives you ideas. And your problem is you're religious. You don't want ideas. You want cash.
Yes, sir.
It ain't money you lack. It's management of ideas. That's what you're lacking. I say the Lord thy God says he shall bless you with much money. That's a lie. He can tell you some ideas to go to work. That's what he's going to tell you. God wants you to have plenty profit. You don't get profit by prophesying. That's what he's saying. You get it by management. Every time you...
I swear I played this for you yesterday. I don't remember. I don't know how I don't remember, but maybe it's good because I love this one. I love it. You hear that? And that's what bro, I don't know if you remember the philo. I said it last year, bro. I think a little bit before that. Bro, this is the time for the ideas. That's where it is, bro. You gonna ask God for money? He ain't gonna give you money. He gonna give you an idea. You learn how to take ideas. You learn the management. I think this whole philo I'm telling you is just management of thought. To manage your life and how you think and go about it the right way. It's a good idea. I'm telling y'all, some of your next breakthrough is not in this dumb shit. It's not in what you think it is. You're going to get an idea. Start using your brain. Understand that's the money. That's your edge. You have ideas. There's something in your brain right now you haven't drawn out yet. Imagine all the things you've asked God for. What, do you think he's going to fly down on a magic carpet and throw it at you? God likes to work with us. You know that? I heard someone say that. They're like, how come at the wedding when Jesus turned the water to wine, how come he didn't just how come he made them fill up the barrels with water? Have you thought about that? Imagine Jesus' first debut miracle at a party for alcohol. And then he turns water into wine. And imagine if you had the ability to turn water into wine. Do you guys think Jesus could have filled up them buckets himself? I think he had the ability. I think Jesus, if he really wanted to fill up the wine skins that were empty, he could have filled it up with water. And then he could have done it and turned it into wine. Yeah. Oh, God is great, bro. No, it's not that he wants us to work for it. He likes to include us in his miracles. Oh, y'all don't. You see, that's why he wants you to take a step of faith out. He ain't trying to hurt you. He ain't trying to punish you. He wants you to get involved in it. Why you think when the little boy, he be healing little boys, healing lepers, and he's making sure people see it? You know why? Because that little boy sees it. He's like, oh, I just saw you do something amazing. I was a part of it. I did this and then this. I gave him a piece of bread and then... You get it? Do you get it? That's what I'm saying. He gives you an idea. He can hand it to you. Oh, he wants you involved in the miracle. He wants you take the idea. Watch what happens. Why do you think I have so much faith in God? How many times in my life he said, go put something in that basket, Josh. Go. Oh yeah, go. Try this out. I put my hand in and I'm like, oh, you guys have no idea what God just did. Yo, you have no idea. I mean, I didn't have miracles my hand wasn't involved in. It was all God, but he made sure he wanted me involved in it. Same thing with all of you. You get it? So like I'm telling you, you want money? He's going to give you an idea. All of you have a bank in your head right now. You have so much money you don't even realize it. You don't need money. You need management. You need to manage the thoughts. You need to manage how to get these ideas and get them out of the brain and into the real world. Thy kingdom come. Bring heaven to this earth, brother. It's in you. So, Chad, may the ideas be blessed. May you realize this next half of a decade, those of you who understand this, may the Lord bless you, and I know he will. As long as you don't take that invisible fake third option. But I'm telling you, man, it's a powerful thing. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the Scream-a-Lots. Oh, SpaceX. What about it? All right. Get you some Anka.
Some people don't even have dreams. You know what I'm saying? But if you
think it's
if
a fitting one to start with.
Dream,
Chase it, bro.
I had a dream like Martin, then I heard a couple stories. Never met my heroes, never had one. Never wanted things I never had, son. I got it, then I grabbed them. Looking back, these bitches Southeast sad them. Good morning, don't ignore your sword for the war. Armor's no good if you leave that shit at home. I don't care if that match up with the drum. I ain't young, I ain't care about looking dumb. Out my way, we could talk when I'm done. Does it look like I'm finished? Even if I was, dog, I do my own dishes. Why the fuck you in my business? I ain't tryna be a menace. Need a couple minutes with your talking and your bitching. Just show me that you don't get it, look. Now I wasted your time trying to reprimand. Explain the basic shit so you could understand. I ain't being mean the way I teach. The big leagues ain't throwing underhand. I'm not the bad guy, I'm the best coach that you ever had. Something like LaMelo's dad. Mama was an immigrant, $5 an hour working with Brillo pads. We got some things we shouldn't have, so I could feel down, but I don't ever think I'm really sad. Life a miracle, but I won't give you one. But I could teach you shit, and you'll walk away with dividends. Wish you'll buy more, and then you'll wish you did it young. You missed the first harvest, but tell me about the second one. Trying to build while looking at the clouds. I'm looking at my hand, then I'm looking at the ground. Peter walked on water, but fell. When he looked around, I heard that story all my life. I think I start to get it now. Slow in the fast lane, answers in my last name. They really didn't listen, that's a damn shame. But that don't mean my plans changed. Maybe just the landscape did what I said without a handshake. 3,004 an ounce, that sound like a fair rate. Word is gold, they only kept theirs too late. So I'm out with your new face. A snake can move a few ways. And life a bitch that lie about how the fruit tastes.
Fed minutes, 10 seconds. I'll play another Uncle after, but I want to look at it for a second. So yeah, like I told you, Fed minutes should be nothing, but just because Kevin Warsh, remember, very big statement alteration from last time, new guy, you know, all of that, a little bit more heightened. So just be on the lookout. Everyone's already leaning hawkish anyways, but then again, the bonds are still practically at the Kevin Warsh level. Alrighty, well, it's out. Why isn't it on the wire? 10, 11. No, it comes out at 11. I'm tripping. Oh, you got me hyped up, bro. It's 11. I think. Unless all my shit just lagged. But yeah, no, I think it's at 11. Oh, wait. Okay, no, direct connection. Oh, no, they're out. Yeah, no, I'm tripping. I don't know. My thing just lagged. Joint meeting, developments, financial markets. It's not hitting the wire yet. It's out, but yeah, there's no wire circulation for some reason. Manager turned to an overview, developments, the Middle East around a memorandum regarding monetary. Turning the it seems like the normal minutes. I'm skimming through it right now. What I'm looking to see if he gutted it like last time. But yeah, so you're gonna get these little fun facts on here. Again, they're gonna talk labor, all of that. I want to see what they say about the dot plot. Because remember, that's what he changed. Staff outlook this year was higher than the one for April. Higher energy, total inflation projected to slow. Uncertainty is elevated because of uncertainty about conflict in Middle East. DraftKings pop. I don't think it's, honestly, I think we're good, dude. I think it's back to being a dud. You might get like one random economic or job inflation. Again, they still said inflation might persist. And then they're all maintaining the target rate. But yeah, he didn't gut it. There's nothing like, this looks like the Fed minutes. You see what I'm saying? It's not like I don't know. How come they didn't talk about this statement, actually? Hold on. Yeah. Number. This is what I care about. Look, go Control F statement. A number of participants noted it was an opportune time to consider significant changes to FOMC post-meeting statement. A majority remarked they saw advantages to shortening. Most participants emphasized they prefer not to repeat the language in the previous post-meeting and suggested an easing bias likely direction for future interest rate, and various discussed how public could perceive the changes to the post-meeting statement. Some commented that they welcome the opportunity. The chairman described plans to establish 5 independent task force to examine issues. Yeah, so it's in there. That's what I care about. Think about it. It's the minutes. That's why I was like, wait a minute. I want to see how they like thought about this thing, because remember, they gutted the fucking statement. So yeah, interesting. Yeah, DraftKings Popper. I don't know. Did the fucking numbers come out? Yeah, DraftKings still going. Oh, Burry long on Flutter? Burry just, I don't even know though. He blocked me on Bloomberg, so I don't even have a terminal anymore. But Burry, come on, dog. You have to be watching at this point. You know what I'm saying? He bought DraftKings too. I think he noticed the fucking gambling volumes too, bro. I'm telling you. That's what I was telling you guys 2 days ago. That's why I was like, I'm down with a cheap play with some time on these. Just because, dude, these FIFA numbers are insane. So let me put it in perspective for you guys. Are you ready? What do you guys think the volume on one exchange, what do you think the volume is for this FIFA gambling so far? What would you guys say? For one gambling market, for one of these markets, just one of them, how much do you think has already been circulated? Well, it's going. Those plays are up like 30, 40. You might hit 100, but the spreads are weird. But yeah, Fed minutes I don't think is an issue. So are you ready for this one? You said 1 million? 25 million? Dog. I think every FIFA game, I think it's doing over 150 million a game on one platform. That's what I don't think people are comprehending. So Kalshi alone, and Kalshi is the shitty one out of all of them. Take Polymarket, DraftKings, Flutter, you know what I'm saying? Kalshi. Kalshi is the shittiest one. So far, they have done $10 billion in volume on FIFA alone, not including any other market. No, it's 10 billion. So you're doing like 150, 200 million a game. So every like 5 to 10 games is $1 billion. We've already, again, we went from what? From 40 or 30 down to 16 now. But yeah, it's literally, it's 10 billion just on Kalshi. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. If that's one platform, I mean, you could only imagine. That's why I said the only bad part is when all the numbers come out and the dust settles, if we find out all the money went to Kalshi and Polymarket instead of these other ones, then yeah, then these might get killed. ASON Cloud expanded partnership with Claude creates a Asana task for follow-up. ALHC accounting fraud. Oh, you down 7 and it's moving. There's like not much meat on the bone, but there could be enough. Keep eyes on that one. Because it's already down 7, but it's kind of already moving panicky. They've jacked up the asks on all the short-term puts. Like I said, you don't want to go too far out of the money. Because it's only a $20 stock. Yeah, there's a 15-cent one, but I think that's a little jacked. But if it takes another 5-10, those will hit. I'm not. half of that is paid out every game. To a degree, but you're forgetting. All of these platforms, they're taking money off top for deposits. At least, I think Kalshi and Polymarket. I know DraftKings a little different. But yeah, I mean, their spread is priced into it. So at the very least, worst case, you could assume, like off of FIFA alone, I would assume that they took 2% off top at minimum. So $10 billion, take your 2% off top. They just made $200 million off of FIFA. That's alone off of FIFA. That's simply people depositing that money into their accounts just by taking the money off top. That's what I'm saying. It's just too big. And that's what I was telling you guys at the beginning of the year with the gambling markets. I don't think the gambling markets are a threat. I don't think they're going to destroy society in the same way until we get into the whole like social gambling. But yeah, it's like it's all the prediction markets. They are just what's it called? It's just the front to sports gamble. That's where the fucking power is. That's where the money's at in all of them. That's what I've been telling you all year. Because I was like, holy shit, I didn't realize it until we started getting these data reports. And then you go look at all of the prediction markets. No one's betting on the fucking Venezuela and politics. That's just random shit. You get your insiders and random. That's not where the money's at. The kids aren't losing their future betting on fucking economics sentences. You know what I'm saying? It's on sports. That's their major cash cow for even Polymarket. Polymarket, you all think it's predicting shit. It's sports. So, yeah, that's why I'm telling you, man, if you could get a couple of these, it's good. Yeah, I skimmed through the minutes. I just went to see about the statement. I wanted to know that. They didn't gut the minutes, so, given Kevin Warsh's reform mentality, I thought maybe they reformed the minutes, but they didn't. Again, they said labor was good, still a little uncertain on inflation, even though they've got positive oil moves, but they still said that increased uncertainty. And then a weakening GDP, but that's because of those other economic factors. But overall, I would say normal, dud, not anything crazy. It did not change the hawkish attitude. That ALHC went down again. That 15-cent one didn't move, though. That's what I'm telling you. Oh, wait, did it? I think the other one just went 15 cents now. But yeah, widespread. It was down too. I mean, it just saw if this stock was if it was like a $60 stock, you could have hit it. So this goes back to OG earnings remember on the earnings video, the ghetto standard deviation. That's why like on some companies, if they're just too cheap, even though there could be a move, it's just harder because the downside is limited. When we get these plays that go fucking insane, it's because you're securing the right really cheap, but then the movement is so much lower. But yeah, like I was telling you, that looked like a freak out because that 7% and how like this looks like panic. I mean, it just took another 5%. So like I said, those will go up. That one did go up just under 100. Those other like really far out ones though are still kind of staying pinned. FOMC nothing burger. Well, it wasn't an FOMC. It was the minutes. So this was just the discussion of how they came to their decision last month. That's why the first thing I did, it was like the second thing, really. But I started control effing statement because I wanted to understand. I wanted to see the discussion they had when they came down to determining why they were going to change the statement. So this actually, and this even gives it a little bit more credibility because they did really have a discussion about it. And it's interesting to see how they all felt about it. But other than that, that's the only thing I would attach to it. That's why I was like, okay, because that. But then the irony is that they discussed the statement changes, but then they did not greatly change the minutes, but they greatly changed the statement. But yeah, it's old, but people were a little bit more concerned about it. No, I played ACHC. ALHC is the one that just got the headline. ACHC went down today, but that was the other healthcare play. FLR. MTN. Where's Nivda? Nice. I can't believe we got 1,000% on that one. Another one. Well, that one was small. Control F statement didn't even burn tokens. I know, isn't that crazy? That's the nuttiest part. Oh man, I want to make a video on the Cloudflare thing. I think I'm gonna make an Instagram video on it. But I don't know if you guys heard. This was yesterday with the news from Cloudflare. Cloudflare is running a test right now to try to monetize AI online internet traffic. So let me see if I could. So ServiceNow, they're working with these AI companies, and they're doing this crypto thing where they're gonna charge you to access websites. Again, Cloudflare is the door to the internet, right? This is what's connecting you to the sites, the security, all of that. But they're testing this thing. They believe the new wave of internet stuff is going to be charging to access websites. So imagine, they're working on something where I could go make a website and you have to pay to even get on the website. That's through the gateway. That's what they're trying to do. And the reason, it's funny, Tim's little joke reminded me of this, because that's what they're saying. They're saying, you know, the way the internet has been built and funded up until today, it was based on give content, trade it for attention, you make money off the ads, right? But now they're saying with all of these agents and AI, the internet's changing. People aren't using it the same way. So why? Like, because now it's not, if you send these bots to go to these websites, they're taking the content, they're not looking or clicking on ads, they're not doing human behavior that generated income. They take their info and then they run away and then they put it into their model and then they recheck it every day. So that's why Cloudflare is saying the internet is going to start moving back to a usage model. Legitimately, they're talking about per inquiry, just like text messages. So just like in the beginning of cell phone technology, they would charge you to open and receive a message and to send a message, and they would charge you per minute. You guys remember that? That's what they're trying to do now for the internet because of the AI bots. So if Cloudflare, if this actually works, they're trying to institute a usage model on the internet. Because then again, if you're a human, it's not going to hit you the same way, because again, you go to a website, you're trading your attention, you're getting something out of it, you're going to interact normally. But these AI bots, they're not. So the whole idea is kind of create a gateway toll so that you could start charging for it. So if people want to go to your site for their AI bot to get your data, they have to pay per message or pay per access. And that way Cloudflare could help you do that. Isn't that crazy? This is Cloudflare. They're working with OpenAI. There was a contract today, I think, or working, but they're doing a test on this right now. This came out yesterday, or I think at the beginning of the month they put out this whole thing. But that's why it's funny, because you were like, wow, you just controlled F'd it without any tokens. Yeah, exactly. Look at what we could do with the usage model. It's funny, but they want to charge you for that in the future. they're gonna try to, if this works, if this actually gets traction. 3 minutes after 9. Yeah, they might do that with the usage. Here, I'll show you. Well, this is the thing they came out with. Announcing the monetization gateway behind Cloudflare X402. So it's even related to like a crypto stablecoin. So AKA, you give your AI bot, if it's going to go scrape the web, you give it crypto. You give it this currency to pay for the domain, to pay for the access. So yeah, look. So for 30 years, web is run on a simple economic bargain, trading content for attention. Attention has been monetized through advertising, subscription, and e-commerce. This bargain funded the internet as we know it. But as agents become the dominant internet users, the model is breaking. An agent does not look at ads, need to maintain a monthly subscription for the tools it wants to access. It reads a page, consumes data feed once, takes what it needs, and moves on. Across the web, AI crawlers already request content anywhere from hundreds to tens of thousands of times for every visitor they send back. This reality demands a new model, usage-based pricing for everything. If attention and e-commerce are moving from websites to AI harness and AI-written software, then agents should pay for the inputs they need. Training data, inference content, developer, API usage, the natural use of payment for software is the request, the token, or the outcome, not the seat or the month. Do you guys hear this? They're trying to change the SaaS model to the gateway SaaS. It says that's insanity. The natural unit payment for software is the request, the token, or the outcome, not the seat or the month. A few cents per web search, billed per call, a tenth of a cent plus 1 cent per megabyte for uploaded endpoint, 99 cents per solved or resolved support escalation, paid only when it succeeds. And so yeah, they go on in detail of it, but I'm telling you, it's insane. But yeah, isn't that cool? But that's, I'm telling you, Net. And remember, I told you this bubble with Net at the beginning of the year. Same thing with Fastly and Datadog. But yeah, they're the first one that are starting to kind of push this through. Surely this wouldn't want to work at the enterprise level. It doesn't matter. I mean, if the reality is, if Net does this and it actually works, because most people have the idea that people aren't going to pay for shit on the internet. That's why we like it free. But yeah, if it actually gets traction, it doesn't matter what these businesses want, because like they're saying, it's just part of the model. They're going to try to change this SaaS model, because it's saying if all of your AI bots, if they're using our content and they're not going to go and click on things and they're not going to be involved, then I'm going to charge you for that. That's exactly what they're saying. So these big companies, if you want to be a big enterprise and you built your stuff training data that isn't yours, ask Sam Altman about that. Now people who have data have an ability to get compensated for it. So it would just change the economics behind it. I'm sure the big companies wouldn't like it, but if that's what's going to stop their access, then yeah, they may have to. We were talking about AI by usage. No, I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they'd want to, but they don't have a choice. So go and take all of these people now providing info and content, right? And if your AI uses that, unfortunately, if Cloudflare is going to allow you this ability to put on your website and content that if it's not a real human, if it's one of these AI bots, you could hit them with a toll because they're not a normal human. So they're not going to benefit. They're only taking from you and they're actually just robbing you. So this now creates a system where people get compensated for what they have on the internet, if and only if a massive amount of bots are doing it. Well, you just got the BE stuff. Remember, energy and tech are the one. This is where momentum got killed. That's why it's like a bunch of these names, like you see them. This is when we say 27% down on momentum. But yeah, these are the ones also with the biggest rises. But yeah, BE, NB, we just had a lot of those move recently. And then we're chilling after the Fed minutes. What happens when someone like you never buys anything and I just take it offline? Will they ban you? No. What's eventually going to happen is they're just going to charge you for your usage even as a human. But then since if you're a real human, your usage is going to be substantially lower. So it either will be the same price, hopefully, or cheaper. Does that make sense? So like eventually it's just going to go to all humans. And they're like, okay, well, everybody. But then if you're like, yeah, I go to a couple websites, I check the news, I go on a Twitter feed. It's like as long as they're just going to charge you per inquiry. Just like the text messages. The internet's going to turn to $19.99 of cell phones for a couple of years. And then, but then it might work in favor for some people. Because the people who are not power users, which is most people, like, you know what I'm saying? You're not getting a crazy amount of data. You're not pinging thousands of sites every day. It's like, yeah, your usage, you might save money on it. Versus the people who are scraping from all over, those are going to be the people who have to pay a lot. Well, this is all on the gateway level. That's why Net is doing this. So this is what I'm saying, like even accessing DNS, IPs, the Cloudflare could tell if it's a bot or a human. Again, if it's an agent bot set for scraping, it's identifying it right away. So that's why it's like it's not for now. It's very easy to spot the agents, the bots, and that's why it works at this level because you're stopping it at the gateway. So they're not even letting bots connect unless they have the ability to pay. That's what they're going to try to do. If it becomes having to buy minutes for your phone, it might. That's what I'm saying, for a little bit. I mean, but think about it. That makes sense. Look at how cell phones proliferated, right? We got the technology. Cell phones changed the world. Literally, cell phones they kind of had an AGI effect in a weird way. You remember when I showed you that phishing chart? Like, you guys know, like, the introduction of cell phones created a mass amount of productivity. Did you know the invention of a cell phone actually helped world hunger? Did you know that? So if you go look at all the data of fishermen in these small Asian countries prior to the cell phone, they would lose like half of their inventory every week because then they would catch fish, go to sell it. They didn't know how to sell it if the people weren't there, right? There was just a bunch of, it fucked up everything because you could have gone and fished, but then if you couldn't sell it by the end of the day, you were going to lose money. So the price of fish was very volatile and very high. But then after cell phones came out, the volatility in fish pricing plummeted and the price went down, I think, like 50 or 70%. And then more fish producers started making money off of it, all because of the cell phone. You know why? Because they were able to go catch fish, and then they would call somebody and say, hey, do you need any fish? What do you have? What do you not have? Oh, I have extra here. I have this. I have that. And then it literally eliminated a bunch of fishing waste, and that dropped the prices, and that increased supply and increased the industry. Ta-da! Welcome to cell phones. So again, cell phones, they were crazy, and then the way they proliferated was insane, but as the cell phones started getting to the consumer, that this is exactly what we had to do. They started charging us based on usage. They would charge you for minutes, text messages, even accessing internet on your phone till they did unlimited. You get what I'm saying? So it's like this kind of tracks where it's like if the internet did it, they could go to that model for a little bit until we actually get, the next build out of where it becomes, First level of Nokia phones, that's how it was. By the time we had The iPhone, there was still a little bit of charge for usage. And then by the, 7th, 8th generation iPhone, we're unlimited data. Nobody's ever thought about this in a decade now. What time is it? 11:30. Still early. XAI introduces Grok 4.5. That's our XH. Nav is 307. Jackson. Simon Jackson. He likes these small caps. Huh? Well, this is what I'm saying, bro. There's so many. That's why I'm so hyped on Cyber, because I'm telling you, like, we had a couple of bad plays towards the June, but nah, dude, we dodged that momentum bullet pretty fucking wildly. Because I'm saying, if you got stuff that is not, there are so many small caps, and again, those like energy names. I have ghetto spreads on some of them, but it's like, dude, some of these plays just like they died. That's why when you look at it, it's like insane. And then you still have names that they stopped going up, but they didn't die and have some of these like crazy. There's another like 5 other stocks I saw today that just like you pull out some of these dailies since the last month or two, they got really, really destroyed. But yeah, that one looks great. $15 4 days ago. Now it's $1.40. You got homeboy pumping a NAV of $3. That's a very wide range. I don't know if Cyber will continue, but it's a good sign. That's what I was saying. I was watching it. The first time I put the video, I said just be on lookout if that kind of forms its own little bubble. Even with some of the stuff we're talking about with Net and Gate, I mean, this relates to it all. Again, even the new GPT and the government security approval. So we got stuff going on, but I think it looks good that it continues, but I don't know. But if it does continue from here, I think it's a very good sign. And it's already a good sign where, like I'm telling you, momentum has crashed 27%. And to have an industry going up 20% at 52-week highs at that same period, that's a nice thing. That's a good thing. But I don't know if how much further it goes for. That is the only dilemma. Josh will be AI. Josh is literally a machine. I mean, I think it's cool though, because like the OGs know, they were calling me Josh AI before motherfuckers had AI. I think I got that nickname in 2018. So that's cool, but that's why I love AI. I'm telling you, and I think as a augmenting to other skills and talents, it's awesome. Wait, what? Let me check this. Airbnb? What the fuck is this? Yeah, that's weird. It's not like a news headline, but they sent me this on my hosting. Airbnb is doing a price change. Today, host and guest pay service fees. So you set one price, guests see a higher price. That includes their service fee. To simplify pricing, We're combining both fees into a single 15.5 on September 15th. This is based on Airbnb's global average service fees. We built the tool. They say if you don't adjust prices, your payouts will be lower. Watch video. This is confusing as fuck.
At Airbnb, we're simplifying our fee structure so that you'll always know what your guests are paying. We've heard from many hosts that it's difficult when the price you set isn't the price guests see. That's because up until now, service fees have been split between hosts and guests. So, for example, if you set your price to $100, your guests actually see a price of $115, and you receive $97. It's a bit complicated. To make pricing simpler, we're combining these into one fee of 15.5%, or in this case, $18. So if you set the price to $115, your guests will see that same price of $115. But we want to make sure your payouts stay the same. So we've created an easy-to-use tool in the Airbnb app to help you update your pricing. Tap on the prompt at the bottom of the app, and it'll take you to your calendar, where you can see your current price and the new price that will keep what your guests pay and your payout the same as before. Tap on any date to see a breakdown of the new simplified fee structure, where you and your guests will now see the same price.
At least it tells you. I was like,
Confirm to automatically update your prices. By this date, your listings will be moved to this new structure.
Interesting. But yeah, that didn't hit that's just the company gave this update to hosts. But yeah, it's like a pseudo 3% raise. Department of War, stay locked in, Patriots. No distractions, only lethality. Locked in. I think they're speaking to us. Amen. Amen. So don't panic on oil. But they're going to fuck them up? I don't know. Airbnb has been good, though. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I thought the scariest time I had on Airbnb was the government shutdown. That was such a fucking trip, you guys. You know that? I didn't like that. In the last 5-6 years, my worst quarter on Airbnb was the government shutdown. That's terrifying. I didn't really realize how many motherfuckers that the connection of the government money and how it impacts activity, it's so much bigger than you think. Oh, I'm telling you. It's crazy. But yeah, during the government shutdown, dude, it's just certain travel, leisure, business, it just fell off of a cliff, dude. You remember was that this year? No, that was end of last year. You guys remember end of last year where there was like a month where a lot of people didn't get paid? That was the first time I've ever seen it actually lead to you slowed down the economy, you guys. End of last year, the economy actually slowed down. I don't know how to explain it. Even though it got, you got it all back, everybody ended up getting their money. I'm telling you, right when the government shutdown ended, I think the next 2 months I was 90% occupied. It was insane. But yeah, dude, that was a trip because there really, really is there's a lot of demand being fueled. That government demand, oh my gosh, I didn't think it would be that immediate, that quick, that large. But yeah, that was the scariest time I've had on Airbnb. Other than that, the Airbnb is actually has been great. You could Airbnb your garage. I mean, assuming your local laws, local laws are very important and that you follow them and certain safety stuff. But if it meets the criteria, yeah, like I'm saying, again, a couple of chads just started doing it too. I have a bunch of old Airbnb videos, like I'm saying, especially during 2021 to 2023, the hack for Airbnb. And I'm saying it still works in some areas, but some areas got popped. Some places got clapped, dude. But And that's why I was, you got to be very, very picky. But yeah, the lease arbitrage. I'm telling you, bro. I was making tutorials on it. I was telling all of you. We would have rants on this. I was saying some of you need to do it, and some Chads did. I think there's one Chad who manages like 50 Airbnbs. He makes a killing, but they're not his. That's why I love it. He doesn't. So literally, there's a Chad who manages 50 Airbnbs. He doesn't own one of the properties. So he owns his own houses, but he has a rental long term, and then he has his own house. And he didn't start with all this. He started built it from the bottom. But he doesn't own a single one of these properties. All he does is the lease arbitrage that I've been talking about, where you could go to landlords, and this was happening a lot in 2021. And as you tell them, you say, hey, I want an Airbnb. I'll give you a cut. Lease me the property. You make sure you could Airbnb in that area. And then if the landlord lets you sublease, boom, you tell him all you have to do is you were really just a furniture company. You would just take in furniture, furnish this place, provide customer service, and then boom, you were making income of a short-term rental without any cost of owning a property. All you had to pay for was the literal furniture. It's kind of crazy. So yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It was very scalable. So people do it now, but now what's happened is like you got to be kind of good at Airbnb. The competition, a couple of hype areas got popped, so they're getting screwed. The rates have been higher now. So like there's competition now with Airbnb, and that's why even prices, you have to compete with lowering your prices, all of that other stuff. So it still works though. You could do that if you get Airbnb experience, and if you kind of got an area or you find a location, I mean, if someone lets you sublease, you can go and rent that on Airbnb, and like I'm saying, it's a low cost to get in the game, and you could literally get returns like real estate returns. Is Palant dumping? Oh no, Palant's going up. No shit. IGV. Well. Even Cyber, IGV's down double though. Yeah, San Diego does want 30 days. That's what sucks. Certain areas. And then they give like certain things. Oh, net on the high. But yeah. Remember, San Diego's a big county, and then anywhere just like right outside, there's just slightly different laws. In certain areas there's like certain pockets that have exemptions. And then they're terrorists. I'm telling you, they're terrorists. You guys have no idea. They are the governments that like the local governments that like fucking make money on Airbnb, and then they also have like the pressure from the people who don't like Airbnb. All of them, they're terrorists. I'm telling you, bro. I was even telling the manager on one of the properties, because I had to talk to one of these city people, and I was just saying, I was like, listen, homeboy is like, he was super chill with me, but you could tell he was a dickhead and he would fuck up your shit in a heartbeat. I remember this guy he was working with me. I had an issue with the Airbnb like a year ago, and we were working through it, and they needed certain stuff with the city, and I remember like I forgot one follow-up. I did the task. I made sure it was all up to code, but then like I didn't call the guy back, and he's like, yeah, well, we're just making sure if it's not completed by this date, your fine will be $2,500 a day. I'm like, what? And I'm like, dude, I was like, I did it. And I'm like, no. But yeah, like they'll work with you. They'll tell you what to do. But at the same time, if you fall out of line, they will fuck your shit up with big money. And they're terrorists, dude. I'm telling you, it's insane. So as long as you are up to date with the local laws and regulations, and you confine to them, you'll be rewarded or punished heavily. But yeah, that's why as long as you can find a property, whether it's yours or you sublet it, if the area is favorable for Airbnb, both government as well as like demand, oh, you're gonna have a good time. Bloom Energy reviewing short report will correct the record. He won. No, bro, he was like chill, dude. I'm telling you. He was like so chill. He seemed nice. But at like the first sign of like anything being not listening to them, they start pulling out $2,500, $5,000, $30,000 fines. They're insane. I'm telling you, I was like, that's what we're on. I was like, this guy is not my friend. He's friendly, but he is not. Oh, he is ready to fuck our shit up. That's why I'm like, nah, man. You can't play with these dudes. Legal. If I find out this is some scheme between you and Tim, if I found out this is like a Tim donation credit line, I'm gonna slash some tires. Okay? Net on the high. We can have a nice little talk on that. There's better not be no Tim legal shadow banking donation scheme. You know what I'm saying? I know how shadow banking works, dog. I'm gonna send you to OFAC. Put you on the OFAC list. Deserve sipping on some. How does shadow banking work? It's like Bank of America. So like, let's say Bank of America, let's say a really rich businessman comes into Bank of America. He made $10 million on crypto last year. Just kidding. All of crypto went down. He made $10 million on Intel. But so he comes into the bank, $10 million of Intel. However, he doesn't have a W-2. He doesn't really have a good job, no good credit history. He goes in for a loan for a house. Bank of America, they're going to be like, unfortunately, you do not qualify. We can only give you $100,000 unless you want to pay for it all cash. That's it. They're like, sorry, you don't meet the requirements. We can't loan to you. So what does Bank of America do? Bank of America loans a bunch of money to a smaller bank called We Love Intel Fargo. And We Love Intel Fargo is a smaller capitalized bank, so they have less restrictions and they have more flexibility in the loans they can issue. So Bank of America gives I Love Intel Fargo $100 million, or just enough below the threshold, and then I Love Intel Fargo, they take that money, and Bank of America says, hey, I can't give you the loan, go to I Love Intel Fargo, they could give you the loan. So then the guy who made all the money on Intel, he goes to that smaller bank that's less regulated, and even though it has Bank of America's money, they give the same loan to the same individual. Ta-da! That's shadow banking. You can't do it because you're a bank and you have all these chains on you and regulation, but if I give money to a smaller bank that's less regulated, they could do the shit that I can't do. Ta-da! That's shadow banking. That exists a lot more than you think. Most of your credit funds are built on that. And that's the stuff nobody likes to get into. Because it's both real, it happens, but then we don't really know how deep that hole is. We don't really. Again, it works. It generates capital. There's a lot of things with it. It even gets money to people who need it. There is a benefit to it, but there's also a very untransparent, deep regulatory question mark hole that who knows how many people have died in. It's the best way to put it. No. The bank never does the loan. The big bank gives the small bank capital, but it's the small bank that's titled on all the papers. That's the whole idea. It's Bank of America's money, but it's the small company's decision. But if it was Bank of America's decision in money, they wouldn't be allowed to do it. So they go and loan the money, make money by loaning to the shadow bank. Shadow bank pays them the money. Shadow bank gives the risky loans. Shadow bank gets the commission on the risky loans. And then they go, and then the shadow bank takes it, sells the packages all, and sells all the dog shit all around, and then they rinse and repeat. So that's what we were doing for a decent. When I was doing the mortgage-backed securities, we were a shadow bank because the banks would give us a credit line. So I think LT still has it. I think LT has like a 250 million credit line for mortgages. So LT he can't take a credit card and go spend 250 million. But if you come to LT with a house loan, he could give you the money from the bank because he is his own little bank now. You see what I'm saying? He has a credit line that he goes, originates the mortgage, and now, again, Bank of America wouldn't give it to a person who has slightly more debt. So again, he could issue the loan, gets the commission. He could either hold the loan or he could sell it and repackage it. But that's what it was. Bank gives you credit line, go issue loans, go collect off the front end, and then you go and sell it back to the funds in Wall Street who want to hold the paper. Crude settles 4%, 73. What benefit does the big bank get? Yeah, more volume. Because they don't want to just keep their money there not making money. They would have probably made the investment if they were legally allowed to. That's what happened. That's why I don't like Dodd-Frank. A lot of these banks would give you home loans, but they're legally not allowed to because of Dodd-Frank and how. And again, some of it is of right concern, but at the same time, some of it is also extremely limited. But yeah, it gets them volume. So now the bank could take money that they weren't allowed to loan out, and now they could go collect interest by giving it to a shadow bank, and then that could even generate some good stuff that they could even either buy back, or at the very least, they're making money on money that was either sitting there or would have went to a fucking 0% treasury. It's a way better return. Well, Dodd-Frank was the bandage to, it was like supposed to be a guardrail. Because again, the banks were doing this without the shadow bank. That's why we crashed. So if you're not understanding, they're like, well, why do they have to do this now? It's because when they were doing it without the law, they fucking collapsed the whole entire financial system and nobody went to jail over it. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that Dodd-Frank was like, yo, hold on. All you guys who have a bunch of money and could, greatly impact people's lives with your mistakes, we're going to do this. You have restrictions. Because prior to 08, 09, these banks were taking the money and they were making the money themselves. Fuck a shadow bank. Nobody was telling them they couldn't loan to a dog. They're like, wait, yo, this golden retriever wants to buy a property in Los Angeles, 0% down. Let's give him a mortgage. You guys know that at one point, I do believe in 08, a dog got a loan. I vividly remember somebody put a dog on title. I think somebody that's how ridiculous it was getting. Like I'm telling you, bro, even at one point, like, dude, people were, you could have put houses under people with no income, no job. Again, the ninja loans. But yeah, no, you didn't even need a down payment. That's what I was saying. That's why they didn't care about it, because they just wanted the fee. They were making so much money on the fees. That's what people don't get. Even to this day, you're making, like I just showed you with the DraftKings thing, or the Poly Market, or the Kalshi. Just give me the fee off top, dude. Do volume with a fee off top. That's like I'm saying, give me 2% on $250 million a month. What do we do? Look at the numbers we're talking, bro. 1%, even 0.5% on high volume. These guys they were making all of it, and then no one got in trouble. So yeah, that's why the banks are just taking all of this money, and they were just issuing the loans because they didn't give a fuck if it was a dog, a cat, a person, a job or not, because they collected the fee 1,000 times over. And then when they repackage it and sell it, another fee. Repackage it and sell it, another fee. So they were making a house on every loan. So when it was all said and done, but then after that, they said, okay, we're going to stop that. Then comes in Dodd-Frank, and then a couple years after Dodd-Frank, here come your shadow banks to get around it. And that's how then here we are today. Palantir and Now, they're weird because again, we have both of these plays and they both came back. Palantir's doing better than Now, but yeah, they're all up. They're up from the bottom, and then they're down today. So unfortunately, the stability, you get a better price than yesterday, but then a way worse price than the last 5 days. So I think depending on how guidance moves, and then whatever domino we get coming into earnings season will start to trigger some of these. But yeah, that's a tough one. Because like I'm saying, just they've moved a lot recently. And it's cheaper than yesterday, but still kind of premium, but then way cheaper than last month. So that's your dilemma. The big banks don't take the liability. Technically, no, but it's their capital. That's what people get worried about with shadow banks. Because then if you give the $100 million, $1 billion to this small bank, they're the ones taking the liability. But again, push comes to shove, if that money cannot be returned, that's a $1 billion loss for the bank when it's all said and done. And that's where people get worried about the exposure, because we may not really know how much capital of these banks is committed to kind of more lower quality loan activities. I feel like Carvana was doing that. You bought a car during COVID, used a new bank account for proof of funds, and they gave it to you with no statement, and then maybe pay some back for weird processes. I don't know. I think they were, but that's just what happened after COVID. Everyone just started giving out loans. Everyone started, even though there was Dodd-Frank, everybody just kept looking the other way. That's what I'm telling you. It got weird. But that's what I was also telling the people who were like, oh, I could never get a house. I'm like, you guys don't realize this. They're handing out credit right now. So I know your fucking boomer parents bought the house for a paperclip, but guess what? At that time, if you were black or Arab, you couldn't even get a fucking loan, dude. Now they'll hand you a loan. Even back then, no such thing as a 5%, 10% down loan. You could get a house for 0 down. They're handing out the credit. So that's your advantage you guys have now. You don't get the cheap house prices, but you have cheap, easy access to credit. So even with Dodd-Frank, things have been easing post-COVID because people have been doing that. It sucks with crypto coming down, but I told you guys this story, bro. At some point in 2021, 2022, I had financial institutions. They were qualifying a Coinbase screenshot. Let me say that again. At some point in the last 4 years, I had financial institutions thumbs up, green lighting, and saying, okay, to proof of funds. And all I provided them was a Coinbase screenshot. Do you understand that? That was crazy. It was only like that because everybody was like, holy shit, crypto's real money, is it? And everybody was like, hi. They're like, yeah, I'm with it. It was just so weird, bro. I remember people would laugh at me for my Bitcoin, and then it went to, oh, they're like, you got that? All right, you're legit. Okay. I'm like, what? So yeah, that was but then like, I mean, people kind of, I don't know if it'll work today. But then again, like I told you at the beginning of this year, we're seeing, or even end of last year, I'm watching lenders transition now. They're accepting your fucking long term as income. And they'll look, if you have 3 years of depositing, that's income to yourself. And then again, they'll look at that, and that's that used to be unheard of, but excuse me, that's becoming more normalized. But yeah, dude, it's very wild. But yeah, I think during that time, the Carvanas, everyone, there's money, rates were low, everybody was greedy, inflation, everyone was just, they didn't give a fuck. Everyone lowered their standards to push any item or credit out the door. That is seemingly what was happening. And it's still, again, like I'm telling you, I still, even with how difficult things have been with Dodd-Frank, it's way easier to buy a house today than 2019 or 2018. I hope you guys all realize that. Way easier. I'm telling you, Lending Tips will get you a loan way. I'm seeing him do more loans now in this environment. I'm like, how? 2018, 2019, it was still difficult because you still had Dodd-Frank and you didn't have as many greedy motherfuckers willing to just hand out capital. Now they will, especially for a property. It's so odd. Again, NVIDIA, that was our 1,000%er of the day. I think they're down now. Yeah, they're only up 100% now. Womp, womp, womp. Merrill, no, yeah, but I'm talking now, the real development. We're not saying like you get to borrow and use your account as collateral. I'm saying we even had a Chad who got qualified with it. Your long term, if even your little $300 long term, if you have been doing that with me for the last 5-6 years, they will qualify that as income in order to get you a better loan or for more money. But then the house is secured, the mortgage is secured by the property, it's not secured by your investments. Do you see the difference? That's a very big difference. Whoa. Consumer credit, negative 0.18 billion. Forecast was gain of 17.5 billion. Oh? I don't know if that's good, you guys. It sounds good, but historically, when people pay down debt, that's because they're worried. As weird as that may sound. That's the lowest consumer credit, dude, in like, what? Since February 2025. Which, again, you people were fucking... Imagine February 2025, 2 weeks later, you were freaking out. Yeah, it could be bad for spending. It could be bad for sentiment. But yeah, that's a very big miss. That's random. Like I'm telling you, this was the last couple months, and then that's us today, right now. So again, in the last 3 years, you've only had that happen 4 times. Kind of weird. I mean, one in August of 2023. And again, that was the last time. But to give you an idea, in the last 10 years, you had COVID, election, tariffs and Trump, August 23. This is like, what, 2 months before we bought Meta? And then COVID. Well, people are going to debate the reaction. That's why. Some people view it as positive, and then the guys like me are like, well, wait a minute. Historically, that's not good. You see what I'm saying? So... I don't know, but that's surprising. You saw my first reaction to that. That's why I was like, whoa. And that, like I'm saying, the first thing you think of, as weird as you don't want people to have a bunch of debt, but, again, high credit, that's insinuating activity. Low credit means No activity. Oh yeah, maybe it says negative. Maybe they fucked up the decimal. Maybe, dude. Maybe that was supposed to be 18.2 billion. But until then, that's surprising. Yeah, but like I was saying with the property, bro, with these loans in your long term, I don't want you guys to get a loan. This is what I think all of you should not do. Do not go and people ask me this all the time. As we get deep enough in this conversation, you've heard me answer this. And they're like, yo, why don't I just borrow against my portfolio? I don't like that idea. You know why? Because that means the loan you're borrowing for your down payment is secured by your assets in your stock account. You're putting up collateral of all of your investments, and then you're buying another piece of collateral on another loan, and now you have just the same money is over collateralized and you have more to lose. That's why I'm saying the best thing you could do is if a bank, other people's money, if they're like, yo, I'll qualify your investments as income so I could give you this loan, and then the loan is going to be secured by the property itself and only the property, rather than being secured by the property and your investments. Because I don't want you. Why give them that? You want to own it. You need to be the owner. So yeah, that's the idea. Houses, the collateral is the house. Don't give them more collateral than the house. You don't need to. That's where you're going to avoid over leverage and all these other things. I don't think anyone could afford to pay their debt down. Nadruk, can we baptize you, Nadruk? Can we get you out of this bearishness, the doom and gloom? Because I don't know. Because even when I asked you last time, you're like, everyone lost their job. And I was like, do you have a job? And you said yes. I think you see the things, but like, this is what I think I still have this screenshot. Do I? Yes. Are you ready for this? You guys know 80% of the mortgages in the United States are below the current mortgage rate? These are your only people in all of the mortgages of the United States of America. Again, 60% of homes are paid off, zero mortgage. And that other 40% with a mortgage, they're 80% of them have a rate below where we're at. That's crazy. So you see what I'm saying? So it's like this. Again, there is people struggling, and there's certain things that could be there, but there is you're middle class. You're middle in a big silent majority of America, and that's what I'm saying. And you're watching the debt go down and all of that, but it's truly just you could see whatever you want in this economy. But like I'm saying though, there's a situation where don't overestimate, especially like certain affordability houses. These are the people that came late to the party or literally kicked it down the line. But the housing and certain things, the pressure isn't. There's different pressures that I think are more realistic. Like I'm saying, like wages not going up and your certain costs. But some of these things we've said with housing, jobs, and credit, don't underestimate. I'm telling you, 80% of America is sitting below the current mortgage rate. Almost half of them, no house payment. So again, imagine the credit and debt and how it's being utilized. Somebody just paid $20 billion down. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't fall for the extreme. Don't fall for the optimism. Don't fall for the extreme bear. Because I'm telling you, it's a very odd economy we're in right now. But you guys you're like I've said many times for Nadruk, you're not necessarily incorrect in some of your skepticism, which I respect. It's the idea of right now, economy, market, we are pricing in. There's like 3 inputs all getting jammed in and priced at the same time. One area doing very well, one area doing very bad. We have both. We need higher rates, but we're going to get lower inflation, and then industrial revolution, risk appetite. This is all happening in the economy all at the same time. And that's why we're just in a weird middle. And that's why we either grow our way out of this or we're all fucked. Not in some, that's just the way I view it. But it's not like, it's not just one size fits all. It's not just one thing. There's not one economic scenario. It's just like the weirdness and why you could see good and bad, and that's terrible and that's good, and no one will ever be able to do that. But then people are doing this, and it's like, that's what happens when you're pricing in and forcing 3 competing ideas of how economics should work. We just don't know who the winner is yet, and that winner is going to be determined by the growth. Ta-da! Fed minutes already came out. It was kind of a dud, but we got a little clarity on some of their changes in economics, or what they were looking for with those changes on the statement and how they view economy, jobs, pricing. But nah, I wouldn't say it moved the needle or changed anything you didn't know about. In Canada, we only have max 5-year fixed rate mortgages, many renewing from COVID, and it's hurting a lot of people. I know. That's why do you understand how elite level my joke was towards ICAP today, where he started talking shit about our water, and I was like, bitch, go get a fixed mortgage. You ain't never had one of those. But yeah, I feel you. It's a real scenario. But yeah, it's kind of, that's why I think Canada is fascinating. But also, even with that scenario in Canada and hundreds and hundreds of % price increase, that shit has never popped. I'm telling you. I've said this story many times. I thought real estate in Canada was unsustainable in 2016. By 2018, I'm like, this is insane. 2019, I turned into Michael Burry. 2021, I took the black pill, and I said, that shit's never. I don't let them eat as much syrup as they want. Let them do whatever the fuck they want. I'm not even going to judge that. I don't even know. I'm telling you, what I've seen with Canadian real estate, bro, insane. But that has boggled everyone's mind. And even with their scenario, like I'm saying, the structure of the loans, they don't even have fixed mortgages. They force them to renew based on the rates, and it still hasn't caused a problem. God bless them, bro. But yeah, that's your strong case for real estate. But I don't know how, dude. I don't know how. I think you guys are going to make it. Because every time I've heard that scenario, that's not the first time this happened in Canada. And that's why every time the renewal comes up, they still end up doing good. In the real estate, it'll slow down for a little, but it doesn't. It's elevated. It does not came back, dude. I'm telling you, I was looking at Canada 2016, 2018. It's insane. It was insane then, and it's still it's just got even more insane. Yeah, Meta on the low. Interesting. But remember today, Mag 7 except Apple and Nvidia was kind of we had to pay for them today. You can't believe vacancy at an all-time high in San Diego? Come on, bro. I've been yelling this for like a year and a half. I was telling you, I said anything by the border, fucked for real estate. And then that's why I keep telling some of y'all, I'm like, the weird part about right now is like, y'all should go sell your intel, go buy a house in Ohio or Indiana, and then go rent wherever you want. Because I'm telling you, rents are declining. And then some of these big cities that everybody wanted to move to in the last 5 years, they're cheap as fuck now, or at least compared to the tippy top. I'm telling you, people were paying $3,800 for like a 1-bedroom in San Diego. So you could get that for $2,700 now. It's crazy. And they're giving out so many incentives. The nicer areas are still up, but when it comes to rent in San Diego, Austin, Arizona, even Miami, anywhere near a fucking border, because of the immigration. And again, I do not My fucking family's all immigrants, dog. I love immigrants. I don't say this as a political talking point. I say this as a economic indicator and like economic effect, because I've been saying this for like a year and a half, 2 years. I've been telling all of you. I'm like, my SoCal properties, those are the only ones, certain areas. That's why I've even moved out of certain places. I've been telling you. I sold out of the places that were more exposed to the downside, and I moved into some other ones, kept a few, but yeah, and I've been telling y'all, rent but buy still at the same time. Take advantage of this weirdness. That's what I'm telling you. Not just go buy a house that's cheap where it's cheap, and then go rent where it's cheap. You see what I'm saying? Everyone's like, no, I want to live where it's expensive and own nothing cheap. I'm like, no. Rent cheap, buy cheap. You see, you don't have to live where you buy. You could live where you rent and then buy where cheap. Ta-da! I just had Meta up. I didn't see anything. It just dropped $7. So yeah, I mean, that's 1%. It's not the biggest, but I would pay attention. 1203. No. Yeah, I don't see anything. There was a Scotiabank comment on hyperscaler concerns, but I don't think that was it. That isn't. It's a great arbitrage. That's what I've been saying. That's why I said this with all the Intel stuff. That's why I said, I was like, bro, if you guys are really scared it's going down, you just turn $4 grand into $20K. Go get you a cheap ass house in Ohio, and then go take advantage of cheap rents. Go take advantage of these vacancies. You want to go live in a penthouse? It's 30-40% cheaper than 2 years ago. And that's what. And then guess what? Some of those other houses are still the same price. They had the court case news and everybody ignored it. I was waiting for that shit, and they're like 1.4 trillion, and everyone's like, yeah, we should buy it. But yeah, I don't know. It could be. But then again, the analysts, like I said, Scotiabank, about 30 minutes ago, they rated them as market perform 700, and they went on a rant on all these hyperscaler fears and misunderstanding CapEx. But I don't know. It could either be the bandwagoners or it could be that other one, but I'm just not too sure, because that's big, but it's not. And now it's hitting. That's why I'm saying pay attention, but it's only 1%, but it's a big guy. You've been considering a penthouse lately? I mean, it's cool. I enjoyed it. But it's also like, it's a cool thing, especially if you like the good views, the city. It's exciting. It's a nice unit. It feels nice. But then too, like, living in a fucking penthouse is annoying. If you like actually want to go outside and get groceries, you need a wagon. You got to move shit up. If you forget something in your car, you're going to hate life. So yeah, but it just depends. It's not bad. I think it's a good experience, but the price, make it make sense. Again, Meta is now, it's like 1.5. But like I'm saying, that's not enough. I don't have a headline. If that moved that distance in one candle, I would entertain it. But that was like 10 minutes. You're leaving for deployment. Don't know if I'll be back from October. maybe get extended until December. Well, thank you, my brother, and check in with us. Let us know, though. I mean, I think you could get on a phone. We've had a couple of chats. They've tapped in from Kuwait and afar. Where are you gonna go? Can you say? Okay, NB is going up again. They got another stick. I still don't see anything on Meta. But what time? 12:18. The days just fly by, brother. On a Wednesday. How does one secure a spot for Memorial Day weekend? Well, let me talk with some of the guys from last time, because I spoke with them last week, and I'll see where they're at with some of the planning stuff. But ultimately, what it's going to come down to, like for real, is following instructions. That's something we really believe in big here, because it goes a long way. But yeah, that's where, if anybody... Like, if you watch the video when I ever put out the instructions, you'll be good. But some people responded last time, but they just did not follow the instructions. And unfortunately, that'll probably be your best way to do it. Again, like I'm saying, there's only going to be 20 spots, so that's limited, unfortunately. But also, depending on if I do it for free or charge a price, that I'm sure is going to change the availability or the potential availability. So yeah, it just kind of all depends. But follow instructions. Whether there's a fee or not, if you don't follow instructions, it doesn't matter. So that is technically the best way to secure your spot. My time is wrong? It's not. I'm in Mossad. Your time is wrong. Come on, ICAP. Thought you knew these things. Thought you knew these things. Would I buy crypto stocks for the long term? Not right now, but the one thing I do like for earnings is the fact that Coinbase has the biggest decline, biggest guidance drawdown of any company from last quarter. So yeah, they're the low bar. You lost 2K on deployment. Don't play with options, even the long ones. The money will be, damn. So good advice. Yeah, long term. It is hard. I mean, again, you're definitely not going to be hitting dailies. You're going to have other things to worry about. But yeah, I feel maybe earnings, but then again, earnings is fickle. But long term for sure. Department of War is rebuilding the Arsenal of Freedom. A big, beautiful bill. Obligated 310 to scale up low-cost munitions. Oh, who is that one company? Isn't there like a small cap? Someone's gonna pump it. Else, there's one small cap that always gets the pump on it. It's like, I swear it's like $10 or something. Is it Optex? It might be OPTU or Optex, and they even had headline. I don't know which one it is. But yeah, there's small munitions. Like, there's one of these small munitions, small caps. But again, the momentum has not... Those are the things that have been very lacking in momentum. Those specifically small caps and shit like that. LPTH. Is it Lay's? I don't know. It's one of those, bro. I'm blanking. If it might be that one. I can't say with confidence. But yeah, you gotta see if you get any follow through. Remember, we got the NB was materials. Maybe that's why it popped too. Yeah. And who's that little company, that rumor? Remember, everyone was like, they supply Anduril. What company is that? Justin Bieber added to lineup for World Cup final halftime show. Nice. KRKNF. Thank you. I think this is the one I was thinking of. I swear there's a small cap bullet maker. But yeah, that might be one that could react to that. But so far, I don't think... I mean, you haven't had a real winner off of that headline. No, like 10, 20%ers or 5%ers even. It's kind of annoying me, though. I have a name. I have a company in my mind, but I don't know what it is. Ah, Core Weave. It's kind of melting, but it's printing on the high ticker. It's not like a news candle. Watch Iron and Nibis, because those moved today at the same... Yeah, those are kind of part of the same one. They're in tandem, Core Weave leading. Is it up? That's why I said, oh, it's like OPTU or OPTX. One of them make little bullets. I just know small munitions, but I unfortunately just don't know which one it is. What is this? BlackRock Reader. No, IMF, IA, World Bank, and WTO urge further progress towards removing Middle East conflict and fully opening Strait. Unbelievable. Are you a believer? Are they on the plate? Not really. I mean, the last rare earth play I sold out my LAR at the beginning of the year when I had that leap, if you remember. But other than that, none of them have hit. That's what I say. That was like the last year's bubble, and the ones that got hyped, you would get these headlines, and then they would go fucking insane. But yeah, like, and this is what we mean by like momentum. This is another chart. If you don't understand when people are like, wait a minute, how did momentum drop 30%? And then again, I mean, we had Cyber, we had a couple names, like we didn't really feel it the same way. It sucked when things wouldn't just go straight up, but yeah, but it's like you look at some of these names, that's a 50% decline in a month or two, even from, that's 30% right there in 2 weeks. So it's just like you're getting this, these are the names, like there's just they're holding certain prices, but they're not really getting momentum. And then a lot of critical minerals, they haven't really gotten, like these little headlines, government contracts, it's not anywhere close to the same reaction as last time. So I haven't played as many this year. I mean, I don't think there's really been good opportunities, because even when the good headlines come in, it's usually on these names that are already jacked up, or again, if you're too late for it. But you know, maybe we'll see maybe next year, end of the year, or just how things develop. That's kind of what we're looking for. Is it POW? It might be POW. I think the POW, like weapon POW. I think that one was it. I think it's literally POW. If they have bullets. But yeah, and that one's up, and that one kind of moved, but it's, again, all a liquid momentum shit. Well, well, well. Palantir. Still red on the day, 2%. But yeah, Palantir's coming in again. Fastly, Net, all of those. And then CoreWeave's still going. Again, watch Nibis and Iren. NeoCloud's running with them all. There you go. Nibis on the high now. Then Core's even. Appel. Did Meta stop? Meta's still back down. I don't have a headline on that. Again, more CoreWeave and NeoCloud. XLK. Oh, I showed you the chart. I don't think I explained it. So are you guys ready for all this? All the tension, all the supply, what's going to happen, earnings. Are you guys ready for a positive fun fact? I actually have a fun fact that's good news. That it's an anomaly, but it actually leans positive. Would you guys like a bullish fun fact? Is there any bulls out there? Is there any bulls? If you could hear me, come to Chattadonia. This safety. Save 10%. The coordinates are hidden because they want a Shaheed drone the farm, but still contact us. There's safety. Is there any bulls out there? Oh, we got some bulls? Oh, wow. They're like, China oil's going to 1,000. We're all going to die. Nobody has a job. There's nothing, Josh. You don't even understand tariffs. I'm like, okay, I guess. Well, then this one's not for you. This one's not for you. Believe it or not, the amount of insider buys on XLK components, the technology, this is the highest amount of insider buys on tech stocks in the last 6 months ever in history. Do you understand that? So there's a lot of tension and weird things in the market. However, topping out with insider buys at a record high, unfortunately, you have never topped out with that occurring. Isn't that weird? So this is your bullish one. That the insiders in the last 6 months have bought more of technology than any other time. The problem is that was 6 fucking months ago. They could have already doubled up and sold out too. But then again, the amount of insider sells, it has not risen to that level. So yeah, that's someone's buying tech, or at least the people closest to the company. This is nothing spurred this level of activity ever. Ta-da! Meta to invest in first data center for that's why you sold off. Because remember, people are like, oh, these guys are going to save money. All of the Meta. But that might move, but we'll see. This will put the hyperscale spending narrative to the test. That could have been it. But other than that, that's kind of odd. And is Canada favorable for data centers? Why the fuck are we? Oh, SoFi and Rivian. Rivian, again, they did their offering. And Palantir started running up with other NeoCloud. That lifted up tech a little bit, but you got Microsoft and Oracle. Those are still holding you back. Not a bad day at all considering how we started. That's it. I mean, you're better than pre-market. It sucks we didn't do anything the last couple hours. It got pretty nasty in the morning for a little bit, but he actually didn't even hit any of those sweet spots. We got lucky on a little flip, but yeah, it's not could have been way worse. I mean, all things considered, but once again, typical war reaction, right? We freak out a little bit. It disrupts some of the rotations and all of that. Oil comes up, comes down, still elevated, but a lot of emotions, a lot of movement, but we really don't do much. And then now, see if Trump changes his mind tonight, and see if he doesn't tomorrow, and then we'll probably do something similar, and then throw in another event, and then thank God, before we know it, next week we get to unleash a little bit more earnings. Still going to be slower because it's all banks and stuff, but yeah, we're going to be inching our way towards this data, and we're inching our way towards the Fed. I don't know if you guys realize that. End of the month, you get Kevin Warsh. So, yeah. Part of the already front-run thing? No. So, the insiders have literally bought, but those insiders buying, they don't affect the expectations. So, that's what I'm saying. How Wall Street has gotten ahead of people is that people are watching some of these stocks move. Again, the best example, so I checked today because someone asked me, IBM. So look at IBM. It had news, it popped and then came down. Why did IBM go up $50 in the last week? Doesn't matter who bought it or not. What happened in this last week, subtly, analysts have been raising their earnings targets and expectations on this company for this next quarter. So the stock has been running up as these guidance has been going up, and that's how they're front running you, because they're buying it, they're getting it in early, then they're the ones talking, and then they're subtly raising their guidance, and then come to earnings. By the time this thing gets to earnings, especially if more guidance goes up, time to come to report, your bar is already high because everyone's expected so much, and then the stock is high because everyone was expecting so much. It's kind of circular. But then that's what leads people into getting clapped off of it. It's the expectations, the analysts and the investors buying and then raising expectations, and then most retail investors simply just not being aware of that and not being aware of how that reflects in the price and then reflects in the outcome of the earnings. Or software like Intuit, Adobe is cyclical bearish that will end? No, because I mean these software stocks are not cyclical at all. That's why they were the most valuable in the world up until March, because they all day every day. So they're not really cyclical. These have just been one-offs because of both fear, performance. Adobe's had changes as well. So I like Adobe for 10 years, but I don't know if the AI fears are over or if they get worse, but I do know they're not cyclical. Those are not cyclical stocks at all. You know what I'm saying? There's no cycle season for video editing. Taxes are kind of there, but Credit Karma and some of the other stuff they have are a little bit more a year round. I maybe Intuit, you could argue, has some cyclicality to it, but yeah, it's software. Software is typically, you don't want software if you want cyclicality. People buy software because it's not cyclical, because it's able to just do its own thing. So yeah, but I do like Intuit. I think even Intuit, 10 years, their company, their valuation, everything. I mean, I don't think it's going to disappear. I think there is a black swan where software replaces it, but I think that's less likely. But I do think it's worthy of an investment here at this level. At least a small one. NVIDIA, Mr. 205. I know you want chips. Okay, I'm sorry. Gold and silver, best assets for the next 24 months. Buy as much and as fast as you can. I kind of feel you, but this is what I was saying when silver was at like 120. This is why y'all, like, I can't trust you gold bugs. You know why? Because y'all say the same shit no matter what the fuck gold and silver does. That's what, but I feel you. I bought gold and silver a long time ago. We're watching it with the dollar, some of these other themes, but that's why I never trusted y'all. Y'all was saying that no matter. Gold is at $1, you say buy it as fast as you can. Gold go to 5,000, you say buy it as fast as you can. Silver's at 120, you say buy. And then when it goes up there, y'all never fucking sell it too. And I know you're not. I don't even get mad at you for not selling it because I ain't even sell mine. I didn't know what to even buy. But like the problem with the bullion investors, every time is a great time for them. And they have zero. They ain't never going to sell until we Mad Max. So yeah, but I feel you. But at the same time, I am kind of skeptical. Long GoDaddy, short Wix, Centrini. Is this guy okay? If momentum drops 27% on this shit, is Centrini okay? How are we gonna go from fucking photonics, light waves, AI, fucking stack layer? He's like, fuck it, GoDaddy Wix. Yeah, what do you mean, dog? Are you okay, dog? Just don't worry. The momentum's gonna come back. I'll find another fiction idea you can rip from me if you need it. But no, you're GoDaddy Wix pair trade? That one's just surprising. I would expect that from someone else. That's an interesting one. Well, oil, you might get one, but oil's settled. Unless you get like a Trump after hours thing. But just wait for tonight. Either tonight or tomorrow, you're either going to get this or you hear nothing. This is Trump's game plan on this type of shit. Watch, you're going to have all this expectation. Wake up tomorrow, you're not going to hear a word out of him. And you're going to be like, huh? Not one word out of him or anybody. Or tonight, he's been like, I changed my mind, you know. And then that's it. And then, again, you've done this before. So, yeah, that's all. That's it. Oh, you had a source on that. You said blast heard in southern Badar. Ah, that's what you're talking about. I thought you were saying just some weird. No, literally. Something's about to happen. Source, and then literally, boom. Blast heard in Iran. No, I think that's what you mean. I was going to say, I was like, otherwise, just stick to this age-old Trump game plan. I wouldn't even fucking trip. But yeah, you got a little. You moved 30 cents off of that. But I don't know if. Remember, that's what Galabooty. He loves that one. Once they realized they could do the little fake attack rumor, and they got that. Remember, that was that one futures day that tripped me out. Let's see though. Yeah, you just got a little report. It's hard to sell bullion because the spread. Yeah, well, that's why people been scamming, dude. These like bullion dealers, they got aware of it, even on the price decline. Because after gold and silver decline, it's still the same thing. They charge you way above spot, and then they'll buy it back way lower. I was trying to sell my silver. That's it. I finally decided, but I said I wanted to trade it for land. You guys saw it at the top of silver this year. I posted a tweet, and I was asking anybody if they wanted to trade. I said, I don't even like land. I said, if any of you have land, I have hundreds of ounces of silver. I will trade you for it. But I just didn't sell because I've held it for over 10 years. I just didn't have a plan. I just didn't know what I was going to buy with the money. So that's why I was like, yo, if you want to, I'll do it for a house. I'll trade it for real estate. That's the only thing I'd really want. So, yeah, at the time, I was either going to hold it or I said, yeah, if you want to trade. But then nobody wanted to trade, and then the next day it died. So, and then here we are. Mm-hmm. Not the same hype. Oh yeah, those calls we made at the beginning of the year, they were very informative. I mean, I even got to learn a lot. I was shocked, dude. I was a boomer. I was like, what are these guys? What do you mean they're charging you above spot? The fuck? They won't even buy it back at spot. You liar! And back in my day, they give you a nickel. They buy back your gold and they give you a lollipop. They'd pay you. What do you fucking mean I gotta pay $1 off fucking for $1 off spot? Fucking only $1 off spot if I take my fucking dog to the vet. Fuck you. What do you mean $1 off spot? You're very scared. We're greedy. Yeah. You prick. But yeah, it's terrible. Two blast herding Southern Bandar. Oh yeah. Your boy Tyree just fucking front ran that. That was funny. That was killer. I thought he was talking opinion, but no, he said he had a source there, but then something big. But then yeah, you just heard that attack. We got to see though. Like I'm telling you, that's another trick in the book. Golubov and Aragach. Remember those? Remember the 2 times they brought oil up, brought futures down 1.5%, and then they were like, "Oh, training drill." The same exact thing. You'd hear report of attack, and then, "Oh no, we weren't." So let's see, but yeah. Fastly, dude, all of them, even Net, after that conversation, Net shot up $10. I did not. That was not my intention. But then again, all of the software, some of those cyber plays started going up. Didn't Tyree go on vacation a couple days ago? Just saying. You got tinfoil on Tyree? Well, I think we all went on vacation a couple days ago, dude. 4th of July. But yeah, I think so. I think you're right. I think everybody took off Monday or Friday for some reason. Galabath? You only know Galabooty? I know. It's so weird. Well, you know what? I think it's only fitting. Where is it?
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock it on still weaker.
Poor Weave and Neo Cloud again. And Palant.
You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed. Time to meet Jack Reacher. In not stress when the new leader is gay. Yeah. We got come there, it didn't even take a day. Cargill and they put that in a shooter game.
Hey, Oracle.
What's your name?
2 big candles on Oracle. That was about 1%. It already came down. It's software. They're turning on a software program right now. Don't care. You got no motion, you got no hair.
Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
Yeah, the meta didn't move off of that. But yeah, it's software. Like I'm telling you, I think the software program turned on because some of those is, and then the Neo Cloud. That meta headline kind of tied into it maybe. But yeah, and like I'm saying, Oracle's starting to move up and you guys are calling out some of these other ones. And then again, the Neo Cloud, you got Nvidia and Apple up too, but and then that headline, I mean literally Tyree just told you before it even happened. So you got a dollar reaction. It is circulating wires now, these little explosions in Bandahar or whatever. I got Oracle at 147 or 149. I'm down 7% on it right now. So that's why I've been saying, I mean, this is your moment if you want it. You got $5 more, and then $5 later, I'm gonna ask you a very simple question. You guys know that. So if Oracle go to 150 next week by Friday, and you say, Josh, I buy Oracle at 155. I'm going to say, why didn't you buy it last week? So that's what you should think about right now. And if you don't want it now, that's okay. You don't have to. But like I'm telling you, just don't make the mistake of looking at it right now, understanding it right now, and then only wanting it when the price goes up. You see, to think about it now, make a decision on it now. It is more favorable for you today than it was at any other point in the last 3 months. You've technically only had, these are your pockets since when I bought it. You had 3 days of it lower, 3 days of around break even, another 2 days of it lower. Every other day since it has been green up until another 5-6 days. So ever since I bought it in the last 4 months, you've had maybe 14 days below where I bought it. So like I'm telling you, so you think about this now. Think about this while it's still there. If that opportunity closes, the traffic changes in that lane, don't do it. So, but like I'm saying, you gotta think about it and make that decision. You're gonna benefit thinking and making a decision that you could stick with today. And that's the other part. Not only do you need to make the decision, stick with it. Because that's also part of it. Like I'm saying, you got to watch me do the same exact thing on the same stock. I bought it. It went up. It went down. I had to hold it for a month down. It goes up for a month. Comes down for a month. It's just say you've already witnessed it. So like I'm saying, still 10-year plan. Stick with the decision, but think about it now while the price is still more favorable than not. Like I'm telling you, in the last 120 days, there's only been like 15, 16 days that it has been below that price. So use it or don't. I'm not saying you have to use it, but you have an option. Buy it or ignore it. Buy it or ignore it. That's it. Just decide. Oil. Yeah, the little attack in Iran or whatever explosions we're hearing, that caused it. And then 10-minute rig right now in the market. Again, you had a little software, NeoCloud, and a couple of others. Again, CoreWeave, NVIDIA. We had a meta headline too. Etsy's starting to pop now, but even SMCI woke up. Let me see if I could get, I need to verify, because you may not like that Oracle was really cheap in 2020, 2022. But that, I put it in the video when I bought Oracle. The one thing that surprises me about Oracle is that those prices are really different. Because in 2020, I'm pretty sure there was substantially less shares on that company. So that's why it's very different. Let me see if I could find it. The total share amount. Because I put it on there, but I just need to verify the date of it. Shares. I have the 10-year thing. It took me a minute to find it last time. I forgot which one it's on. But yeah, they've the amount of buybacks is insane. So like I'm telling you, even from in a weird way, you own more of Oracle today than you did 5-6 years ago, even 10 years ago. I think it's in half. So that's what I'm trying to find. I put it on the video. But at some point in the last decade, there's 50% less shares of Oracle. So Oracle 10 years ago at a lower price, there was double the amount of shares. So yeah, now it's starting to go up. That's why that's the share capital raise plan. That's why when he's like, we're going to fucking spend all our free cash flow and then we're going to sell bonds and then issue equity. Yeah, that's where people get worried about that number because it's climbing. But at one point there used to be way more Oracle shares, so he has a little bit of room. But then that leads to the next part. 45%, I believe, is held by one person. Larry Ellison. I think. Let me double check. Where is the ownership? And I don't know if it was a 52-week guy. Yeah. So Larry Ellison owns 40%. One person, one man owns 40% of the shares. So to put it in a perspective, if you took the top 15 institutional shareholders of Oracle, like Vanguard, BlackRock, all the Vanguards, JP Morgan, you know what I'm saying? All of them together, they own 19% of Oracle. So one holder, Larry Ellison, owns half of the company practically. He owns double the institutions. So yeah, it just depends on this. Again, the capital raise, but the debt has not gotten better. I know Mosby, that was a great question you asked at it, I think at the right time when it was at 200 something, because that the debt situation never improved. It not once since we bought it has the credit defaults gone down. People are still pricing all of that in. And then again, like we're saying, raising shares, raising bonds, all of that. There's good things in their favor, but yeah, he's kind of unwinding some of the things that made it valuable in the last couple of years. Yeah, stock-based comp is up 20% cash. Free cash flow, double destructive. No, I agree with you. That's why when I made the play, that's why too, though, God bless you. I hope nobody bought it at 250. Because that's what I say. I say this is probably one of my more riskiest long-term plays. The only thing I like about it being risky is that it's a really risky play, but it's on something like Oracle that we've all know and use in our daily lives, whether we know it or not. But yeah, I agree. That's what I was saying. Like, we put less than one deposit on it. It did its work, but I still think there's a lot of upside, but a lot of downside. Like, if you don't understand what Oracle is doing right now, they're spending all of their money, you guys. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. I think Mosby, you're adding a lot of the details, and I think they're important. But you could simplify this down to a very core scenario. They're making billions of dollars every quarter, every year, but they're spending all of it and more to reinvest it into this data center, OpenAI, whatever fucking thing they got going on right now, into this, sovereign cloud and AI. You get it? No. Not like Meta in 2022. Worse. That's I think Meta is its own thing, and it's because Zuckerberg's a trip and, the fucking metaverse. But no, like, they're taking all of their money plus debt, and then they're spending it all for the last couple of years, the last year, and then they plan to do it even more. You guys get that with Oracle, right? It's an extreme bet. That's final 5 move. You're getting big 7. Yeah, Google, all of the ones that have been fucking slashed. Iran activation of defense on Shirk Island. Yeah, exactly. They're going all in plus debt. But it'd be like this, bro. It'd be like if I took all of the money I make on real estate every month. Imagine if I took all of that money and I told you I'm spending it all and putting it into one property. And then I'm going to take a loan out on the other half of my properties so I could also put that money into this one development. And then for the next year, every time I turn a profit, even if my real estate is making hand over fist, I take all of that profit and then I put it into this one property. That is what Oracle is doing. That's why the credit default, that's why people are worried. That's why the situation we're talking about, that's why it can be extremely risky. If this doesn't materialize for Oracle, they just spent 2-3 years plus debt of entire earnings and expenses all on this thing to not make a dime. That's terrible. However, if this becomes a level of asset that the balance sheet can't recognize today, and it ends up becoming truly the next big thing, and they made the biggest, earliest possible investment, that's going to turn over, and they're going to be able to make all of those years back. They'll probably make what they spent in a year or two, maybe in a couple of months. That's at least what they have projected. If you have seen their 2028, 2029 projections on return, they are implying that they are going to make a lot of it back almost instantly. So, yeah, but that's all. That's why it's weird. They're taking all of their money and spending it, all of their profit, spending it. Let me get a loan and spending the loan. Let's sell more equity and spend that as well, too. And that's the risk. You're spending all of your money. That's it. So Oracle makes a lot of money, but the last 12 months, they don't have profit because they've spent it all. They have good profit in the core business, but this is all funding a very big money hole, and it's all of their money. It's not like some of their money. It's not a portion of their money. It's all of it. Oh, wow. 30 seconds! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Is Intel about to go green? That was down 10%, dog. Oh, but wrap it up. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Chadadonia. Wow. Wow. What a day. What a day. 7 hours in the books. Made it to the end. They swung you back and forth to go nowhere. Got in the way of your rotations. But now tomorrow's Friday, Junior. I need a good game, Chadadonia. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. You learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, knows, vibes, personalities, info. God bless you and thank you, my friends. I love you. God bless you, bro. Thank you for being a part of it. For real. Great conversation, man. I think we had great questions. Great real-life scenarios. God bless every single one of y'all, dog. Members, non-members, stream alerts, locked in.
He wants to
Fight you, man. GG, baby. And God bless you, bro. Thank you all. That's it, man. The real ones, though. I'm saying real decisions. Real decision making. Real changes. Really upholding the honor of the long term. GG, baby. Good game. Wow. Jesus is King. Jesus is Lord. I control that because he gets more. But Jesus is still Lord. GG, baby. Good game. Good game, dog. Good game. Good sportsmanship, man. A lot. That's all I said, man. We may not agree. I hope you treat it all like children. Don't get too mad. It's a good game. End of the day. The bell rings. GG, dog. GG. Oh. Wow. And tomorrow is Friday, Junior. Yeah, Chad. That's the day. Unfortunately, I will not have a watch list for you. We'll see. I might have an Instagram video for you. It just depends if I type it out and make the audio. If I let the AI do it, it just depends on how long he take. But either way, I love you, and I hope you have a good day. You'll be good. Tonight's watch list. I think I hope. I'm glad we don't have a watch list. I don't know what's gonna happen tonight, and like I'm saying, you're going to whatever Trump does or not, and you should kind of be aware of the possibilities. You know the game plan. You know how he is. But I would catch up on those last 2 watch lists, for real. And I don't know if you recognize the deja vu. I said the same exact shit last quarter. Last quarter, we had an earnings dump. I went through a lot of data. I had 2 key watch lists, and I was reminding some of y'all to like pay attention to them before we really get going. So we're still early. If I were you, I would pay attention to them. Even if you don't have the locked in, I have posted a lot of pertinent content on Instagram. It's even on the YouTube Shorts. So if you're not familiar with them, all the way down to the cybersecurity, the 3 major themes, the earnings, because again, we're going to build off of this info. And like I'm telling you, there's going to be earnings moves. And once things change and move, you're going to need to know where we're starting from. So like I'm telling you, I would get with it and get with it early, because once it's too late, that there might be opportunities you will miss. So I don't think you should miss them if you don't have to. So ta-da! So I'll see you tonight on the old videos. I'll try on Instagram. But God bless all of you. And thank you for your time. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs New Living Translation. And The Strangest Secret in the World. And why, my friends? Why we know there's no third option. Only 2. 2 options. Why we dream, my friends, and why we will continue to dream big. Why we will live up to the potential that the Lord put inside of us. Anything less than that, I feel like, is a sin, my friend. You should live to that dream inside of you, and you should dream big. But don't you ever ask for a discount on your dreams, my brother. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatadonia. Oh, I want you to get long-term monthly, but I'll end it with an uncle song. I'll get you some uncle. You know, not too much long-term monthly. Just the other day, we'll see, man. But have a good day, Chad. No watch list tonight. Tentative on the Instagram video. But I'll see you there, and God willing, tomorrow morning. Friday Junior. No, we call Thursday Friday Junior. He's like Friday's like little son. Okay, anyways. Goodbye.
Viper.
Ideas,
Cold,
bro.
baby.
Ideas. It's all inside of you.
Don't look down when you dribble.
You just need to learn to bring it out, dog. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with them. Stop listening to the world. You won't need money. You need to bring out the money in your head right now.
This ain't about clout. It's about who's beneficial. Finger to the clouds with the whip superficial. Made my mama proud and some friends artificial. Why you getting loud? Trying to keep it civil. Told me run it back. Now I'm up triple. Dime is a dime and a nickel is a nickel. Eyes will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise, they just shady, that's simple. If I'm not that guy, then why would y'all listen? See, it get nervous when I'm quiet. It don't happen on the cell. I make the money when I buy it. Passionate as well, and I love it. You should try it. Imagine past the bell, you either gambling or lying. True serum, I be sipping on that shit. No long term, that's a different type of bitch. Think it's just money, dog, open up your shit. I was getting ready before I was getting rich. Preparation, child of the nation. Try to sell us change, but they raised us impatient. You can know the price and not understand the basis. They haven't faced the truth, Josh is still faceless. Killing shit, I could quit now.
Honeywell just gave updated guidance. Again, another pre-announcement.
First I didn't get it.
They just lowered the bar.
Keep shooting like I'm born in Chino Hills. It's hard to keep money, harder to keep it real. If I was really cocky by now, I would have been killed. But if you kill me, I meet God, so low key, I'm kind of thrilled. Amen.
Well, I want to see how that plays for a second. But yeah, they gave updated guidance. So imagine what we've been talking about. That's another one. Add that to the list. That's industrial probably. But yeah,
Put your moderate
please
to
check
severe
out our sponsors.
volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Now I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself.